lose more and more miserably every time. Wang Xie didn't need to please her at all, and could easily get her. He tried his best, even if he drank poisonous wine, he couldn't please the goddess. Compared with Wang Xie, he is far behind. Yi Fan lay on the ground like a dead dog, staring blankly at. Qi Wei never left. Yi Fan is a lucky person mentioned by leading Dage herself. She actually cares about Yi Fan. Even though Yi Fan failed time and time again and disappointed her time and time again, she never completely gave up on him. This time Wang Xie asked Yi Fan to come and kneel all night. She always felt a little strange, so she observed silently in the dark. Sure enough, Wang Xie really had another conspiracy, and that conspiracy turned out to be using soul leeches. The method of soul leech may be special to others, and it is also extremely difficult to detect. But it's impossible to hide from her eyes. After all, she and Prince Kate were once the Netherworld powerhouses. When she was in the Netherworld, she had dealt with Prince Kate a lot, and she was too familiar with Prince Kate's methods. No matter how clever the soul leech Wang Xie made, it is impossible to hide it from her. Based on her understanding of soul leeches, she naturally knows that once Yi Fan is planted with soul leeches in realm, it will definitely be over in the future. Soul leech will grow as Yi Fan grows, and become stronger as Yi Fan grows stronger. Yi Fan will never stand up again. She wanted to stop it. She didn't want Yi Fan, a chess piece, to become a chess piece controlled by Wang Xie. She wanted to save Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan did not give her this opportunity. Qi Wei never dreamed that Yi Fan, who usually seems to have a little brain, would be so stupid when he saw his old lover. Even though he knew that there might be something wrong with the wine that Lin Ruochu sent, he pretended to be a hero, wanting to show some infatuation and affection in front of the woman he loves. After taking the glass, he raised his head and drank the wine. So, when she saw the soul leech hidden in the glass of wine and wanted to save Yi Fan, there was no chance. Yi Fan has already drank the wine. This really left her speechless. As long as Yi Fan can hesitate a little longer, as long as Yi Fan can be smarter, it won't make things like this. Forget it. If you treat the pig as a teammate, you will be killed by the pig sooner or later. If I really save him this time, maybe I will be killed by such an idiot next time. Anyway, he did it all on his own. Lin Ruochu doesn't like him anymore, and he still insists on being smart, playing some infatuated drama in front of his old lover, in an attempt to impress them so stupid that he will be controlled by others in the future. It's what you deserve to be someone else's lackey. Thinking of this, she completely abandoned Yi Fan. But the cruel and despicable Wang Xie made her appreciate it even more. In the eyes of any woman, a strong and capable man is worth admiring. Especially for someone like her who has struggled in the Netherworld, she understands what it means to be strong and victorious. Winning is the most important thing. Only those who win can have the right to survive and continue to become stronger. No matter it's despicable or shameless, no matter it's conspiracy or overt conspiracy, as long as it can win the final victory. That's the thing. Wang Xie has been using practical actions and victories to prove his strength. How could she not appreciate him? Roman's right. This guy is really capable and very special. She looked at the figure of Wang Xie in the hut, and there was an unconcealable admiration in her eyes. If possible, she would never want to be his enemy. But, thinking of the importance of that inheritance to Roman, her expression became cold again. In any case, she must help Roman get the inheritance. After all, this may be the only hope to help Roman solve his trouble. Therefore, Wang Xie is destined to be her biggest opponent, and this is destined to be unchangeable. The night is getting dark. Yi Fan, who was severely whipped, became much more honest. Heartbroken, he knelt on the ground. Even if there is a faint sound of joy in the room. Even if it is possible that the woman he loves most is making love under Wang Xie's crotch, he doesn't make any moves. After the big blow, he doesn't want to think about anything now, he just wants to let this painful night pass quickly. That's all. But this night was extremely pleasant for Wang Xie. After some cloud and rain, under the protection of the formation barrier in the courtyard, he hugged his charming wife in the bed, and felt that he would be able to sleep more peacefully tonight than before. Yi Fan has already been planted with a soul leech, and perhaps the effect of the soul leech is not obvious yet. But in a few days, the soul leech will rapidly grow in Yi Fan's soul, and then control Yi Fan's thoughts. From then on, the so-called son of Heavenly Tao was nothing more than a dog he raised. However, even so, he still will not take it lightly. Besides Yi Fan, he will also be careful about Qi Wei. He could not deal with Roman, but he couldn't easily let Qi Wei go. After all, he will never forget that this woman Qi Wei appeared in the Heavenly Dao hidden treasure book. Although judging from the current situation, Qi Wei does not seem to be the son of Heavenly Dao or the daughter of Heavenly Dao. When he fought against Qi Wei, he didn't get any sacrificing value. However, as long as she appears on Heavenly Dao's hidden treasure book, it means that she is a very important person to Heavenly Dao, and a person who poses a major threat to him. Since she is a threat, after entering the secret realm, find a chance to kill her. Even if you don't kill her, make her a slave so that she can never disobey me. Wang Xie glanced at the system's warehouse. At this time, there are still 2 unused subsystem collars in his warehouse. Now he's decided, if the situation allows, he'll put one of the collars around Kiwi's neck. Compared with soul leeches, it is safer to use subsystems to deal with the netherworld masters like Qi Wei. After being suppressed by the system, this woman will only be bullied by him, without any threats. The next day. But this matter requires a long-term plan, and perhaps some special opportunities. After all, no matter what, Wang Xie really gave him a chance to enter the secret realm. After all, he didn't kneel in vain last night. Wang Xie really kept his word. He knelt all night, and after earnestly repenting, Wang Xie really allowed him to enter the secret realm. The day when the secret realm will be opened is finally here. Even the arrogance of the 3 great temples let go of their arrogance in the past, obeyed the arrangement and command of Shenlong Island, and marched towards the place where the secret realm opened. The hope he had been waiting for was finally here. Therefore he somehow felt a little grateful to Wang Xie. In front of the courtyard. The morning sun was so bright, he raised his head, raised his face with 3 vertical and horizontal welts, and bathed in the morning light of hope, he felt a little better. In the league competition, the winners from various prefectures and even the Western Kingdom division began to gather at Keelong Mountain in the eastern restricted area of Shenlong Island according to the request of the island owner. Shenlong Island is very lively. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Dongfang Longyi, the owner of Shenlong Island, solemnly issued a formal invitation to those who are qualified to enter the secret realm in the island. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. When Yi Fan received the Dongfang family's admission notice, he couldn't help becoming excited. Amidst his faint gratitude and kneeling, Wang Xie took his little daughters-in-law out. Wang Xie took his wives to Keelong Mountain. According to the island owner, the gate leading to the secret realm is near Keelong Mountain. In ancient times, there were often members of the Shenlong tribe who walked out of the secret realm of the tribe and appeared in the Blue Star world. It's like the dragons, and dragons inhabit that high mountain. That's why the mountain near the secret realm is named Keelong Mountain. At this time, many people had already gathered at the foot of Keelong Mountain. These people came from all corners of the country, most of them were the winners of the various prefectures, and some even came from afar from certain kingdoms in the western continent. People were chatting with each other, observing each other quietly, while being courteous to each other. They were also wary of each other. After all, everyone knows that the secret realm not only contains the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, but may also contain the treasures left by the Dragon clan. Of course, apart from opportunities and treasures, there are also unknown dangers in the secret realm. Everyone who enters the secret realm is each other's helper and each other's opponent. So before entering the secret realm, it is particularly important to find out who is easy to mess with, who is not easy to mess with, who can make friends with, and who has to detour when you meet. Mr. Wang Xie Jiyu Changfeng in the Zhongning Mansion. This is my little sister Jiyu Pan. It was the Zhongning Mansion master who introduced us to Shenlong Island. The young man's expression was a little nervous, even though he tried his best to restrain his own emotions. His voice was still a little trembling, as if Wang Xie was very scary. But he still held little sister's hand and reminded in a low voice, "Panur, quickly say hello." "Jiyu Panur, I have met you, young master." Jiyu Panur's immature face was a little flushed. In the eyes of others, she is already a genius selected from 100 cities, but facing Wang Xie she has the nervousness of an ordinary girl meeting an idol. So much so that just saying hello to Wang Xie, his face turned red with nervousness. Wang Xie didn't care to talk to them at all. After all, since he was identified as the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor at the Shenlong Festival, there were not a few people who wanted to make friends with him. These 2 days seemed to be more But when he heard the words, Zhongning Mansion, he immediately changed his attitude. It turns out that they came from Zhongning's mansion, so they are our own. Wang Xie patted the two of them on the shoulder enthusiastically. Mansion Master Zhongning treated him well, and he was the foster brother of the Mansion Master's father, so he would naturally be warmer. Seeing that Wang Xie was so enthusiastic about the Jiyu family brothers and sisters, the people around were slightly taken aback, and then all cast envious and jealous eyes at the pair of brothers and sisters. For no other reason. It's just because people have already divided the 160 or so people who will enter the secret realm into 3 or 6 or 9 ranks according to their comprehensive strength and influence. Among them, Wang Xie is one of the best and least messy characters. The only people who can compare with him are the core figures of the 3 major temples. Especially after the rumors about the Hall of Discussion spread quietly, and people learned that even the members of the 3 major temples had knelt on the ground, they felt that Wang Xie was not easy to mess with. The reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, the Ice and Snow Palace venerable with the token of the Lord of the North Palace. These identities are a bit scary for the so-called elites. Being able to make friends with such a big man like Wang Xie is simply something they dare not even dream of. Ji Yupanur could feel the envy when people looked at her. After all, not just anyone can make Wang Xie enthusiastic. It's her pleasure. But she didn't dare to be complacent, instead she became more cautious and said in a low voice. Zhongning Mansion and Southeast Mansion are as close as one family. Mansion Master has saved our brothers and sisters, therefore, the son of the Mansion Master's family is our son. If there is something useful in the secret realm, please just tell Panur, my lord. Ji Yu Changfeng also quickly echoed, that's right, if you have something to do in the future, just tell me what you want. I know that I am shallow, and I have no intention of competing for the treasures in the secret realm. I came here only for experience. It is also an honor to have the opportunity to do a little bit for the young master. Wang Xie smiled. It turned out that they were 2 defectors. The subordinates sent by Baisong are still the subordinates sent by Palace Master Zhongning, don't do it for nothing. So he nodded slightly and was a little polite, saying that he would help each other with them, and if he really needed their help, he would not be polite. Seeing that Wang Xie agreed, Ji Yu Changfeng and Ji Yu Painter didn't dare to interrupt. After all, perhaps Wang Xie wouldn't mind taking advantage of Zhongning's relationship with the palace lord to build relationships and get acquainted with each other. If it's too disturbing, it's not interesting. More importantly, when they greeted Wang Xie, they clearly noticed that Miss Roman from the Temple of Western Light and Miss Muling Xie from the Temple of Ice and Snow walked towards Wang Xie with smiles on their faces at the same time. Wang Xie, did you sleep well last night? Did your anger subside? The Roman girl looked at him with a smile, as if she cared about her closest friend, not only caring about his sleep and body, but also about his mood. Last night, Wang Xie smiled with satisfaction when he thought of Roman asking for Yi Fan to be delivered. Naturally, I was in a good mood last night. Muling Xue's attitude towards Wang Xie was even more respectful, and she bowed and said, Junior Muling Xie, I have met Venerable Senior. Among the people in the 3 temples, she is the one who respects Wang Xie the most. After all, the token held by Wang Xie is the token of the Ice and Snow Temple, and it is an ally of the Ice and Snow Temple. Of course she wanted to get closer to and respect Wang Xie more. Of course, apart from being respectful, she couldn't help being a little curious. Wang Xie is so young, how can he get such a precious token? The crowd was bustling. Across the long distance, people don't know what Wang Xie, Luo Man, and Muling Xie are talking about. I just feel that Wang Xie can actually make the core figures of the 2 temples, and let the 2 beauties put aside their old restraint and face, and come over to say hello. This charm is really enviable. Even, it makes people jealous. Zhang Lindao was very jealous. As the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Dao Temple in the East, he should have been the most prestigious and respectable among all men, especially among all men. After all, whether it is Miss Roman from the West or Miss Muling Xie from the North, they are all beautiful girls. Among the core personnel of the 3 major temples, only he himself is a man. But this woman in red was a bit special. Zhang Lindao was obviously very afraid of her, so he didn't dare to say anything. Actually is not how beautiful her face is, how hot her figure is. In fact, the woman was wearing a red robe to cover her face. Wang Xie couldn't see her face clearly. What's so great about being a father-in-law? Thinking of this, Zhang Lindao became even more upset. At this moment, the voice of Dongfang Island Master rang out. Everyone, get ready, the time has come, the door of the secret realm is about to open. Her name is Qin Hongluan. Sensing Wang Xie's gaze, Roman introduced lightly, in recent years, she has been the most interesting person in the Eastern Heavenly Dao Temple. But the woman in red beside him took a deep look at Wang Xie, but said, don't underestimate him, you may not be his match. And he's already investigated. It stands to reason that only he is qualified to sit on an equal footing with Miss Roman and even Miss Mu Lingxie. Talking and laughing between two beauties. Zhang Lindao frowned suddenly. From his perception, he couldn't see through her. Qin Hongluan, Wang Xie was about to ask more questions. Rumor has it that the Lord of the Southeast Palace once received a token personally bestowed by the Hall Master. But the limelight that belonged to him was taken over by Wang Xie. If others dared to talk to him like this, he would have been angry long ago. In other words, most of the tokens in Wang Xie's hands were given by the Master of Southeast Palace. While the woman in red was observing Wang Xie also noticed her. What really caught his attention was, isn't it because of having a Hall Master's token in hand? What's so great about it? He was secretly upset. Attention everyone, the door of the secret realm is about to open. As the island owner's voice sounded, the people immediately silenced. The surrounding area was quiet, but there was gradually a humming sound among the mountains in the distance. The sound gradually became louder, and the ground shook like an earthquake. Then, Keelong Mountain split open strangely. The reason why it is said to be weird is that when the whole mountain was split open, no gravel ever rolled down. Not to mention gravel, not even a grain of sand has fallen. The space where the whole mountain is located is like a beautiful ink painting. Then the whole painting was torn apart from the middle. Therefore, the mountain also cracked along with the ink painting. But behind the cracked mountains, another piece of exotic mountains and rivers is revealed, just like another painting. The people at the foot of the mountain stared blankly at the exotic scenery behind Keelong Peak, looking at the scenery that belonged to another world. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether it was the new world in the painting, or I was about to enter the real world from the painting. The real and the unreal have become absurd. In the gap between the world and the world, they are silent. At this time, no matter how proud a genius is, he will also feel how small he is in front of the world and the mysteries of the world. At the same time, I also feel sincere admiration for the first dragon emperor of the Shenlong clan, who is rumored to have created a world. The door has been opened. Everyone can enter the secret realm immediately. But before that, I have a few more points to tell you. Dongfang Longyi's voice brought people back to their thoughts. He stood on a high place, overlooking the crowd and said, 1. It's about the time to enter the secret realm. The secret realm has a long history, and its history can even be traced back to 10,000 years ago. At that time, the Shenlong people could freely travel between the two worlds. But with the passage of time and the disappearance of the Dragon Clan, the original method of opening the secret realm has been lost. My dragon guards can only open the door of the secret realm once every 10 years by relying on the inherent laws of the world's operation in the secret realm and conforming to the changes in it, and each time it is open for 10 days. So everyone, pay attention, this exploration can only last for 10 days. After 10 days, if someone fails to return as scheduled, they will have to wait another 10 years in the secret realm before they can come out. Hearing this, people whispered and kept this in mind. Some people also raised some questions, dared to ask the island owner. I heard that the secret realm is very large, larger than the entire Shenlong Island. What if someone gets lost in it? Good question. Dongfang Long said with a smile. The second thing I want to say is related to this. At the border between the Blue Star world and the Secret Realm world, the space is extremely unstable. So when everyone enters the Secret Realm, it is very likely that they will be randomly sent to any place in the Secret Realm by the chaotic space energy, which will easily lead to getting lost. But don't worry everyone, I have prepared a small gift for you in advance. When the words fell, the staff of the Dongfang family handed out a gadget similar to the feng shui compass to people. This is the blue needle. No matter when, its pointer will always point to the direction of the Blue Star entrance. So everyone can use the entrance and exit of the Blue Star world as coordinates to identify the direction. Okay, that's all I have to say. The secret realm is opened, and it only takes 10 days every 10 years. Every minute and every second is precious. I won't waste everyone's time. From now on, everyone can enter freely. After speaking, he stepped aside and made a gesture of please. People in the audience are gearing up, ready to enter. The first people to enter the secret realm were those from the Eastern Heavenly Dao Temple. Zhang Lindao looked at the rumored otherworld, his eyes showed a bit of greed in an extremely uncommon way. Although the inheritance of the secret realm is the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, it seems that only people from the Shenlong clan can inherit it better. But, what if he can inherit it too? For things like strength, is there still a distinction between male and female, what bloodline, and what race? Of course, whoever has the ability to snatch it, and whoever has the ability to inherit and refine the dragon yuan left by the previous Dragon Emperor, will get powerful power. He needs that power. He is so thirsty for power. Because in this world, only with power can one get everything and protect everything. Ever since there was a Qin Hongluan in the Heavenly Dao Temple, his status as chief disciple has been in jeopardy. Qin Hongluan is a more talented woman than him. Even a woman who makes him feel perverted. The speed of her cultivation, and the speed at which she becomes stronger is simply not human. Competition is cruel. If he is not as strong as Qin Hongluan, he will definitely be trampled by Qin Hongluan in the future. Therefore, he must be inherited. Must get stronger power. Afterwards, the Ice and Snow Temple, the Western Temple, and even the elites from various provinces also began to enter. It is rumored that there are many dangers in the secret realm. Knowing that there is danger, but still want to take risks. People who are willing to do so have more or less own reasons. Perhaps it was to become stronger, for revenge. Perhaps it is to be reused and have greater power. Or for some other reason. As the biological daughter of the Archbishop of the Temple of Light, Roman is willing to risk her life in the secret realm, and of course she has her own reasons. But her expression was extremely natural, and her attitude when she was about to enter the secret realm was as if she was about to play. Wang Xie, I'll wait for you inside. If we're lucky, the space energy will transport us together, and we can play together again. Roman said goodbye to him with a smile. Qi Wei remained calm and didn't say much from the beginning to the end, but looked at Roman sometimes, and Wang Xie sometimes, thoughtfully. Then, the two bid farewell to Wang Xie and left. Roman doesn't know any secrets. But Qi Wei seems to be hiding hostility. He is also hostile to Qi Wei. Roman stood by the seaside of the isolated island, staring at the boundless sea, not knowing where he was. Qi Wei stood on the snow peak, looked at the magnificent snow scenery around, and guessed that she might be in the extremely cold north or south if this world also has the North Pole or the South Pole. Under the teleportation power of space disorder, everyone will be randomly teleported to different places. Lin Ruochu quietly reminded Wang Xie. Wang Xie and Lin Ruochu deliberately got close, holding hands. After all, a group of 4 entered the secret realm at the same time. But at the same time, the place where Lin Ruochu and Lin Miok lived was like spring all year round, with lush grass and wild flowers blooming under their feet. No matter what, he will not let go of this woman who appeared on the Heavenly Dao Hidden Book. Wang Xie appeared in the vast snow field. Except for the white snow, he could not see other scenery. But when Wang Xie entered the secret realm, he found that the people around him had disappeared. The surrounding air is a bit cold, and there is soft snow under the feet. Let's go in too, Wang wrote. Then, in a world full of pure white, she saw a small black dot. It was a Taoist shadow. Hostile, Wang Xie smiled, not caring much. After all, Roman and Qi Wei are also facing the same situation. Immediately, a distorted teleportation force swept over. When they first arrived, everyone was very uncomfortable with the world. It is true that there is a sun in the sky the same as in the Blue Star world, but no one can guarantee that the sun will rise from the east and set in the west regularly. The only thing they can trust is the pointer in their hands. The pointer of the blue pointer will always point to the direction of the entrance of the blue star. They can only use the direction of the blue star as a reference, assuming that there is the east, and then deduce the other 3 directions. Then carefully grope around. Wang Xie's situation is much better. After all, he came with a map. For others, this place is absolutely unfamiliar. People who stand on the grassland may think that the world is dominated by grasslands. People who stand in the hot desert will think that this place is very barren. Standing in the snow, Wang Xie knew that this place belonged to the White Dragon clan, the Ice and Snow Plateau. With the map provided by Dongfang Qinger, plus Baiji's memory of the dragon realm more than 5,000 years ago. Combining the two, Wang Xie almost knows the whole picture of the entire secret realm world. In short, the world consists of 5 larger regions. They are the Ice and Snow Plateau of the White Dragon Tribe, the Qingfeng Plain of the Azure Dragon Tribe, the Hidden Mist Forest of the Black Dragon Tribe, the Gobi Volcano of the Chelong Tribe. The 4 major territories are scattered in the east, west, north, south. In the central area where the 4 regions border each other, the map provided by Dongfang Qinger describes it as Zhongyu. According to Baiji's description, the land where the 4 major tribes share a border is the Dragon Emperor's private territory. The inheritance of the Dragon Emperor should be in his private domain, which is the so-called central domain. The central territory is very dangerous. Although many people have explored it over the years, no one has really penetrated into it. In fact, it's not just the central realm that is dangerous, any region in the secret realm is dangerous. It is rumored that 10,000 years ago, besides settling here, the Shenlong people also introduced many other creatures. At that time, those creatures were introduced, perhaps to embellish the world, and some were kept around as pets for fun. Later, the spiritual qi was exhausted, and the pure Shenlong people could not adapt to the environment where the spiritual qi was exhausted. Except for Baiji, who was sealed in the ring and escaped by luck, the other clansmen may have died, or they may have left the clan land to find adapted to the new place to live. But the pets they raised back then, as well as other creatures, were not too dependent on spiritual qi, and instead survived in an environment where spiritual qi was exhausted. In the last 200 or 300 years, spiritual qi revived again, and they quickly awakened with spiritual qi's revival, and soon became a powerful species in the secret realm. At this moment, under Wang Xie's feet, there was the skeleton of an unknown monster. This fully proves that even in this bitterly cold place, there are still many powerful monsters active. In addition to monsters, there are many natural dangers in the secret realm world itself, and they also have to deal with it. But these are not big problems for Wang Xie. Coming into this world, the greatest danger and variable is still human. People from the 3 major temples, especially Qiwei, need to be on guard. Even Yi Fan, who has been planted with soul leeches, may not really have the possibility of turning over. Any carelessness may capsize in the gutter. So, Wang Xie started to make some arrangements in advance. He turned on the system and first checked the status of Lin Ruochu and Lin Miaoke. Through the system, Wang Xie learned that their current location was in Qingfeng Plain. It is sunny, and the flowers are blooming in spring. Wang Xie entrusted them with an extremely important task, and told them to act according to the plan. They don't have to go to the central territory, and don't even care about things related to inheritance, just do it well. Yes, that was an extremely critical task, and it was also left behind by Wang Xie. He never believed in the nonsense of strategizing, which is exhaustive. When people make mistakes, being invincible after making mistakes is far more important than success. This trip to the secret realm, no matter how things develop, no matter whether the inheritance can be found or not, whether it can fall into his hands. As long as Lin Ruochu and Lin Miaoke help him get that big event done, he can still be regarded as winning. Then, he used the system to contact Baiji. Only then did he discover that Baiji was also on the Ice and Snow Plateau, not too far away from him. Qiwei stood on the snow peak, staring at the little black spot below. It was a Taoist figure, and that person turned out to be Wang Xie. Qiwei was stunned. What is this? Enemy road is narrow. Before entering the secret realm, she was thinking about how to deal with Wang Xie. After entering the secret realm, she happened to be near Wang Xie. Qiwei couldn't help feeling a little moved. Under normal circumstances, it would be really difficult for her to find a chance to deal with Wang Xie. After all, neither Baiji nor Lin Ruochu and Lin Miaoke are weak. One hit 4, her chances of winning are too small. Now Wang Xie is alone. Not only is Wang Xie alone, this place full of dead air is also very suitable to be her battlefield. Against Wang Xie now, her odds of winning are much greater. She is at least 90% sure of winning. And you are so capable, and so likable. Even if you don't kill him, accepting him as a servant is still a good choice. You and I both know who the real reincarnated Dragon King is, and even more what will happen to the secret realm when the reincarnated Dragon King comes. Qiwei looked at him with a smile. Qi Wei's figure appeared in his field of vision, obviously coming with bad intentions. The right time, the right place, and the right people, this opportunity seems tailor-made for me. How can I let you go? Qi Wei stared at Wang Xie at the bottom of the canyon, the smile on her face became colder and more evil. Originally, because Roman loves you so much, I have been hesitant to attack you. God gave me such a great opportunity. However, just when he was thinking that there would be no accident, an accident happened. The inheritance will definitely be born in the near future, but Yi Fan has been controlled by your soul leech, and the inheritance will probably fall into your hands, so, in order to get the inheritance, I can only deal with you. Bailong Valley is the place where the Bailong tribe used to live. It is very close to the current location of Wang Xie and Beizi, about tens of miles away. Then, she slowly stroked the corpse of a monster in the snow cliff that had been frozen for a long time. Under the influence of death, the corpse slowly stood up from the ice and snow. With Wang Xie's cultivation base and the speed of the road, as long as there is no accident, you can arrive in a few minutes. It seems that you are really hostile to me. Wang Xie looked at her and said. Yi Fan was influenced by the soul leech, surrendered to you, and dedicated the inheritance to you. And you surrender to me, and then dedicate the inheritance to me. What do you think of this idea? It is even possible to capture Wang Xie alive. Wang Xie finished communicating with Bai Ji, and made an appointment to meet her in the nearby Bailong Valley. Let me surrender. Do you want me to dedicate the inheritance to her after I get the inheritance? Wang Xie smiled. I have seen courageous people, and I have seen people with ideas. But I have to say, it was the first time even he saw a girl as bold and thoughtful as Qi Wei. To actually want to obtain the inheritance by subduing him, is this a one-step process, once and for all? Why does this little girl dare to think so much? Is he easy to bully? Wang Xie sneered, and a gloomy light descended. Realm of God. Open. Enveloped by realm, Qi Wei's brows suddenly frowned. She has long heard that Wang Xie's realm is very tricky and scary. But when she was trapped in the realm, she realized that the situation was more terrifying than expected. Under that indescribably huge restraint, her strength has been reduced by at least 30%. Her movement became sluggish, as if she was stuck in a quagmire, unable to use all her strength. And Wang Xie's attack came at her weakest moment. It was a fist containing powerful dragon power. Qi Wei raised her palm, and Black's energy condensed crazily, barely blocking the punch, but her body flew out of control uncontrollably. Fighting alone, she was completely suppressed by Wang Xie. It seems that your strength is not enough to support your ideas. Wang Xie's body was as fast as a shadow, and without giving her a chance to breathe, she was about to attack again. Make him surrender. Ruo Qi Wei only has this ability, so I'm afraid she won't have such a chance. However, just when Wang Xie thought so, suddenly there was a black shadow, quickly rushing towards him from the snow. Wang Xie punched it, directly smashing the shadow's skull, and then saw clearly that it was a snow wolf. No. To be precise, it was the corpse of a snow wolf. Its body was extremely tall, somewhat taller than the horses on Blue Star, and its snow-white fur had long since rotted away, emitting bursts of stench. But the strange thing is that the snow wolf body, which had been dead for a long time and even rotted, seemed to come back to life at this moment, staring at Wang Xie with empty and lifeless eyes. Wang Xie got it. It's necromancy from the netherworld. Can control dead corpses and even dry bones to fight. Moreover, the stronger the corpses were, the stronger they will be after being resurrected. In the netherworld, Prince Kate was better at soul and formation abilities, but not good at necromancy. But obviously, Qi Wei is very good at this. That snow wolf must have had good strength during his lifetime, but he can still move freely in Wang Xie's realm. What's even more troublesome is that since he was already dead, even though Wang Xie had smashed the opponent's skull, the corpse was still alive and kicking and wanted to pounce. It will not be afraid of pain, nor will it be afraid of death. This is much harder to deal with than normal monsters. What's even more frightening is that since Qi Wei is very good at this, would she only resurrect a snow wolf? Just thinking about it, there were soft rustling sounds from all directions. Under the influence of the energy of the necromancer, the corpses that had been frozen in the snow for many years all crawled up. There are groups of powerful snow wolves, and giant snow bears as tall as a titan. There is a long monster with a body more than 10 meters long, whether it is a snake or a centipede, and there are even more than a dozen corpses of human adventurers who died here. All over the mountains, in groups, densely packed. After seeing the terrible scene, anyone will feel hopeless. Even Wang Xie couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling at this moment. This is Chiwei's battlefield. The situation is extremely unfavorable to him. It seems that you are going to gang fight. He smiled wryly. If you fight alone, I am not your opponent. But who stipulates that if you want to win, you must fight alone? The little girl wants to fight in groups, what can you do? The smile on Chiwei's face was a little smug, and she had already won the victory at this point in the matter. As she said before, this time is simply a good opportunity given to her by God. After all, where else could she find so many powerful corpses? Only in a place like the secret realm can there be so many powerful corpses. Even the strong human beings who died here were geniuses who had won the prefectural division before, at least at the level of emperor grade. There are enough powerful dead bodies for her to use, and it just so happens that Wang Xie is still alone, in a state of isolation and helplessness. The right time and place are all occupied by her, but she doesn't believe that under such circumstances, what kind of waves can Wang Xie make? I only give you one chance. Now if you surrender to me and choose to surrender to me, I can spare you. Chiwei said coldly, otherwise, you will know the consequences yourself. Looking at the army of dead bodies all over the mountains and plains, Wang Xie secretly hated. Just as Chiwei thought, this time he really can't make any waves. Not to mention him, even if he is a mansion lord or an island lord, he can only be torn apart in the face of these undead creatures everywhere. Of course, if Wang Xie wanted to escape, he couldn't be trapped here. After all, his system is not a decoration, and the hundreds of thousands of seizing value inside it is not a decoration. Among other things, he only needs to spend tens of thousands of points to buy a spatial teleportation talisman, and he can be teleported thousands of miles away in an instant, easily escaping from disaster. Chiwei wanted to win him, but she didn't even have the door. But Wang Xie was not willing to escape like this. Just as Chiwei wanted to deal with him, he also wanted to deal with Chiwei. Chiwei managed to catch him on the order, and also helped him at the right time and place. But why didn't he own the right time and place? Soon, he already had a plan in his mind. Bai Ji was not far away, and was coming quietly. He not only has the right time and place, but also has the right people. If he can use his advantage properly, Wang Xie thinks he is at least 80% sure to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, it is an extremely slight kind of turning defeat into victory. At that time, whether Chiwei will die or become a slave depends entirely on his mood. This kind of almost sure win opportunity is also once in a lifetime for him. But the premise is that before he wins, he may have to suffer a little grievance. Have you considered it? My patience is extremely limited. Chiwei looked down at him like a victor, and the army of corpses around him was about to move. If Wang Xie doesn't surrender, she will have him decapitated in the next second. Okay. Wang Xie shook his head helplessly. I am willing to surrender, it's okay. A man can bend and stretch, and he has always done anything to survive. And in order to win he is even more unscrupulous. Oh, to give up so easily. Chiwei was a little surprised, and looked at Wang Xie suspiciously. This doesn't seem like your style. Looking at the undead creatures all over the mountains and plains, Wang Xie said with a wry smile. You know you can't fight, why bother to struggle? Do you have to fight to the last breath, unable to even stand up, and then hug your leg in embarrassment, begging for your life? I'm afraid that's not my style. It's better to admit defeat now, it's more or less decent. We all save effort. Chiwei laughed. Wang Xie is really smart. She always liked smart guys. The corpses and undead surrounding Wang Xie slowly spread out, making way for a passage. Then, like a victor, she walked towards Wang Xie step by step, towards her own captive. Wang Xie watched her coming, stood quietly, motionless. She was getting closer, close enough for him to pounce. Alone, he is stronger than her. If he sneaks up suddenly, maybe there will be some opportunities. But Wang Xie didn't do that, and lowered his head slightly. It seems to be expressing surrender. Chiwei's smile became even stronger, and she was very satisfied with his obedient and quiet behavior now, and her aura grew stronger. Wang Xie's head was lowered even deeper, and her momentum became more restrained. In the end, when she walked in front of him, the aura on Wang Xie's body was restrained to an undetectable level. After all, any captive who maintains a so-called powerful aura in front of the victor is courting death. Qi Wei was more satisfied with him, quickly pinched his chin, forcing Wang Xie to open his mouth, and sent a medicine pill into his mouth. Wang Xie, I don't care if you surrender sincerely or pretend to surrender and make other plans. If you eat my medicine pill, there will be no turning back. She smiled happily. Wang Xie is very smart. However, she never trusts smart people easily. The medicine pill melts in the mouth, and the dark energy is like a strange seed, quickly integrated into Wang Xie's bloodline. What is this medicine pill? Wang Xie frowned. Of course it's the medicine pill that can make you obedient, and even slowly turn you into a slave. Qi Wei giggled, looking very unbeatable. Wang Xie was secretly annoyed. This woman is really not easy to fool, she will play tricks on him, trying to control him. However, this situation is not too unexpected. What, you look very upset. Qi Wei looked at him with a smirk. I just let you eat a poisonous medicine pill, and I spared your life, shouldn't you thank me? Yes, thank you. Wang Xie gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I thank you 8 generations of ancestors. Thank you, who am I? Qi Wei was not satisfied with his answer. Wang Xie understood what she meant, and was a little reluctant, but had to bow his head, thank you master. Qi Wei's smile was obviously wider, like a blooming flower. She has been waiting for this moment for a long time. After all, she, Givi Doyle, is extremely vengeful. From childhood to adulthood, who would dare to bully her? Who bullied her? Only Wang Xie has ever done this. She was only bullied by Wang Xie. Ever since she was taught by Wang Xie not to hold her head up in the meeting hall, she has written down this grudge. Now is the time for revenge. So, even though her heart was already blooming with pride at this time, she deliberately continued to put on a sullen face, embarrassing Wang Xie. Are you dissatisfied with asking you to call me master? Clothes. Say it yourself, are you a slave in front of me now? Yes. Wang Xie's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between the teeth. Just like Qi Wei in the meeting hall. At this moment, the positions of the two were completely reversed. Yeah, so cute. Qi Wei smiled and patted his head, with that look and tone, as if she was teasing her own pet like teasing a dog she had raised. This behavior is not lethal, but insulting. If an upright Taoist were to be insulted and teased like this, he would have already lost his temper unbearably. But Wang Xie, who can do anything for great things, is still very calm. He thought very calmly, when Daddy turns defeat into victory, she will pay back 10 times all the humiliation she has suffered. However, just when Wang Xie was a little annoyed and thinking about how to pay back 10 times in the future, Qi Wei stretched out her small hand again, gently lifted his chin, and said, do you know, in the eyes of women, you are actually quite lovable. Wang Xie was stunned. It's not the first time he's heard this. The first time was Dongfang Qinger who said. Then one afternoon, he was forced to push. Now Givi says the same thing. Why is the rhythm getting weird? Wang Xie felt a little uneasy. Qi Wei lifted his chin's hand and slowly moved it up, gently holding his cheek. Handsome appearance, outstanding courage, courageous and resourceful in doing things. If it wasn't for my luck this time, I'm afraid it's hard to beat you. You are so excellent, I really like it. It's no wonder that Roman loves you so much. I can see that she even likes you. I've never seen her so interested in another man before. It's a pity, that chick is too stupid and kind. So, the man she had difficulty getting, can be easily obtained by me at this time, let me bully. After finishing speaking, she slowly moved closer to him. One hand was still picking at his chin, forcing Wang Xie to look up. But that beautiful and moving face kept approaching Wang Xie, and then approaching. She got closer and closer, her forehead almost touched his forehead, the closest was only 0.01 centimeters away, and she was about to kiss him. Wang Xie was ashamed to find out that he was absolutely teased by this bad woman. What's even more shameful is that he, a wicked man with evil intentions, was a little excited when he was teased. After all, Givi Doyle, rumored to be the most beautiful paladin in the West, was already very pretty, with an angelic face. No man can remain indifferent when being teased by an angel, or even when he is about to be kissed by an angel. All right, if there is such a man, then he must be a good man, definitely not the B******starred Wang Xie. However, just when Wang Xie was a little excited, Qi Wei retreated badly, looked at him with a smirk and said, it seems that you really want the master to kiss you. But, as a little servant, what right do you have to be approached by your master? Maybe wait until you are more obedient. Master is in a good mood, and will reward you later. She was giggling, and that was really bad. Damn. Playing with me like this. Wang Xie remained calm, thinking to himself, maybe when you pay back 10 times, you can settle the score with her again. But Qi continued, it's not just a reward if you are really obedient enough in the future, I can even make you live a very comfortable life. Roman is my best sister. She has a crush on you. For her sake, I won't treat you too much. If we successfully get the inheritance, after leaving the secret realm I can give you freedom to the greatest extent. If you are also interested in Roman, I can even help you too. Marrying a princess-like figure in the Western temple is what many men in the world want. Both kindness and majesty. First use force to make people despair. Then she used Shi Yimei, and even threw out the chip of Roman. As far as I know, the inheritance is hidden somewhere in the central territory. Qi Wei laughed, she admired Wang Xie's stable mentality and insights, and asked, from your point of view, what can we do to increase our chances of winning, make the chances of getting an inheritance even greater? Of course we have to prepare with both hands. Wang Xie said, on the one hand, we place our hopes on Yi Fan and Soul Leech, and on the other hand, we must seize the opportunity and take the initiative to find inheritance. Even if Yi Fan really got the inheritance, he might not obediently hand over the inheritance to me. His turn from defeat to victory starts from this map. There are so many benefits to be gained from obedience. Although he has been planted with a soul leech, if there is no accident, it should be difficult to escape my control. But people like you and I should understand that there will always be accidents in this world. As long as the world is still uncertain, as long as it is not at the last moment, everything is possible. If other people are faced with this situation, I am afraid that they have really been sunk and want to surrender completely. Qi Wei smiled. This is the double beauty, and the power of the temple attracts. I have to say, there is something about this Qi Wei. However, at this time, he would not expose the matter. Instead, he made an appearance of serious consideration, and after pondering for a long time, he said, I can't guarantee that I can definitely help you get the inheritance. This seems like a good start. But Wang Xie knows that not only will these empty checks not be cashed, but they will lead greedy people into the abyss step by step, and then they will never be able to recover. While talking, he took out a map and handed it to Qi Wei calmly. The so-called can't guarantee to help them get the inheritance, in fact, it is already promised to help them get the inheritance. Resistance is a dead end. Wang Xie continued, Muling Xie from the Ice and Snow Temple, Qin Hongluan and Zhang Lindao from the Dongfang Taoist Temple, these people are not simple. Although Yi Fan is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, he may not be able to inherit it under the eyes of these people. Oh, do you have a map? Qi Wei curiously took the map and examined it carefully. Only then did I know that Qi and Wang Xie were in a place called Ice and Snow Plateau at this time. In addition to the Ice and Snow Plateau in the north, there are also the Qingfeng Plain in the east, the Misty Forest in the west, and the Gobi Volcano in the south. The intersection of the four regions is what Wang Xie called the Central Region. It is rumored that the Central Territory is the private domain of the Dragon Emperors of all dynasties. If the inheritance still exists, it is probably hidden in the Central Territory. Wang Xie speculated. Qi Wei nodded slightly. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. If Yi Fan can get the inheritance and take the initiative to hand over the inheritance under the control of the Soul Leech, this is naturally good. But just in case, you still have to work hard yourself. So, our next step should be to go to the central domain. Try to see if we can find the inheritance first. Wang Xie began to plan the route and make a detailed plan for it. Qi Wei listened quietly, but felt a little suspicious in her heart. She felt that Wang Xie's transformation was too smooth. Just being frightened by her, and then seduced by her, Wang Xie surrendered before the many torture methods she had prepared could be used. And even took out the map to please her, and offered to help her make a plan. This guy is too obedient, too sensible, right? Moreover, accepting Wang Xie's plan and walking according to the map provided by Wang Xie, invisibly means letting Wang Xie master the walking route. This made her a little uneasy. Wang Xie noticed her suspicious look, and asked directly, could it be that the master doesn't trust me? It's not that I don't believe it, Qi Wei looked at him. I just feel that you were domineering and proud before, but now you are so obedient, and you are not used to it for a while. Wang wrote, things are impermanent. People living in this world have to adapt to impermanent changes. I have taken your poison pill, and my life is completely in your hands. If you don't obey, it won't take long to be poisoned. Although this is miserable, it is already an unchangeable fact. Accept the fact, adapt to the new changes, and then try to pursue a decent and comfortable way of life in the new changes. This is my idea. So, now you are everything to me, I will help you, even curry favor with you, in the hope that you can make my life better. Otherwise, what should I do? Resist to the death, then be killed by you or be tortured by you? Torture, why bother? Qi savored his words carefully, and felt more and more that this guy was really a smart guy. But still, that sentence, she doesn't trust smart people too easily. But, after careful consideration, she accepted the map and route provided by Wang Xie. After all, she is a complete stranger to this world. You can't obviously have a map but don't use it, but just fumble around like a blind man, right? What's more, she wants Wang Xie to do many things in the future, and she always wants to give Wang Xie a chance to show her loyalty. Maybe now is the opportunity. Let's go, she said lightly. If you have always been so obedient, I will treat you well. Thank you, master, for your trust. Wang Xie saluted respectfully, but secretly sneered in his heart. As long as he gains Qiwei's initial trust, the plan will be half successful. Soon, he will make this woman pay back 10 times. This, quick, is about 10 minutes. Wang Xie followed the route marked on the map, neither fast nor slow, maintaining a seemingly normal speed. Along the way, he behaved well, treated Qiwei with great respect, he answered every question and obeyed every order. Even if he was a cow or a horse, he never disobeyed in the slightest. However, 10 minutes later, when Wang Xie led Qiwei past a snow cliff, he suddenly forcibly knocked away the 3 giant undead bears, leapt forward, and jumped down from that snow cliff. It's just a cliff, in the eyes of experts like Wang Xie and Qiwei, it's just a slightly higher threshold, and it's impossible to fall to death if you jump off it. Qiwei was shocked, thinking that Wang Xie was going to run away, so she immediately went after. But after chasing to the edge of the cliff, she hesitated a little, but stopped. Logically speaking, with her cultivation base, there is no need to be afraid of this small cliff, let alone worry that she will be thrown to her death. In order to prevent Wang Xie from escaping, it seems that she should keep chasing. However, she soon realized that this was a trap. There are many dangerous places in the secret realm world. Even a powerful cultivator, if he falls into those dangerous places, he cannot escape death. Wang Xie knew more about the world than she did. Ruoya is a dangerous situation. She was impulsive and fell into a trap in the process of chasing Wang Xie. Wouldn't she be passive? She would not be so stupid. This little trick is also trying to harm her. I'm afraid it's a little too tender. What's more, he has already taken the poison elixir, and the poison will start to attack within 24 hours. If there is no antidote, he will die within 3 days. At that time, he will take the initiative to come to me, crying and begging me to take him in. Why should I go after him? Qiwei sneered. I have to say that she is really a very smart and difficult woman. Even in the face of this sudden situation, she was still terrifyingly calm. And know exactly that Wang Xie knows the world better than she does, and is more familiar with the terrain than she is. This is the right time and place for Wang Xie. But, I'm afraid she wouldn't think that besides the right time and place, Wang Xie also has people in. Suddenly, there is the sound of dragon chant resounding in the long-lost world. The pure white dragon appeared in the clouds and cold mist, and the ceramic scales reflected a luster that was more dazzling than snow in the sunlight. Then, the dragon slammed into the cliff with all its strength. Qiwei was shocked, and finally realized that things were very bad. But it's too late. Under the savage impact of Shenlong, the entire cliff collapsed in an instant. Before she had time to escape, she fell towards the bottomless cliff together with the dead and undead, the collapsed gravel and snow. She still fell for it. It turned out that the dragon girl was nearby, which she did not expect. And her previous conjecture was correct. This is really a Jedi. There was a thin layer of cold mist in the air. Cold. Incomparably cold. Unprecedented cold. Before falling to the bottom of the valley, Qiwei was already in the cold mist, feeling great danger. Under the extreme cold, the undead corpses were quickly frozen, and then died completely. Under that kind of cold air, even the energy of the undead could not be maintained. So Qiwei knew that if she continued like this, she would definitely die. So, she forcibly used energy to protect her heart veins, tried her best to move her body, and tried to get close to the cliff. Then, she found not far below, there is a raised foothold, and there is a mysterious cave. She has no hesitation and no choice. Use your utmost strength to break through the cold storm and rush into the cave. After doing all this, she is already weak and has no strength in her body. But the cold air in the cave is much weaker. After experiencing the extreme cold just now, she even felt a little warm. This means, she is saved. Wang Xie, this B*****, almost killed me. She cursed inwardly, thinking that if she meets Wang Xie next time, she will definitely not spare him easily. However, just as she was thinking this way, leisurely footsteps came from inside the cave. Wang Xie is here. At this moment, she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up, but Wang Xie appeared with a smirk on her face as if she had been waiting for her for a long time. Like a victor, he looked at her leisurely. How is it with a human body? It is exciting to resist the baptism of the cold fog that the White Dragon clan dared to resist when they were adults, isn't it? The so-called cold mist baptism is the coming-of-age ceremony of the White Dragon clan. It is said that only the White Dragon that goes up against the cold current from the bottom of the cliff and successfully resists the cold fog can be regarded as a real White Dragon, an adult and qualified White Dragon. The physique of the dragon race is naturally strong, and the body of the White Dragon is even more famous for its resistance to cold. Such a terrifying physical quality still needs to be practiced for a long time, and after countless failures, it is possible to resist the cold fog here. From this we can see how terrifying the cold fog here is. Wang Xie also learned about this from Bai Ji, and then thought of tricking Qi Wei over here. This matter is also a coincidence. At that time, he had just made an appointment with Dragon Girl to meet up in Beilong Valley. Then Qi Wei surrounded him with an army of dead bodies. He knew that the cold mist under the snow cliffs of White Dragon Valley was terrible, so he used his plan, pretending that the snake had surrendered, and tricked Qi Wei step by step, then jumped into the cliff filled with cold mist, luring Qi Wei to come and chase him. After all, although Qi Wei's cultivation base is not weak, it is just an ordinary human body, and it is definitely not able to resist the cold fog. And he has the sacred body of the Zulong, the body of the Dragon King. Although he is not a member of the Beilong clan, his physique is stronger than that of the real Beilong clansmen, and he is not afraid of the cold fog. Taking advantage of Onanate and taking advantage of the cold fog in the dangerous place, this is Wang Xie's right time and place. Qi Wei is not easily fooled and does not chase him. This was not what he expected, so he marched slowly and quietly at the beginning, and secretly asked the dragon girl to rush to the cliff to ambush and advance. Even if Qi Wei didn't chase him to jump off the cliff, she would be forced off the cliff by the dragon girl. There is the right time and place, and the cooperation of people. This is Wang Xie's right time, place and people. The right time, place and people are all in his hands, how can he not turn defeat into victory? At this time, the cave was quiet. Not only was Qi Wei not protected by the corpse army of the dead, but she was also seriously injured and extremely weak in order to resist the cold mist. But he is still in his prime, fully capable of holding Qi Wei's life in his palm. He was so forbearing before, but now he is finally going to get the fruit of victory, and return it to her tenfold. He smiled and walked towards her. Qi Wei was a little flustered, struggling to stand up. But she soon discovered that even if she could manage to stand up, it would not help. In the case of fighting alone, Wang Xie's strength is already stronger than her, and in a weak state, it is even more impossible for her to defeat Wang Xie. What's more, there is a vast cold mist outside the cave. In her current situation, it is impossible to resist the cold mist again, and there is nowhere to escape. Whether she wants to admit it or not, she is done. Now Wang Xie is fully capable of handling her easily, even killing her. Wang Xie will not be soft when necessary, she knows Wang Xie too well. So, it turns out that this cold fog was used for the baptism of the White Dragon clan before, no wonder it's so powerful. Instead of blaming Wang Xie for running away, she stood up, took the initiative to meet Wang Xie, and asked him with great concern, "Are you alright, or are you injured?" Wang Xie was amused by her reaction. Is this woman pretending to be stupid knowing that he has plotted against her still taking the initiative to please him? Can't you see that I jumped off the snow cliff on purpose this time and hurt you? Wang Xie made things clear on purpose. So what? Qi Wei looked at the vast cold fog outside the cave, and said. The fog outside is so thick, even if you want to go out, it must not be easy. Now that we are temporarily trapped in a dangerous place, we are also Tianya's fallen people, right? Why bother to tell who is right and who is wrong? Then, she withdrew her gaze, no longer looked at the cold fog, but looked at him nearby, and said leisurely. Didn't you just say that the world is impermanent no matter what the outcome is? Things are already like this. Of course I will respect reality and accept reality. Compared with when she was outside, her voice at this time was extremely soft, and her gaze at Wang Xie was also extremely gentle. It was like a lover's gaze, like a harmless little girl seeking support from a powerful man. As she said herself, she will accept reality. But the reality is, now she is weaker and Wang Xie is stronger. So she won't mess around, resist, or retaliate. She will listen to him, and even take the initiative to please him. Wang Xie smiled. Looking at her weak appearance, she felt that this chick was deliberately tempting him to commit a crime. She is really pretty. The most beautiful paladin in the West is not called for nothing. Heroic short hair, well-proportioned and fit figure, and that delicate face like an angel. No one can resist the temptation of angels. Especially when angels are weak. What's more, Wang Xie didn't need to restrain himself at all. He originally wanted to take revenge on her, originally wanted to give back to her 10 times the bullying he suffered earlier. Why should he restrain himself? Does the reality you mentioned include being bullied by me at will? He pushed her against the smooth cliff and looked at her with a smirk. Qi panicked a little, but her body leaned against his arms like a boneless one, and kissed his cheek actively. It's the first damn time again. Following her first training and first bullying by this guy, the record of her first kiss with a man was also taken away by Wang Xie. Even if it was just a kiss on the cheek, it was absolutely unimaginable for her before. But now she has to do it, there's no way she can't. Unless she wants to die. Did you forget that I said that in the eyes of women, you have always been very attractive, she said with a smile. So, if I am bullied by others, I will naturally find it difficult to accept, but those who want to bully me, if the person is you, this matter may not be very bad, right? Wang Xie's smile grew wider. Having said all this, what else can he say? Since she is so sensible. Then of course he wants to fulfill her. Wang Xie hugged her tightly. The black clothes on her body were messed up, and then slipped off her body. The wind is chilly, this time Qi really panicked. I'd like to be yours. She pursed her lips and looked at him pitifully, but I just got hit by the cold, and I'm still a little uncomfortable. Can you spare me for a while? What a soft and weak begging for mercy. Wang Xie thinks she looks so beautiful. However, it is impossible to spare her. A little uncomfortable now. Does he want to wait until Qi's strength recovers before fighting him again? This is nothing short of a joke. Not to mention, he was taking revenge on her, and he wanted to make her uncomfortable. Just like on the snow cliff, Qi once raised his chin, forced him to look up, and then deliberately teased and humiliated him. At this moment, Wang Xie sneered, grabbed her hair more violently, forced her to look up, and then, under her gaze, approached her viciously. On the snow cliff, she approached him like this, and then retreated deliberately as if playing him. This time, she couldn't move forward and retreat freely, and she wasn't qualified to move forward and retreat freely. Wang Xie kissed her easily. Qi struggled weakly, and did not dare to struggle. Wang Xie's revenge started with this kiss. Qi was extremely annoyed. This time she was really bullied to death. Her real first kiss was also taken away by Wang Xie. To make matters worse, there was more to be taken from her next. Her dignity, her chastity, and for a woman, everything that is precious about her will be ruthlessly trampled on by Wang Xie. But even if she knew she wanted to do this, what could she do? Fighting Wang Xie desperately, taking the opportunity to sneak attack Wang Xie. If she really still has the strength and energy at this moment, maybe it is really a good opportunity to assassinate Wang Xie. It's a pity that she doesn't even have the strength to hold a knife, so what about assassination? Or should she resist desperately, even commit suicide? If she was really just a simple girl with no experience in the world, maybe she would really be that stupid. But in fact, her soul has struggled in the netherworld for hundreds of years. How can the firmness in her heart be compared to that of an impulsive and ignorant little girl? Life is not necessarily the most expensive and important thing in the world. But at least it is much more important than the so-called physical purity. In order to keep the so-called pure body, he would not even take his life. This is too ridiculous, and he doesn't take his own life seriously. At least she would definitely not do such a stupid thing. Only alive. Only then will there be hope. Only then will there be the possibility of turning over again. Only by being alive can you do more things you want to do in the future. So, after a short period of annoyance and resignation, she quickly figured everything out and risked it all. Not only did she not struggle or resist, but she also tried her best to serve Wang Xie comfortably and make Wang Xie happy. In this way, at least she will suffer less, and it may even make Wang Xie let her go. The cold wind outside the cave is howling, and the two people hugging each other in the cave must be extremely warm. After a long, long time, Wang Xie was like a tired old cow, resting against a wall. Qi Wei's enthusiasm and cooperation. It's almost to a level that surprised him. He actually felt a little happy. Most of the anger that was suffocating in my heart disappeared because of this. But Qi Wei was even weaker, lying in his arms tenderly, not wanting to move, just whispering softly in his mouth, calling softly, "Husband and dear." That kind of appearance is really pitiful to me, it is extremely charming, and it also makes people feel distressed. But Wang Xie will not soften his heart because of this. Now the matter of revenge is almost done, and his anger has dissipated, but the real business has not yet been done. Qi Wei, I never like to hide things in my work, why don't we open the skylight now and speak honestly? Hearing this, Qi Wei actually wanted to hate him. She obviously has a lot of bad intentions, but she hides those intentions so deeply and deceives her so miserably. This guy is also embarrassed to say that he doesn't like to hide it. Is he an honest person? However, she won't say these embarrassing words. At this time, she just lay on his body, barely raised her head to look at him, and expressed that she was listening to him carefully with a cute look. Wang Xie stroked her smooth back slowly, as if stroking a clingy kitten, puppy, or other pet in his arms. He continued, "For the sake of your performance is indeed satisfactory, I can give you a chance to live. But from now on, you will be my slave." This is not Wang Xie's lust, or sudden desire to do this. But he had this intention from the beginning. On the one hand, Qi Wei is indeed very pretty, so staying by her side to play will relieve boredom. More importantly, she still has great use value. Qi Wei Doyle was born in the extremely prominent Doyle family in the West, and she is as close as a sister to the daughter of the Archbishop of the Western Temple. If you can be taken as a slave, even took Roman together. This kind of influence can almost call the wind and rain in the West. With these two chicks in his hands, half of the West is basically in his hands. It is not impossible to control the entire West with these two chicks as the starting point in the future. He thought very clearly that the so-called struggle with the son of Heavenly Tao would actually turn into a struggle for Blue Star resources and power in the final analysis. Blue Star is only so big, the more power and influence he has, the less room for the son of Heavenly Tao to develop. If the Western Temple is under his control, any son of Heavenly Tao will never be able to live in the West. If the Eastern Temple and the Northern Temple are also controlled by him in some way, then the entire Blue Star is almost his world. Going around all over the world looking for the son of Heavenly Tao, pressing this one to death, another one jumped out, this is too passive and too troublesome. Weak children only need to develop wretchedly, and cut leaks one by one. In the future, his strength will become stronger and stronger, and it would be too unreasonable to slowly cut leaks. And Qi Wei was his first step in extending his black hand into the West. Black's collar appeared in Wang Xie's hand and placed in front of Qi Wei. Qi Wei remained calm, carefully observing the necklace that looked like an ornament. If this is just a game, or if Wang Xie just wants to humiliate her. She doesn't mind playing the role of a slave, without dignity, being bullied by him like a plaything at will. However, this is obviously not a game. From her vision, it is obvious that the circle-shaped thing is a divine weapon, and it may contain quite terrifying evil power. If you don't wear that weird collar, maybe you still have the possibility to turn over. Once you put it on, it's really over. Isn't it good to keep it like this? She looked at him tenderly. I would like to be your woman, even your concubine, and, you know, I actually like you very much. It's hard for a person to be cruel to someone who likes own. Especially when a man listens to a delicate and big beauty confess to him, saying that he likes him very much. Most men must be very hard to be cruel. However, Wang Xie knew that if this chick from the netherworld became ruthless, she would never be inferior to him. Therefore, even if she really likes him, he will still be cruel. Do you think you have room to bargain? Wang Xie grinned, picked up Black's collar, and put it around her neck. It is impossible for Qi to have the strength to resist. But who said resistance must require strength? Could it be that you forgot that you also ate one of my poison pills? Qi smiled and said, Wang Xie, I really admire you. Few men can make me admire so much. So, even if you just pushed me to the ground, I don't blame you. I don't hate you, because that is what the winner deserves. You have this qualification, and I am also convinced. But if you insist on pushing me, I'm going to die, and the unique antidote to the poison pill, even if you search all over the blue star, it is impossible to find it. At that time, you will die too. Speaking of this, her voice suddenly became much colder, and her originally weak expression also became strong. Wang Xie laughed. He really appreciates her a little bit now. In a situation like Qiwei's, whether it's blindly weak and submissive, or blindly resisting, she will never obey. It's all pretty stupid. But Qiwei always remained calm in despair, and when she didn't touch the bottom line, she obediently obeyed and fought for more opportunities for herself. After touching the real bottom line, he bravely resisted. In such a weak state, he still advances and retreats without any panic. This woman is really kind of nice. But, relying on these alone, still can't escape his clutches. Moreover, he is more interested in her now, wants to conquer her more, and wants her to submit even more. That poisonous pill is indeed a bit special, maybe no one can decipher it except you. But, Wang Xie said with an evil smile, don't you wonder why I can refine soul leeches like Prince Kate? Qi frowned. She was really curious about this, but the soul leech is not a unique secret method. Apart from Prince Kate mastery, there are many people in the netherworld who also use this method well. She originally thought that Wang Xie might have learned this method through others due to some chance. But at this moment, things don't seem to be simple. Because I killed him. No, to be precise, I should have absorbed everything from him, so I learned all his methods. If you want to threaten me with poisonous pills, do you think I will let you become my body's nourishment? Wang Xie's smile became more cold-blooded and evil. At the same time, a vortex of suction appeared in his palm. Demon power gluttony. Qi finally understood everything, her face turned pale instantly. Demon power gluttony. It turned out that Wang Xie still possessed this evil cultivation technique. It is said that after being absorbed by Teodi, all her memories and energy will be taken away. If Wang Xie had her memory and her skill, he would naturally be able to refine the antidote to the poison pill by himself. So, her so-called threats are just a joke to Wang Xie. This means, this time she was completely finished. If she continued to resist, Wang Xie would swallow her with magic power at worst, and there would be no loss at all. At the same time, she finally understood why Wang Xie was so bold. The so-called being caught by her and taking her poison pill, all of this is nothing more than a play Wang Xie put on to trick her. Never for a moment, Wang Xie was controlled by her. Now she is even more constrained by Wang Xie's various means. The only choice is to surrender completely, obediently become Wang Xie's slave, and let Wang Xie control and trample on her. There is no other way to go other than this, and there is no room for struggle. As a result, she also felt sincere despair for the first time, and a little fear came from it. How is it, are you still planning to resist now? Wang Xie calmed down and looked at him quietly. He was in no rush. He just wanted her to think of a way quietly, and then smashed her way little by little, as well as her pride and confidence. Qi pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time. Then she raised her head, looked at Wang Xie, and suddenly smiled. Wang Xie, you are really amazing. I have struggled in the darkness of the netherworld for hundreds of years, and I have encountered countless dangers, but there has never been a single time that has made me as embarrassed and hopeless as today. Actually, many masters in this world don't understand strategy. The stronger they are, the more stupid they are. Because the stronger they are, the more arrogant they are, and they don't allow others to disobey in the slightest. They are even more unwilling to bow their heads to others, let alone surrender. So, even though I was not strong enough at that time, as long as I was willing to use my brain, I could always set up a scheme to kill someone stronger than me. But you are very different. I have never seen a guy like you. He is obviously very capable, but he is not arrogant in doing things. In order to win the victory more smoothly, he even put down his dignity and became my prisoner. You are so shameless and despicable, you are so cautious when facing the enemy, and you are even more shameless in order to win, so I admire you very much." With a smile on her face, Wang Xie accepted her compliment very graciously. Although this kind of praise is more like cursing. But having said so much, don't you still have to surrender? However, just when Wang Xie was thinking this way, something unexpected happened. Qi threw herself into his arms, and said with a smile, "But, if I die, what can you do to me?" After all, she took his hand and gently placed it on On's forehead. Teoti's magic power is still in operation. She is almost committing suicide. Actually is not like those arrogant strong men, she would rather die than bow her head. But after living for 100 years, she understands a truth very clearly. People live to do things. Being able to do things makes life meaningful. If you are completely desperate, completely controlled by others without a trace of freedom, unable to live for yourself, unable to do what you want to do, what is the point of living like this? Death is not terrible. If the soul is immortal, it is just going to another world to start a new life. If the soul is also extinguished, it is just a dreamless sleep that will never wake up. What is there to be afraid of? So when the time of death was approaching, she was smiling at this moment. Although Wang Xie had won her, she didn't lose too badly after all, and she didn't surrender to him. Wang Xie frowned slightly. It's really unexpected that this chick is so stubborn. But soon he understood why she was not even afraid of death. Under the operation of the magic power, many memories belonging to her began to be learned by him. A few hundred years ago, Blue Star's spiritual chi hadn't awakened yet, but it wasn't as peaceful as it is today. In order to compete for resources, many places are fighting. Amidst the flurry of artillery fire, this woman's life and family were destroyed. Then her spirit went to the netherworld, which is a more brutal place. Kill. In order to survive and to be strong, he devoured other souls. Lonely. Not a single soul body in Undead Mountain is trustworthy, and the survival of all soul bodies is at the cost of killing other soul bodies. In the video compiled by memory, Wang Xie looked at it and couldn't find even a single frame that was bright. It wasn't until she reincarnated from the netherworld that she met Roman. She and her childhood sweetheart have been best friends since childhood. It was a woman who was like the embodiment of light, like an angel in heaven. Kindness, innocence, and warmth healed her constantly. Perhaps this is the only light in her heart, and the only softness left in her heart. Wang Xie saw this clearly, and suddenly smiled. Long ago, a hammer met a lock. It wanted to open the lock, so it smashed and smashed, but it couldn't break the lock with great effort. Later, a long, thin key came. The key was inserted into the lock, and with a slight turn, the lock was opened. The hammer was puzzled, so he asked the key, "Why can you open the lock so easily?" The key said, "Because I know her heart better than you." There is also a lock in everyone's heart. Wang Xie had been hitting with a hammer before, but now he has the key. Because he knew her heart. At this moment, Qi slightly closed her eyes, smiling peacefully. She's ready for a long, long sleep. But Wang Xie was like a devil, whispering in her ear, "After you die, I will make Roman a slave. Let her serve me instead of you." Qi suddenly froze. She is so proud that she would rather die than truly surrender. But this time Wang Xie only said one sentence, and all her pride, reserve, and composure all disappeared. Roman. That was the only warmth left in her heart, the only concern she had in this world. The only thing she still wants to do in life is to protect Roman and be with Roman. This time she came to the secret realm to compete for the inheritance of Longyuan, including being an enemy with Wang Xie, also because she felt that the inheritance of Longyuan might solve a big problem hidden in Roman. It is impossible for her to allow someone to hurt Roman. No, don't hurt her. She opened her eyes. If others threatened like this, she wouldn't care. But she knew how despicable and terrifying Wang Xie was. But Wang Xie continued, "I thought you could be of some use, but if you are so uncooperative, forget it anyway. To me, making Roman into a slave seems to be a better plan. After all, she is in the West. She has a very special position, and secretly controlling her must be of great benefit to me. Don't do that to her. I am willing to be your slave. It is the same if you want me to be a slave. I can help you do things." She was so proud, but at this moment she knelt at his feet and begged him bitterly, "Please, please accept me as a slave." Wang Xie sneered disdainfully, Take you, I'm sorry, I'm not very interested now. But there are some things that Roman can't do well. She is too simple. Even if you have a way to make her surrender, there are many unsightly and evil things, and it will be difficult for her to help you do well. If I submit to you, as long as it is your order, no matter it is justice or evil, no matter whether it is going up the mountain of swords or going down into the sea of fire, I can help you do everything. At this time, she not only wanted to be a slave, but also tried her best to sell herself, praying that Wang Xie would like her and take her in. Wang Xie looked down at her, silent. She knelt in the most respectful posture, for fear of causing him any dissatisfaction. Wang Xie threw a collar on the ground and said calmly, "Put it on yourself. Anyway, if you behave badly, I can change my mind at any time." After speaking, he left. Thank you, master." Chiwei bowed to his back, then took the initiative to pick up the collar, and quickly put it on On's neck. I'm afraid that Wang Xie will take back the chance to reward her. The system binds her soul. From this moment on, she belonged to him and could never be betrayed. The subsystem is bound to Chiwei's soul. No matter how stubborn Chiwei was, she was finally subdued. At the same time, a pleasant notification sound came from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for subduing Chiwei. It was detected that Chiwei Doyle is one of the helpers of the next Heavenly Dao's son, Wu Ming. Wu Ming's luck dropped by 10,000, and the host got 30,000 value. The name of the next Heavenly Dao's son is Wu Ming. Wang Xie raised his brows and thought to himself, could it be the leader Dage? If the system hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about the leader, Dage. At the beginning, 3 people appeared on Heavenly Dao's hidden treasure book, namely, Prince Kate, Chiwei, and the mysterious Dage. According to the memory he got from Prince Kate, Chiwei and the leader Dage knew each other. Are you familiar with Wu Ming? Wang Xie asked lightly. Wu Ming, Chiwei was slightly startled, and soon realized that the Wu Ming mentioned by Wang Xie could only be that weird guy, so you also know that prophet. Prophet, Wang Xie said calmly, what did he predict? He said that if the world runs in the right way, all races and creatures will have a good ending in the future. But now the world is heading in a wrong direction, and some heroes are needed to correct the mistakes. Otherwise, people will be ruined. Blue Star, the 3 realms, all living beings will be completely destroyed. Chiwei said, actually, I have never believed what he said, and I always feel that he is a bit distracted. But Kate believes in him very much, and always promises to do something for him. Wang Xie smiled. Of course Prince Kate believes him. Because Prince Kate is one of those so-called heroes. But looking at it this way, that guy named, no name, seems to be the son of a behind-the-scenes type of Heavenly Dao. Likes to hide behind the scenes, and achieves the purpose of owning by controlling or using many capable people. Perhaps according to the original trajectory of fate, Chiwei will eventually be used by the prophet for some reason to help the prophet complete a certain plan. Maybe that prophecy is true too. Prophets really have the ability to predict the future. In the not-too-distant future, the entire Blue Star, and even the 3 realms, and everyone will be destroyed together. Wang Xie shook his head, thinking that this kind of thing sounded a little nonsense. What's more, things need to be done one by one. Now that he is in the secret realm, it is enough to handle the things in the secret realm. The next son of Heavenly Dao, or what the prophet predicted, is not worth caring about now. Let's go, it's time for us to get out of here, he said to Chiwei. At this time, the cold fog and snow outside the cave were still heavy. Feeling the piercing chill, Chiwei frowned, and looked at him weakly. The cold fog is so strong, how can we get out? Hold me, Wang wrote. Oh. Chiwei was a little shy, but she didn't question Wang Xie's words at all, and hugged him obediently. After all, in this cave, more intimate things happened between her and Wang Xie. Every inch of her body has been touched by Wang Xie. What is the so-called hug? What's more, Wang Xie is her master now. Wang Xie didn't speak, and carried her out of the cave, and jumped into the cold mist. That cold fog is really scary. In the biting cold, Chiwei's small body shivered. But Wang Xie's body was still hot, as if he was not afraid of the severe cold. So, she involuntarily hugged her even tighter, making On's body stick closer to him, and her beautiful cheeks were also pressed against his chest. Feeling the heat of his body at this moment, she couldn't help but feel some enjoy. Nobody doesn't like warmth in severe cold. If you don't think about it, Wang Xie made her a bit miserable today. His good looks, his strong body, and his various abilities all make her like him. Wang Xie, however, was a little itchy by her unintentional movements, looked down at the chick, and said to herself, "It's really troublesome. Are you so afraid of the cold?" But in order to prevent the servant he had just received from freezing to death, he speeded up, passed through the cold fog in the shortest time, and fell into the snow-capped canyon. This is the White Dragon Valley, the hometown of the White Dragon tribe thousands of years ago. Bai Ji stood alone in the snow. When she saw Wang Xie appear, her eyes lit up immediately, and she walked quickly. Seeing Bai Ji approaching, Qi Wei blushed slightly. She's still a little uncomfortable with Owen's new identity. She is now Wang Xie's servant, Wang Xie's plaything. Or can it be considered a woman? The problem is, Bai Ji is really Wang Xie's woman. Even if it wasn't the most authentic one, she would definitely be more favored than her, and her status in Wang Xie's heart was much higher than hers. After seeing her, Bai Ji knew that she slept with Wang Xie. Would she make things difficult for her? Should be. Women are animals that like to be teased. Therefore, she kept a little distance from Wang Xie quietly, lowered her head obediently, and put on a humble posture that she was just a servant and would never dare to compete for favor. But to her surprise, after Bai Ji approached, instead of showing any intention of being jealous, she respectfully saluted Wang Xie and said, "Congratulations, Dragon Emperor, for successfully recovering Qi Wei." Wang Xie also found her reaction quite amusing, and said with a smile, "You never seem to be jealous." Because Bai Ji has always understood that it is Bai Ji's luck to follow the Dragon Emperor and become the Dragon Emperor's concubine. She dare not make any other demands, nor should she. She lowered her head slightly, softly said loudly. Wang Xie smiled, stretched out his hand to lift her delicate chin, looked at the tenderness in her eyes, and exclaimed, "Now you seem to be more obedient than Lin Ruochu." Sister Lin sometimes likes to play petty temper, but she has deep affection for her master. Bai Ji is not as good as hers in many aspects, so I dare not compare with my sister. These remarks are by no means intended to be obedient or humble. Because she really feels that being able to follow Wang Xie is a kind of luck, and she also really feels that she still has many shortcomings. And she knew that at this moment, Lin Ruochu might be doing something very important for Wang Xie. Qi Wei on the side was a little dumbfounded. In her eyes, Bai Ji's strength is extremely strong, maybe even stronger than Wang Xie, and has reached above the Zun level, comparable to some real senior palace masters. However, such a powerful woman is submissive and obedient in front of Wang Xie. What made it even more difficult for her to understand was that this kind of obedience did not seem to be out of fear, nor did it seem to be forced, but more like willingness. When Bai Ji looked at Wang Xie, his eyes were extremely gentle, even filled with unspeakable joy and admiration. But why? Wang Xie, this guy is obviously bad. Qi Wei couldn't help but feel a little curious. Just when she thought Wang Xie was bad, the scoundrel Wang Xie, as expected, hugged her and Bai Ji together openly. Qi Wei's face turned red again, a little twitchy, but she didn't dare to resist. Bai Ji was a little shy, but obediently leaned closer to Wang Xie. Black and white skirts fluttered in the cold wind. The princess of the White Dragon clan, the daughter of the noble Doyle family in the Western continent, is now very obedient in his arms. According to the plan, we can go to Zhongyu now. Wang Xie said lightly. He thought, with two girls by his side, at least the journey would not be lonely. However, just when Wang Xie was about to go to the central realm, a purple light shot up into the sky in a distant place, and a great change suddenly happened in the secret realm world. The temperature on the ice and snow plateau is a bit cold. As a very considerate gentleman, in order not to let the girls freeze. So Wang Xie was very generous and hugged the two together. And just when he was about to leave the valley with the beauty in his arms, a ray of purple light shot up into the sky from an extremely distant place. Accompanied by that purple light, there is a shocking dragon chant. Then, an old and resonant voice announced an astonishing news to the people in this world. After 10,000 years of waiting, the figure of the candidate for the Dragon King finally appeared on this long-lost land. The dust-laden mechanism has been triggered, and the trial of the Dragon King will be opened. Those who pass the test will be obtained the inheritance of the previous Dragon Emperor and become the 17th Emperor of 10,000 dragons of my Dragon clan. The voice fell, but the lingering sound and the purple light that soared into the sky did not disperse. The purple ray piercing the sky like a sword seemed to be telling everyone that the test is where the purple ray is. The trial of the Dragon Emperor. Can you get the inheritance after passing the trial test? Wang Xie raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself, this so-called trial should be triggered by Yi Fan, the son of Heavenly Tao. He really deserves to be the son of Heavenly Tao. For so many years, many people have entered the secret realm, but no one has ever found out where the inheritance is. When he first came here, he triggered the mysterious mechanism by shit luck, which opened the trial, and the inheritance of Longyuan. It will also appear because of this. However, these were as early as Wang Xie expected. It is precisely because he knew this would happen that he saved Yi Fan's life until now. Then, he rushed to the location of the purple light. Estimated from the location, Ziguang is about in the middle domain. A purple light shot up into the sky, and a mysterious voice announced that the trial of the Dragon King would start. This news was only expected for Wang Xie, but for the others in the secret realm, it was nothing less than a shocking change, making everyone excited beyond words. After all, this is something that has never been done before. The inheritance will definitely appear after the trial, which means that including them, among all the people who enter the secret realm this time, one person will definitely get the inheritance. Therefore, at this time, whether it is the people who were teleported to the ice and snow plateau, or the people who were teleported to the Gobi volcano or the Qingfeng plain, anyone who could see the purple light stopped their original exploration and rushed to the area where the purple light was. Only the Lin sisters are an exception. In a valley in Qingfeng plain. The air here is fresh and the climate is pleasant. The green grass under your feet is shining, and the flowers are blooming. Lin Miok looked at the purple light rising into the sky, and said restlessly. The trial of the Dragon Emperor has already started. The trial must be very interesting, sister. Are you sure we want to stay here and not help Mr. Husband? Husband must have gone to the place of trial. Lin Ruochu sat cross-legged on the lawn, but didn't even look at the purple light, and said indifferently, on the side of the trial, it's enough to have my husband and Bai Ji. Let's help him do that big thing in peace here. Just helping him. But, it's so boring here. Lin Miok said. Actually what she wants to say is. A place without Wang Xie is so boring. She misses Wang Xie. Then do you want to only care about yourself and have fun, or do you really want to help him and share his worries? Lin Ruochu asked. I hope to help him. Lin Miok was persuaded by her words. So I no longer looked at that purple light, and no longer expected any interesting things in the Dragon King's trial ground. When we finish that thing, he will be very happy. Maybe I will return be rewarded. Lin Ruochu cast a sideways glance at her, seeing that she was obviously a bit of a nympho. Are you thinking about a reward or a man? Lin Miaoke was suddenly embarrassed. She really didn't plan to ask for any kind of reward. She just wanted Wang Xie to spend more time with her. This is the best reward. However, it is a bit embarrassing to have your mind exposed like this. In this respect, I'm afraid my sister is not worse than me at all. Besides, what my sister is doing is so important. The master will definitely reward you well after it is done. She made a joke like a counterattack, and ran away with a smile. Lin Ruochu didn't chase her, nor could he. Because right beside her, a strange seed was buried. This is the 7th hour since she planted the seed after she came to the secret realm, and that strange seed has already taken root and germinated quickly. In the next few days, she must guard that seed, water that seed with energy, and stay close. Lin Miok didn't run too far. She left the valley, intending to get some food nearby. It is inconvenient for my sister to go out of the valley, so she is naturally responsible for the task of finding food. This kind of work is somewhat boring. It's a pity that she can't be with Wang Xie after entering the secret realm. But, on the way, he used the system to communicate with the sisters of the Lin family once, and he knew that the progress there was smooth and the seeds were growing well. Only when he got close did he realize that the light was not narrow and small, neither a sword nor a laser. On the contrary, it is more like a ray of light falling from the 9 heavens, covering a piece of earth in the world. This is the Dragon Emperor's palace, the residence of the Dragon Emperor, and it is also a very powerful magic treasures. Bai Ji looked at the palace and said, it is really possible that the inheritance is in the Dragon Emperor's palace. This matter is very important to him. Thinking in this way, she looked at the purple light in the distance. Even if she was doing some boring work, she didn't feel so boring anymore. At this time, Ziguang's position was approaching. At first, I just wanted to be a little servant, and I thought it would be fine as long as I could be by the master's side. I didn't expect I'm almost going to be a regular wife. On the land shrouded in purple light, there stands a palace of purple gold. The gate of the palace has been opened. Lin Miok reckoned that if she had to classify the task she was doing now would definitely be of the wife level. 6 hours later, Wang Xie rushed to Zhongyu from the ice and snow plateau. Master said that seed is extremely important, even more important than the inheritance of Long Yuan in Legendary, and even he only has one. I will not disappoint my master's love and trust. Being able to gain the trust of a regular wife naturally proves that in Wang Xie's heart, she is almost the same as a regular wife. Seen from a very far distance, the purple light soaring to the sky looks like a narrow and thin light, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. Or, that's like a laser beam shot into the sky. He let me participate in such an important task. The master really trusts Miaoke very, very much. The palace is tall and majestic, and under the shroud of purple's divine light, it looks like a heavenly palace. Inside the palace, there is another universe. Wang Xie took Qi Wei and Bai Ji into the palace, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The warm sea breeze is blowing head-on, and the blue ocean is connected with the blue sky. On the soft sand, there are some dead sea beasts. There are many traces of battle left on the ground. Obviously, many people have been here, and the sea beast blocking the way has been killed. But there was no smell of blood in the air. Those corpses were condensed by the energy in the palace. After death, it slowly faded and disappeared, turned into energy again, and returned to the palace itself. If you regard the trial of the Dragon Emperor as a kind of checkpoint test, the first area, or the first checkpoint, has already been passed by people. So the surroundings seemed empty, and no one would stay in this battlefield that had been mopped up. Except for the young girl on the beach. She was alone, her figure was cold and lonely, she was a little bored and killed the sea beast soldiers who appeared from time to time. But I don't know why I don't go forward, I don't know what I am waiting for. Wang Xie felt that the girl's back looked familiar, so she leaned forward. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the girl turned around, and when she saw Wang Xie and Qi Wei, she was slightly taken aback. Her eyes, which were somewhat empty, revealed a gleam of surprise. Wang Xie, Qi Wei, it's you. She rushed over happily. Because this chick is none other than Roman. Others are moving forward, why are you staying here alone? Wang Xie looked at her wonderingly. Originally, I wanted to go forward, but there is no one to accompany me on the road, so it would be too boring. Roman said, this is obviously the starting point of the Dragon Palace trial. I thought that Ruo Qiwei would also come, so I should be able to join her, so I waited for her here. I didn't expect you to come together. Wang Xie smiled. She thought there was something special about this chick. The inheritance of Longyuan came first, and others were in a hurry, for fear that the inheritance would be snatched away by others. At this juncture, she actually had to wait for Qiwei. And in the cave in the White Dragon Valley, Qiwei was not even afraid of death. Hearing that he was going to attack Roman, she immediately gave in and begged for mercy. The relationship between this pair of sisters is really not ordinary and deep. Why don't they all be mine? Let them kiss each other more in the future. Naturally, Roman didn't know what Wang Xie was thinking. When she saw Qiwei and Wang Xie standing together, the smile on her face suddenly became wider, and she said enthusiastically, Wang Xie is more interesting than you in terms of friends. Actually, I originally went with Miss Mu Lingshe from the Ice and Snow Palace. We got along well on the road, but after entering the Dragon Palace together, some people in the Ice and Snow Palace became unhappy. After thinking about it, I realized that they should be worried that if they encounter a treasure in front of them, I will snatch it from them. There's nothing wrong with that, it's only natural to be wary of others for the sake of profit. But Wang Xie is very different, you even brought Qiwei along with you. It's really enough, friends, thank you for helping me take care of Sister Qiwei on the way. There was a gap between them and Wang Xie. That night outside the courtyard, she had apologized to him and obtained his forgiveness. She kissed his hand, and from that moment he was her friend. But now Wang Xie and Bai Ji actually brought Qiwei with them, as if they regarded Qiwei as their own. From Roman's point of view, of course Wang Xie is a friend who is helping her. Wang Xie smiled. He took Qiwei as a servant, but Roman actually thanked him, saying that he was a good enough friend. He really wanted to know what Qiwei thought about this matter, so he looked at Qiwei calmly. Qiwei knew that Roman had misunderstood. She swears that she really wants to reveal the truth and tell Roman that Wang Xie is a very difficult and very bad villain. Beware of him, be careful of him, stay away from him. Otherwise, sooner or later, she will be forced to have nowhere to go, kneeling as a slave like her. However, facing Wang Xie's malicious gaze, she dared not do so. After all, Wang Xie promised her that she would not deal with Roman. At this time, it was just a normal chat with Roman, and he didn't do anything excessive. If she reveals the truth carelessly, it will make Wang Xie angry. What should Wang Xie do to deal with Roman? She didn't think Roman had any chance of winning against Wang Xie, a despicable, vicious and powerful man. So, meeting Wang Xie's gaze, she said in a very sensible way, Lord I mean Wang Xie, thanks to him on the road, he really took care of me, he is a great, good man. Wang Xie thought to himself, I became a slave and still praised me as a good person, it seems that Qi Wei is really getting better and better. Roman didn't understand why Qi Wei wanted to say the Lord. But obviously, Qi Wei also thinks that Wang Xie is a good person. Her vision is really not bad, Wang Xie is really great, very likable. Then how about letting me join, let's explore the Dragon Palace together. She took Wang Xie's hand, acting like a spoiled child. Brother Wang Xie, you even accepted Qi Wei, so you can't stop accepting me and leave me alone. What she said was obviously about accepting her into the team. But I don't know if this girl is teasing Wang Xie on purpose or not. That demeanor, that tone of voice, was a bit intriguing. Wang Xie thought evilly, don't worry, I will definitely accept you when I finish my work on the secret realm. Then I will let you be like Qi Wei. He is serious about this. After all, sooner or later his hand will reach out to the west, and Roman and Qi Wei are the best entry points. But this matter is not urgent now, so he kept his composure and asked curiously, what do you plan to do about the inheritance? Simple, if we can succeed, how about a split? In this regard, she is as free and easy as a man. Of course, if you really need the inheritance, it will be yours after you get it. But you have to give me some good things to make up for it. Wang Xie looked at her in surprise. Inheritance is the only one in the world. I'm afraid it will be irreplaceable by other treasures, don't you feel that you are at a disadvantage? If I face others, I will definitely not take this loss. But you are my friend. You are the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, you should be more in need of inheritance than me. She murmured softly, and what I want, even if it is inherited, it may not be able to solve it. What's more, she secretly glanced at Wang Xie, her face turned red for some reason. Let's say what? Wang Xie asked her suspiciously. It's nothing. Her eyes were a little flustered, she didn't dare to look at Wang Xie anymore, but her face turned redder. This chick is weird, Wang Xie thought to himself. He had seen some of Qi Wei's memories, and although he didn't see much in his memory at the time, he also vaguely knew something about Roman. According to Qi Wei's memory, Roman seems to be in some trouble, and the power of inheritance may help her solve that trouble. In front of me, is it so easy to talk? But why? God just let me meet the person I like, and make me nostalgic for the world, it's really nerve-wracking. Since it's the last, she looked at Wang Xie and said to herself, you really should cherish it. Roman looked up at the sky, half sad and half happy in his heart. Wang Xie was a little confused by her. I really don't know how the drama of the sheep falling in love with the wolf will end. But why? Now she gave up the inheritance so easily and said that if I need it, she will give it to me. Wang Xie is so scary. It's too late for her to want Roman to stay away from him now, but Roman wants to send him off. I also thought that I would eventually leave freely in the near future. The issue is, this is exactly the purpose of Roman's coming here, and it is also the reason why Qi Wei was determined to be his enemy before. How can my girlfriend's thoughts be hidden from her eyes? Wang Xie, wait for me, don't go so fast. She started to chase Wang Xie. So from a long time ago, she knew that she would not have too much time in the world. And all she can do is play in the world. Qi Wei looked at these quietly, feeling a little troubled. If that matter can't be resolved, maybe the trip to the secret realm will also be my last trip to freedom. Therefore, she is very free and easy. She knew that she was in trouble since she was very young, and she understood better than Qi Wei that it was a trouble that was almost unsolvable. What will happen when the sheep falls in love with the wolf? What else can it be? It must be bloody. After all, it's the sheep falling in love with the wolf, not the wolf falling in love with the sheep. Wang Xie, that guy will definitely eat Roman until there is no bone left. Let Roman fall completely, even make Roman a slave, lose his freedom forever, and never stand up. No, it won't work like this. Qi Wei felt that, as Roman's best friend and Roman's best friend, she absolutely couldn't just watch Roman jump into the fire pit. You have to think of a way. Even if it's necessary to betray the master. In her heart, Roman is undoubtedly the most important. She was willing to surrender to Wang Xie, and it was all because she was worried about Roman. Therefore, she would not allow Roman to be hurt anyway. Not even Wang Xie. However, she just had this thought when the black collar lit up. Dark fires burned her soul. This is the subsystem's punishment for her. Qi Wei's face turned pale immediately. Seeing that Qi Wei's expression was not right, Bai Ji knew what had happened. Once upon a time, she was so stubborn and suffered a lot. Actually, is not said to be stubborn is definitely not good, and it is not right to be persistent. But now she knows that the stubbornness against Wang Xie will most likely prove to be wrong afterwards. The so-called suffering is mostly asking for trouble. Seeing Qi Wei at this time, she couldn't help but think of her past self, and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic towards her. Are you worried about Roman? She asked. It doesn't seem to be your business. Qi Wei sneered, heartbroken by the demon fire. She is in a bad mood now. I just want to tell you that your worry may be unnecessary. Bai Ji said. I can't be as obedient as you are in everything. Qi Wei shook her head. That's because you don't know him well enough. Bai Ji said. Qi Wei frowned, not knowing what she wanted to say. If there was no master, I would have died a long time ago, and I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. About a month ago, I was extremely weak, and I couldn't even maintain my physical shape. I could only stay in a dark ring all day long, struggling like an ant with a trace of pitiful delusions. Now, I can see a different landscape. The sea breeze was blowing her hair, and at this time she was full of energy. Compared with before, she is really very different. In the past, whether she was Lu Yuanji's master or a princess of the White Dragon clan, she was actually just a poor little girl who was abandoned by time and couldn't go home, a poor little girl who wanted to find her home. Her biggest dream is to find her former home. And now, the homeland is at her feet, although her old friends are gone, but her eyes are already detached from the homeland, detached from the world. So what if you find your old friend in your home? So what if the dragon race is strong? Under heavenly Tao, everyone is like ants. After 10,000 years, there will be another big reshuffle. And following Wang Xie, then you will be able to fight against the sky and seek the real way of liberation. Wang Xie not only strengthened her body, but also strengthened her mind, broadened her vision, and even sublimated her soul. She only started to grow up after meeting Wang Xie. So, I always thought that I was very lucky to meet the master. He is the only true God in my mind. Then she withdrew her gaze from looking at the blue sky, and looked at Qi Wei again. Perhaps one day, when you truly obey him, treat him as the true God and your destination, serve him wholeheartedly, worship him, trust him, even believe in him, your luck will come. And everything you wanted before will become available at your fingertips. Having said this, Bai Ji stopped. What she had to say was over. Qi Wei was shocked and speechless, silent for a long time and did not speak again. She really did not expect that such a powerful and proud dragon girl as Bai Ji would worship Wang Xie to such an extent. She's just a little girl. What kind of magical power does Wang Xie have to make Bai Ji so obsessed? And from Bai Ji's point of view, she was still very weak a month ago. It only took Wang Xie a month to make Bai Ji so strong. How is this possible? Qi Wei couldn't help but become more curious about Wang Xie. As Bai Ji said before, she really doesn't know him at all. Before, she seemed to have nothing but knowing that Wang Xie was strong, extremely cautious in doing things, and extremely shameless in order to win. Now it seems that Wang Xie's abilities in many aspects are beyond her imagination. Wait, unimaginable ability? Qi Wei seemed to have grasped the point suddenly. In Bai Ji's description, he is like an omnipotent true god. Bai Ji was very weak before, but was saved by Wang Xie. If he really has many abilities that I can't imagine, is it possible that Wang Xie can easily solve the seemingly unsolvable trouble on Roman's body? So she's actually hinting at me. At the same time, Bai Ji's previous words echoed in her mind again. Perhaps one day, when you truly obey him, treat him as the true God and your destination, serve him wholeheartedly, worship him, trust him, even believe in him, your luck will come. And everything you wanted before will become available at your fingertips. Qi Wei's eyes lit up. Luck will come, and everything you desire will be within your reach. She must be hinting at me. She could no longer contain her own mood, approached Bai Ji again, and asked seriously, is what you just said true? Can I really get what I want? Bai Ji looked at her lightly, shook his head and said, I can't make any guarantees on behalf of the master, I was just talking about my own experience just now. However, if you really have a special wish, follow the master, at least you can have more hope, especially when you have no way to do it. Why not embrace hope? This sentence awakened Qi. Yeah, why wouldn't she embrace hope? The trouble with Roman was almost unsolvable. Even the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor may not be able to solve it. Maybe Wang Xie can solve it. If Wang Xie could really help her, she would beg him on her knees and be very grateful to him. But she quickly dismissed the idea. What qualifications does she have to ask for it now? What do you ask for? Wang Xie wondered if she begged on her knees, wondered how grateful she was. She was just a servant. If Wang Xie wanted her to kneel, she was not qualified to stand up, so what qualifications did she have to ask Wang Xie to do things for her? Could it be that Wang Xie must help her just because she begged on her knees? There is a price to be paid for doing anything. It's not enough to kneel. She knew all too well that kneeling and unwarranted gratitude were worthless. So, the real correct way to do it should be. From then on, she tried her best to help Wang Xie with things, sincerely surrendered to him, and trusted him. Just like Bai Ji said. She should obey him sincerely, serve him wholeheartedly, worship him, and help him share his worries. Until one day, Wang Xie truly accepted her and regarded her as one of his own. Rather than being a dispensable plaything, even willing to take pity on her, her luck will come. Maybe then she can really get what she wants. As a result, her mentality began to change. Looking at Wang Xie who was walking in front, it was like looking at the light of hope in her life. It's like watching Own dominate. From this moment on, she decided to make herself truly his. Then, she looked at Bai Ji, bowed her head politely and modestly, thank you, sister. This was the first time she called sister Bai Ji, and she was going to integrate into the big family. You're welcome, little sister. Bai Ji smiled and nodded. Ding. Wang Xie and Roman were walking ahead when they suddenly heard a system beep. Ding. Detected a major change in Qi Wei's mentality. She is willing to surrender sincerely, and she wants to treat the host as her own master, the true god of her own. She wants to help the master do more things, she wants to take the initiative to integrate into the big family, and wants to gain the trust and pity of the master. The host will receive an additional 5,000 rewards. The system sounds a familiar beep. You really want to surrender so soon? Wang Xie was a little taken aback, he didn't know what Qi Wei was thinking. But, since she is about to surrender sincerely, does that mean the original agreement doesn't count anymore? Even if I want to accept Roman, or even make Roman a slave, she has no objection. Wang Xie showed an evil smile and thought to himself, I will love them well in the future. Through Qi Wei's memory, he certainly knew that there might be a little trouble on Roman's body. That trouble seems to be related to the bright bloodline of the Alyssa family. But in his eyes, the so-called unsolvable problem is nothing. If Qi Wei and Roman sincerely surrender to him, it will make him very happy. Perhaps, in the future, he might really not mind a little trouble, and help them solve that so-called trouble. After all, he has always been extremely generous to his own people. It depends on whether these two chicks are blessed and capable, so that he can treat them as his own. At this time, the beach has been walked to the end, and there is no way ahead. There are 3 light gates at the end of the coast. There are footprints left by many people in front of the door. Brother Wang Xie, this should be the door to the next area. I saw many people enter these light doors before. But there are 3 doors, which one shall we choose? Wang Xie didn't answer directly, but looked at Bai Ji. Bai Ji understood what he meant, but shook his head and said, if we follow the previous practice, the test of the Dragon Palace is for one candidate for the Dragon King, and no one else can enter the Dragon Palace during the test. So I don't know what's behind the door. What are the tests? What's more, so many people came to the Dragon Palace this time, which is obviously different from the previous situation. I don't know how to choose. Wang Xie nodded. Then choose whatever you want. It's a test anyway, so it should be the same. After saying that, he chose the door in the middle and walked in first. When the 4 of them entered the initiation, there was a scorching heat wave. The temperature here is much higher than before. Gold's magma is like a river, flowing slowly in the ravine. Stone men covered in flames crawled out of the magma in groups. There have been many battles with the golem. But the results were not ideal. While most people were retreating steadily, screams and panic came from all around from time to time. Ah! Everyone be careful. Don't underestimate the enemy. A young expert from Tianai Mansion killed an unremarkable common stone man with all his strength, and shouted with bloodshot eyes. They seem to be only at the SSS level, but their defense is at least king grade. The point is that there are too many of them. Everyone, don't be surrounded by them. Just now my brother was surrounded by accident, and then he was alive. Sadness had no time to ferment, and it was replaced by the fighting sword ray. Before he could finish his words, he began to grit his teeth again to kill the enemy. Another young swordsman, seeing how he managed to cut into a stone man and rolled into the magma, and then the flames on his body suddenly burned more violently, as if he was not injured, was alive and well, and he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. So bullying. The enemy's defense is abnormal, there are a large number of them, even if they are in groups. It can even heal instantly in the magma pool. How can people play with this? If the first level of the windy and sunny beach scene is paradise, the second level of the Dragon Palace trial is undoubtedly the underworld. It was like a high-ranking rulemaker who was mercilessly mocking them. Ordinary people can't come here, so get out if you don't want to die. Daddy stopped playing. A genius from Tianyan Mansion was a little exhausted after he bravely killed 4 stone men. Seeing that there were at least hundreds or even thousands of stone men in front of him, he couldn't help but despair. Although he was once a champion, he has the strength of king grade. But the defense of these stone men is too perverted. Every time he kills a stone man, he has to go all out, which is too exhausting for true chi and physical strength. Back. It's only the second level and it's so perverted. I don't know how many more levels are left. I'm afraid this inheritance is not something that my generation can get. Soon, more people gave up and retreated to the entrance of the second level. There is an absolutely safe area. As long as you retreat to the entrance and admit your own failure, the golem will stop attacking. Only a very small number of people can run rampant in the Golem Legion without hindrance. But the so-called very few people seem to be mostly in Wang Xie's team. It's only SSS level, and the most remarkable thing is that the defense is comparable to king grade, which is not worth mentioning in front of Wang Xie and Bai Ji. Qi Wei and Roman's strength are also good, and they can basically kill those stone men in seconds. If it can't be killed in seconds, then 2 seconds at most. The 4-person team is like a sharp knife, rampaging among the stone men, invincible. Don't worry about fighting, the second level should also have the door we have seen before. Wang Xie glanced at the stone men who came out of the magma continuously, and reminded lightly. These little soldiers may be killed endlessly, just leave them alone, just look for the door while killing them. If you find the door, you should be able to enter the third level. The 4 of them continued to move forward under the pressure of the stone man. After a while, I actually saw the door. In front of that gate, there is a flaming titan as high as a hill. It is like the king of this flame world, guarding the door behind it. What really surprised Wang Xie was that besides the door and the flame titan, he also saw an acquaintance. That is the person from the ice palace. At this time, in front of the flame titan, the 4 members of the ice and snow palace had already fallen into a hard fight. To be precise, there were originally 5 of them. Just now, 1 of them died. The corpse turned to ashes at the feet of the flame titan. Mu Lingshui's face was a little pale. Her strength is certainly very strong, not even under the flame titan. But the environment here restrained her too much. This is a world full of magma. But the cultivation technique she practiced is related to the severe cold of ice and snow. The magma spewing everywhere and the high temperature affected her strength. The remaining 2 or 3 people also knew that bad luck was bad, so they couldn't help feeling a little regretful. They regretted following senior brother Zhao's advice, and tactfully forced Roman away. After all, in the current situation, if there is one more real master in their team, the probability of defeating the Flame Titan will be much higher. No matter how bad it will not be completely trapped like it is now, and there is no chance to even retreat. Brother Zhao's complexion is very ugly. He also knows that the responsibility for this matter lies with him. But at that time, he just wanted the Ice and Snow Palace to monopolize it after he got the treasure, and he didn't want people from the Light Temple to join in. How could he have encountered such trouble just after reaching the second level? It seems that in order to make up for the loss of Own, he worked harder and fought even more desperately. However, with his strength, the damage to the Flame Titan is very limited. Continuing like this is not an option. Mu Lingxie made a decisive decision. Brother, help me protect the law. I decided to use the Lingbing magic once. Zhao Zhujing listened to her gentle voice, and heard her calling him senior brother again couldn't help showing a bit of obsession. He was her senior brother. But her talent is 10 times that of his, but she came from behind. She was accepted as the only direct disciple by the Hall Master of Ice and Snow. Her status was honored, and she was even regarded as the successor of the next generation of Hall Master. Today, he no longer dares to have any fantasies about her. But he will never forget that she was once his little junior sister, his beloved little junior sister. Even if he dies, he will protect her. Fight. We must buy time for Mrs. Spellcasting. At this time, the other 2 Ice and Snow Palace disciples were outputting crazily. 2 chains covered with solid ice tightly bound Titan's ankles, making it temporarily unable to break free and unable to move forward. Zhao Zhujing put his life on the line and placed 13 ice barriers in front of himself and Mu Lingxie one after another, blocking the attacks of the surrounding stone men. Mu Lingxie focused on the recitation, and slowly recited the mantra. The surrounding temperature suddenly turned cold, and the magma quickly solidified and cooled. The burning stone man howled uncomfortably, the flames on his body were weakened by the cold air, and he was sluggish. The spell is about to be completed. This move is bound to bring a fatal blow to the Flame Titan. But at this moment, the Flame Titan who had been restrained suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha, woman, do you really think that 2 or 3 subordinates of Own can temporarily trap me? Ridiculous. I'm waiting for you to cast this spell. What I'm waiting for is the moment when you can't be distracted. As long as you die, you are all finished. The flames on his body suddenly became raging and powerful. The chains covered with solid ice instantly burned red. He took a step, and the power of pulling mountains and rivers easily broke the chain. With a smirk, he raised the dark red iron rod in his hand, and ruthlessly threw it at Mu Lingxie. In an instant, the 13 fragile ice defenses Zhao Zhujing had set up were broken. No. Seeing the ice barriers shatter one after another, seeing the iron rod in the Titan's hand smashing down like a collapsing pillar, Zhao Zhujing was so frightened that he was out of his wits and turned pale. Facing the threat of death, he instinctively flew back. After stepping back, he suddenly remembered. He retired. What about my junior sister? When the strong wind hit, Mu Lingxie stopped chanting the mantra and opened her eyes. A dark red iron rod as thick as a meter fell on her head, and the shadows covered her beautiful face. Dark red's iron rod slammed down, Mu Lingxie's mind went blank, and her heart was filled with great fear. She didn't have time to think about anything, she just knew that she was going to die. It felt so hopeless. And at this moment, all the people who have been kind to her in the past are so far away from her. The senior brother who was closest to her also backed away, and happened to be out of the attack range of the iron rod, and the distance from her was as far as a world away. So, she couldn't help but feel a little lonely. In the face of life and death, each has his own destiny, and no one can help the other. The expression on Zhao Zhujing's face was a bit complicated. First of all, he felt that he should not retire, should not leave his junior sister behind. I feel a little regretful and uneasy. But can it be my fault? The monster is so strong. One stick broke my 13 defenses, what can I do if I retreat one step later? I will die. I hope junior sister won't blame me. The wind howled, and he closed his eyes a little helplessly, unable to bear to look any further. After all, that was the woman he had liked. Boom. The earth shook violently. The movement was like a mountain collapsing. Smoke and debris flew everywhere. Zhao Zhujing guessed that this must be the sound made when the Flame Titan's iron rod hit the ground. His junior sister. Under such a brutal attack, it may have been smashed into a pulp. But he didn't have time to think about it, and retreated even more panicked. Mu Lingxie also thought she was doomed. But after that bang, she was surprised to find that she was unscathed. The Flame Titan's iron rod did not fall on her body. The iron rod did not fall according to the planned trajectory. To be more precise, the iron rod has no chance to fall down. The mighty and extraordinary dragon Phantom slammed into Titan's chest, and the dragon's head was a fist. The Titan, as tall as a mountain, retreated hastily after being hit by the fist containing the power of a giant dragon, and hit the taller mountain wall behind him, making a loud bang as if it was about to collapse the mountain. Then, the man in the phantom of the dragon fell back to the ground and revealed his real body. Only now did Mulingxie see who it was. Wang Xie. Venerable Senior of Ice and Snow Palace. She was saved. Wang Xie Senior saved her. As expected of a venerable senior. He is so powerful and so handsome. Mulingxie's eyes were as bright as autumn water. She looked at Wang Xie without blinking, and his handsome figure was reflected in her eyes and imprinted in her heart. The picture is like a freeze frame, and a moment is like eternity. At this moment, she will never forget him again. The battle continues. The Flame Titan roared angrily, as if he couldn't believe that there is actually a human being who can be stronger than him. He felt that it must be because of the opponent's sneak attack, struggling to stand up and fight again. As everyone knows, he has no chance to fight again. After the Golden Dragon, white dragons appeared one after another. The extremely cold dragon flames spewed out, and the flames on Titan's body were immediately suppressed, as if they were about to be extinguished. Immediately afterwards, light and darkness intertwined, and the figures of Qi Wei and Roman appeared. The holy radiance and the magic fire of the underworld burned its soul together. Ah! Flame Titan howled in pain. No, to be more precise, he should be a stone titan at this time. The flames on him had been completely extinguished. Under the ravages of the cold air, and under the condition that his soul was also greatly traumatized, he was weaker than ever before. Wang Xie didn't give him a chance to breathe, and took out a sharp sword. Under the attachment of energy, a sharp sword gang formed on the sword, cutting the titan in half from top to bottom. Rumbling. Rubble rolls down the mountainous titan. The originally powerful flame titan, under the continuous destruction by Wang Xie, Baiji and others, did not last even a minute, and turned into a pile of rubble. The people in the Ice and Snow Palace were already dumbfounded, staring blankly at the group of fierce men led by Wang Xie. The mighty titan who had put them into a hard fight and even made them sacrifice a companion died after only one round in front of the team led by Wang Xie. This is really complicated. It was Mulingxie who reacted first, stepped forward first, and respectfully saluted Wang Xie and said, "Junior Mulingxie, thank you senior for saving me." Her voice was extremely gentle and sweet, and she didn't have the arrogance of being thousands of miles away from others when she treated others. She looked at Wang Xie with infinite gratitude and love in her eyes. After all, in that situation at that time, her spell hadn't dissipated, and she didn't have time to dodge the Flame Titan's attack. Her senior brothers and sisters still have problems protecting themselves, and they may not be able to help her. If Wang Xie hadn't made a move, she would have died without a doubt. At this time, she might have become a puddle of flesh under everyone's feet. In front of her benefactor, where does she have any proud capital? At this time, the other two people in the Ice and Snow Palace finally came to their senses, and they also saluted Wang Xie respectfully and expressed their gratitude. After all, if Mulingxie died, most of them would not survive. In any case, the Ice and Snow Palace owes Wang Xie a kindness this time. Looking at Wang Xie among the stars, seeing his junior sister standing there perfectly after being rescued by Wang Xie, Zhao Zhujing's situation suddenly became awkward. During the battle, he promised his junior sister to protect her. But at the most dangerous time, seeing the 13 ice barriers being broken one after another, he was frightened away and put his junior sister in danger. In the face of danger, people will instinctively run away. Perhaps he can explain that this is a subconscious reaction. Maybe his fellow disciples can forgive him. However, no matter how much he explained, he finally withdrew at the critical moment. But Wang Xie was in danger, knocked down Titan with one blow, and saved Mulingxie. He retreats, but Wang Xie enters. This retreat and advance, in front of Wang Xie's bravery and strength, he was set off so greedy for life and fear of death, so useless, so unbearable. So, he couldn't help but began to hate Wang Xie, resent Wang Xie. Especially when he saw the undisguised enthusiasm and even adoring eyes of his junior sister talking to Wang Xie, he couldn't help feeling sour. He has known his junior sister for many years, and he has never been treated with such enthusiasm. How many times has Wang Xie met his junior sister? How long have they known each other? He is envious, he is jealous, he is unhappy, he is jealous. Being thanked warmly by Mulingxie, Wang Xie's expression was very calm. You don't need to be polite. To enter the third level, I was going to kill the monster. It was just a matter of convenience to save you. This is true. Judging from the token given to him by the palace master's father as the palace master of the Ice and Snow Palace, the family and the Ice and Snow Palace should have a friendship. He held his token in his hand, and he would probably use it in the Ice and Snow Palace in the future. It's not troublesome to save people, of course he doesn't mind giving Bingxie Palace a favor. After that, he turned to look at the third door, intending to leave. Xie saw that he was so free and easy, and he was so calm after saving people. I can't help but admire and like it even more. She took the initiative to catch up and said repeatedly, I don't know how many dangers there are in the future. Since we met, how about going together if there is a chance? The little girl would also like to do a little bit for the senior, in order to repay the life-saving grace. Quote. Going together to repay your life-saving grace with a picture. Wang Xie smiled, and thought to himself, it's not a sightseeing thing to come here, so if you want to go together, you can go together and in the future, it is inevitable to compete for the inheritance of Longyuan, but she said to repay her kindness. Could it be that Ice and Snow Palace has to give up the inheritance of Longyuan? Is this convenient? Wang Xie asked her with interest, and looked at the other people in the Ice and Snow Palace calmly. Zhao Zhijing, senior brother Zhao's face suddenly changed slightly. Walking with Wang Xie. This is of course very inconvenient. He was the first to feel very inconvenient. After all, from the first time I saw Wang Xie, I felt that Wang Xie was very unpleasant. He really doesn't want to have any entanglement with Wang Xie, he just wants Wang Xie to go as far as he can. It's a pity that it wasn't his turn to speak at all, and Xie had already agreed. Why is it inconvenient? I think it's very convenient. Her gaze stayed on Roman and Chiwei for half a second, and she approached Wang Xie with a smile. If Miss Roman and Miss Chiwei can both be very convenient, why would I feel inconvenient after all? Senior, you are the venerable of the Ice and Snow Temple, and you are like your own family with the Ice and Snow Temple. Her meaning is clear. Even people from the Western Temple treat Wang Xie with such courtesy, and are so close to Wang Xie. How could the Ice and Snow Palace treat Wang Xie badly and treat Wang Xie as an outsider? As a disciple of the Ice and Snow Temple, her respect and closeness to him will never lose to Chiwei and Roman, and she is even closer than Chiwei and Roman. Wang Xie's smile widened, and she thought to herself, does it mean that she will be like Chiwei and Roman in the future, another sheep caught in a tiger's mouth? But my collar doesn't seem to be enough. If the girl from the Ice and Snow Palace insisted on delivering it herself, Wang Xie wouldn't mind taking an extra servant for fun. But after taking Chiwei, he only has the last collar left. For him, the subsystem can be regarded as a scarce item, and it is usually not available in the store. You can only occasionally get one or two when you open the package. He really has to save some time and choose carefully. If you want to be his slave, you also need to see if you have good luck, if you are qualified enough, if you please him, if you have blessings, if you are capable. Xie, although she is pretty good looking, as the only direct disciple of the master of the Ice and Snow Palace, her status is not bad. But at present, Wang Xie can at most give her an alternate position to be determined. To accept or not to accept depends on his mood in the future. If you want to follow, just follow. He nodded lightly, temporarily agreeing to her request. Thank you, senior. Xie was obviously very happy. As a representative of the younger generation of Ice and Snow Palace, she is always cold and even dignified in front of outsiders. But in front of Wang Xie, she looked completely different. Just agreeing to let her follow, she jumped up like a simple little girl who couldn't hide her sweets, her face turned red, she was really cute. But this kind of joy and cuteness fell into Brother Zhao's eyes, but it was like wind and sand, fascinated his eyes. Xue's attitude towards Wang Xie is so kind, it's really enviable. Hence, his eyes were red. Junior sister, I have something to tell you. Anything? Xie came to him suspiciously, what do you want to say? Zhao Zhijing naturally had a stomach full of complaints, a basket of dissatisfaction with Wang Xie. But he knew those words could not be said. So he suppressed his own emotions, showing a worried look that puts the overall situation first, and said, Junior sister, Wang Xie has to guard against this person. He is the venerable of our Ice and Snow Temple, but he is so close to the people of the Western Temple. Who is he in his heart? Besides, his strength is so strong, if the inheritance really appears after passing the third or fourth level, who can snatch him? At that time, aren't we working in vain? All our efforts are helping him. These words seem to make sense. Mu Lingxie just sneered. Senior brother, who gave you the right to control you so leniently? The venerable senior holds the token of master, and he is a friend recognized by master. Who is master's friend walking with, who is more pleasing to the eye? And it is your turn to point fingers. Senior, as the venerable of the Ice and Snow Palace, is getting closer to Roman and the others. Isn't this exactly what we need to reflect on? Evidently last time in the conference hall, venerable still scolded the West bloody. Why are you so close to them now, but a little distant from us? Is there no need to reflect on this? Are we a little rusty with seniors in some respects and have not shown the enthusiasm we should have? This, Zhao Zhujing was stunned speechless. He didn't expect that what he thought to be reasonable and well-founded would have the opposite effect. Not only did the junior sister not give up, she seemed to be planning to get closer to Wang Xie. As for the treasures that may appear after the third and fourth floors, Mu Lingxie continued, I think one should be self-aware. If it weren't for Wang Xie's help, we would have been wiped out in the second round. What are we talking about the third and fourth rounds? If I meet a difficult character like Flame Titan in the third level, and I need to perform forbidden moves, I will encounter danger again. Who will fight for me, brother? Do you have that kind of courage? Do you have that kind of ability? She didn't want to say these words, but Zhao Zhujing himself brought it up. Of course she also knew that her senior brother might have been frightened at the time, and she didn't intend to trick her. But in the battle, she did not hesitate to give him her own back, her life to him, and asked him to help protect the law. When she was in danger, her beloved senior brother left her and ran away. No matter what the reason was, this kind of despair like being abandoned made her unforgettable. Zhao Zhujing's face was pale and he had nothing to say. Mu Lingxie took a deep breath. Following Wang Xie, you may not get treasures or inheritance, but at least you can see the world. I have made up my mind, if you don't want to follow, retreat yourself, don't follow us. She is the real leader of the Ice and Snow Palace, and even the next generation successor of the Ice and Snow Palace, so she naturally has her own decision before major events. Could it be that senior brother Owen can control him? When necessary, she won't even give her brother's face. At this time, Wang Xie seemed to have something to look for her and waved to her. When Mu Lingxie saw Wang Xie waving, the frost on her pretty face immediately melted away as if seeing the sun, and a smile gradually appeared. She ran to Wang Xie. The sun was shining brightly, and her smile bloomed like a flower in an instant. Zhao Zhujing looked at her as cold as frost, and at the same time as warm as a flower blooming. Thinking of how she treats him with cold eyes, watching her be elated towards Wang Xie. All of a sudden, I couldn't help feeling a great sadness in my heart. Why? I've known her for so many years. Is she treating me like this to please Wang Xie like that? Just because that guy is stronger than me. This seems a bit off. He hates his junior sister who only admires strength and is not affectionate enough to him. At this time, due to the death of the Flame Titan, the flame soldiers around were obviously frightened, and they all dived into the bottom of the magma, not daring to show their heads again. But along the way, he never met Yi Fan. Therefore, people who had been struggling and retreated to the entrance area finally had the opportunity to take a closer look at the scenery in the second level without danger. Senior, what do you want from me? Mu Lingxie ran over and asked. Is it so important to be strong? Everything is good if you are strong. Is love worth mentioning in front of being strong? No. Mu Lingxie shook her head. Wang Xie was lost in thought. The trial of the Dragon Palace was activated by Yi Fan. At this time, the number of people in the second stage was at least nearly 100 people, accounting for more than half. No one had ever seen Yi Fan, as if Yi Fan had evaporated from the world. Mu Lingxie is also smart. Seeing that Wang Xie took this matter seriously, she immediately asked the practitioners around in the name of Ice and Snow Palace, which of you have seen Yi Fan? Wang Xie couldn't help being even more puzzled. The total number of people who entered the secret realm this time was only about 150 or 60 people. He hates Wang Xie for appearing. People looked at each other silently and shook their heads. Oh, it's nothing, just want to ask, have you met Yi Fan? Wang Xie asked. Wang Xie glanced at them, but did not see Yi Fan, and frowned slightly. It was very dark in the room. The wall lamp is like a will-o'-the-wisp, dancing on the stone wall. Yi Fan carefully hid in the corner and sat in the lotus position. And in his hand, there is a ball-shaped energy cluster of light gold. That is the Dragon Yuan of the previous Dragon Emperor. Observing the infinite supernatural power mystery contained in the Dragon Yuan, and feeling the various magical and unspeakable abilities of the previous Dragon Emperor, Yi Fan couldn't help being a little crazy, a little drunk. Others are still breaking through, who would have thought that he had already obtained Long Yuan. He really wanted to refine that Dragon Yuan immediately. He can hardly wait. However, he knew that now was not the time. The mysteries contained in Long Yuan are too powerful, and it is definitely not something he can comprehend in a while. It takes time to refine the Dragon Yuan. If Wang Xie suddenly finds him after half of the refining, wouldn't he fall short again and make a wedding dress for Wang Xie, only to be sucked dry by Wang Xie again? This is not the first time something like this has happened. He can't be as stupid as before, being played by Wang Xie. So, this time, he has to play it perfectly. He doesn't allow another mistake. Before formally refining Long Yuan, he will make sure that Wang Xie will never disturb him. So he has a big plan, and he's working on it. It is estimated that Wang Xie still thinks that I am controlled by the Soul Leech, and I cannot escape from his palm no matter what. But, I'm afraid he doesn't know I'm a systematic person. Soul Leeches are difficult to deal with, but with the help of the Heavenly Tao system, they are nothing. I endured the humiliation that night, and finally deceived him. Thinking of that night, he was both proud and sad. In order to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm, he pleaded guilty and was forced to kneel in front of Wang Xie's door. And his former fiancée, the woman he loved the most before, was in the room even having S*X under Wang Xie's body. He will not forget these humiliations. Wang Xie, everything, I will eventually let you repay double. I'll make you regret letting me in. And, it's not too late. Soon you'll regret it. Naturally, Wang Xie didn't know that Yi Fan had obtained the Dragon Yuan and was making a plan to deal with him. But he will never regret letting Yi Fan in. After all, if Yi Fan, the son of Heavenly Tao, didn't come in, I'm afraid that the Dragon Palace would never appear, and it would be difficult for him to find Long Yuan even if he searched through the secret realm. Now he just can't figure out where Yi Fan went. The ancient dragon soul has announced to the world that the trial of the Dragon Emperor has begun. It stands to reason that Yi Fan must also be in the Dragon Palace. But why hasn't everyone seen him? Wang Xie couldn't help but think of the 3 doors encountered in the first level. Maybe Yi Fan went through another door. He also didn't meet Dongfang Qinger and the people from Heavenly Tao Temple. Maybe Yi Fan and the people of Heavenly Tao Temple have gone another way. There is too little useful information, and Wang Xie can only speculate like this at present. He has a soul leech in his body, can't you use the soul leech to know his location? Qi quietly transmitted the voice. She does know that Yi Fan has great luck, and she also knows that the best way to find the inheritance is to keep an eye on Yi Fan. The soul leech is temporarily suppressed by some force, and I can't communicate with the soul leech. Wang Xie shook his head. Suppressed? Qi couldn't believe it. After all, she saw Wang Xie's soul leech with her own eyes that night. The workmanship is impeccable, and even if it got the netherworld, it would be a masterpiece. With Yi Fan's abilities, it stands to reason that he shouldn't be out of soul leech's control. It seems that this matter is not good. Qi frowned. Perhaps, it's more interesting. Wang Xie's smile was even more sinister. It is not too unexpected that Yi Fan will be out of control. After all, people have a system anyway. And that Heavenly Tao system and his villain system belong to the same level. It is not surprising that it can solve the trouble of the soul leech. However, since he already knew that Yi Fan had the system, how could he come to the secret realm without other preparations? When he planted a soul leech on Yi Fan, it was just a temptation. If the soul leech can play a role, he will save more effort. If the soul leech loses its effect, of course he still has a lot of backup. Originally, he wanted to give Yi Fan a good time. Since Yi Fan is so restless, then let him have fun with him. This time, he not only wants to seize the inheritance, also find a way to take Yi Fan's system back. If the opponent's system is also obtained, will his villain system be more powerful? For this, Wang Xie is really looking forward to it. Even more looking forward to the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. The system is the strongest gold finger, which can bring a variety of unexpected benefits. Its potential and role may be greater than inheritance. Qi looked at Wang Xie's smile, but couldn't help feeling shuddering, thinking that Yi Fan might be in trouble this time. And worse than her. No, 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 she is not miserable at all now. It took us a lot of time to rush from the ice and snow plateau to the central region and find the Dragon Palace. But the people from the Heavenly Tao Temple in Yifan may have entered the Dragon Palace earlier than us. In other words, as long as he keeps going forward, he will be able to reach the same goal. He should meet the people from the Temple of Heavenly Tao or Yifan in one of the previous levels. Wang Xie looked through the light gate and looked into the distance. We may have fallen behind in terms of progress. The other door they walked through may have reached the 3rd or 4th level. Let's speed up the progress and catch up. Wang Xie made a decisive decision and took the lead in entering the initiation. But no matter which direction, they can pass the test in the end, and there must be a meeting point ahead. During this period of time, his gains are quite considerable, and the total number of lost homes has already broken through the 200,000 mark, reaching as much as 220,000. There are also capitals who have taken the route of light luxury. With the blessing of soul power comparable to that of a god, his eyes seem to have seen through the layout of the Dragon Palace. Although at the first level, he and Yifan didn't seem to be going in the same direction. Moreover, in order to better speed up the progress, this time he decided to spend a little bit of winning value. There is no need to rest. Do you want to enter the 3rd level now? She will learn to be good, she will make herself, and even Roman, luckier than before. When he recovered Chiwei, he received a reward of 30,000 severance value, and when Chiwei surrendered sincerely, he got some more rewards, plus the 30,000 to 40,000 sacrificing value that Black and Dongfengqing received when he was a child. After all, the Flame Titan in the 2nd level is dead, and the Flame Man soldiers dare not show up again. Except for the hot weather, there will be no danger here for the time being, and it is very suitable for resting and replenishing. At this time, Roman asked Wang Xie. So, he hesitated a little, gritted his teeth and spent nearly 70,000 seizing value to buy himself a big thing. And according to his perception, that level is not too far away. Wang Xie bought himself a big gadget and led everyone into the 3rd level. The landform of the 3rd level is characterized by a tropical rainforest, surrounded by ancient trees and vines. But Wang Xie knew that whether it was ancient trees, volcanoes, or coasts, they were actually illusions produced by the energy in the Dragon Palace. His soul power swept across, seeing through the rainforest at a glance, and quickly found the door. He didn't bother to do other explorations, and went straight to the direction of the door in the distance. Under the leadership of Wang Xie, the speed of the team is very fast. The tranquility of the jungle was broken, the snake-like vines on the ground seemed to come alive, and the piranha opened its mouth. Wang Xie didn't care about these at all, they were just some small soldiers. These plant vines and piranhas have stronger attack power than Flame Man, but their defense is weaker. With the mighty power of the Dragon King bloodline, he can tear those vines to pieces with his bare hands. Bai Ji, Qi Wei, Luo Man, Muling Shay and others are not weak. Or use frost to open the way, or use magic fire to burn. Ice and fire intertwined along the way, the team is like a steamroller, with a rolling attitude, forcibly opened a way out of the perilous jungle. With a raging nest, under the leadership of Wang Xie, how can the battle at this time still look like a cautious adventure? It's clearly like doing housecleaning in your own back garden. Zhao Zhujing had never seen this kind of battle before. He followed behind the crowd, with cold sweat pouring out from his forehead. This is too nonsense. It's too bold. This is the trial of the Dragon Palace. The enemies in the trial are in the dark. If they are not careful, they will go on such a rampage. It's easy to suffer. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at the surrounding jungle with fear like a mouse, as if he was afraid that the noise would be too loud, and some terrible existence would be attracted, causing him to lose his life. Wang Xie's strength is strong, but he feels that Wang Xie is too young after all, and he seems a bit arrogant to break through the barrier like this, and he is afraid that he will stumble sooner or later. Perhaps, Zhao Zhujing's worries are not unreasonable. Because just as he was looking at the jungle in cold sweat, a pair of scarlet eyes gradually lit up in the deepest part of the jungle. It was hidden in the dark, staring at Wang Xie. This young man, how dare not to put my forest king to put in one's eyes. How audacious. I will be the first to send him to death later. The benefits brought by the rampage were obvious. In less than half an hour, under the leadership of Wang Xie, the group found the light door leading to the 4th level. The door was bare, and there were no trees or plants around it, nor any danger. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as they enter the initiation, they can immediately enter the 4th level. Without hesitation, Wang Xie was the first to stride forward. However, the moment he was about to enter initiation, suddenly, an inconspicuous vine suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapped around Wang Xie's left foot, and quickly spread towards his body. Wang Xie didn't panic in the slightest. Powerful true essence rushed out from his body, intending to break the vine. This is not the first time he has encountered this situation, and the tenacity of the vines is only average, far from threatening him. However, this time the situation is obviously different. Under the impact of the powerful true essence, there was a faint green light flickering on the vine, forcibly resisting Wang Xie's attack. At the same time, more vines shining with blue light came out from the ground. There were dozens of them, and they all locked on Wang Xie. It was like a trap made of vines, just waiting for Wang Xie to step in. Now, those vines seemed to have gotten their hands on. Zhao Zhujing sneered secretly. Seeing that Wang Xie was trapped, instead of worrying about his teammates, he secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself, young people are really young. If you think you are strong, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Now he deserved it when he was attacked. Mu Lingxie, who was very close to Wang Xie, did not hesitate to help. The cold sword edge slashed towards the green glowing vines. The vine wrapped around Wang Xie's leg had already experienced a strong energy shock, and could no longer resist Mu Lingxie's sword, so it snapped off. At the same time, Mu Lingxie pushed Wang Xie out of the encirclement surrounded by vines. Although Wang Xie was successfully escaped by this approach, the dozens of vines that originally surrounded Wang Xie were all wrapped around her body. While helping Wang Xie, she doesn't have time to avoid the vines. Moreover, each of these vines is shining with a green halo, not only extremely tough, but also has a strong self-healing ability, and it is difficult for her to break free. Perhaps, her body will be torn to pieces by dozens of vines. At this time, Bai Ji, Luo Man and others reacted at the same time, and they all wanted to rescue them. The ground violently undulated, and then hundreds, thousands of roots. Uncountable blue light vines drilled out from the ground at the same time, like octopus tentacles, dancing in the air, stopping Bai Ji and the others. At the same time, an extremely wild laughter resounded from the depths of the ground. Ha ha ha. The ignorant passerby came to my territory and didn't even put my forest king to put in one's eyes. He thought he had swept away some common vine. Is it very powerful? As everyone knows, those common vines are nothing more than my sons and grandchildren, not even my own body. And my body, sir, is the core of the Fang Yuan 50 miles of this forest. My root system, sir, is all over every corner of this space. Following his words, most of the forest was emitting a strange green light. It was a big tree with countless branches. Only this one tree occupied most of the forest. The strength of this matured tree has definitely reached the palace master level, stronger than the flame titan before. Bai Ji knew that if she met such a guy, even she would have to work hard. A tough battle is inevitable. The voice of the king of the forest sounded again. In order to punish you for disrespecting me, before the official start of the fight, I will give you a greeting gift in return. At this time, the blue light vines wrapped around Mu Lingxue's body began to tighten. Originally, he planned to attack Wang Xie with vines first, and then kill Wang Xie, but he didn't expect Wang Xie to be saved by this little girl. So, I'll crush this girl first. Perhaps, he originally wanted to say that the corpse was broken into pieces. Bai Ji, Luo Man and the others are still blocked by hundreds of vines, and there will be no chance of saving people in a while. No one can defeat him. He will first tear off the limbs of the human girl, let her blood spill on everyone, and then kill everyone one by one. Mu Lingxue's face was a little pale. She's dying again. She almost died in the 2nd level, but she didn't expect it to happen again in the 3rd level. The only difference is that this time at least she has no regrets. Even if she did it all over again, she would still do it. At that time she was so close to Wang Xie, it was impossible not to save Wang Xie. After all, Wang Xie saved her life and was her savior. Broken corpse. Ah! The king of the forest couldn't finish his sentence, and screamed in pain. Because, broken. At some point, Wang Xie turned his hand and took out a large sword. Infused with the anode power of the ancestral dragon's sacred body, the sword burns with light, like a blazing sun in the sky. With one swing of his sword, hundreds or thousands of green glowing vines that the king of the forest was proud of were snapped off. Mu Lingxie, who was held high by the vines, fell down and fell into his arms. Holding the beauty in his left hand, he swung his second sword and slashed towards the distant forest. Sword Qi raged, a red-white storm descended like a round of sun. Amidst the raging flames, thousands of trees collapsed and burned. Ah! What kind of sword is this? What kind of power is this? The Forest King finally panicked. He originally thought that he was very powerful, that he had the entire forest as his body, and that he was a nearly invincible existence. But Wang Xie only used 2 swords to destroy his vines in the vast forest. Now he only has Gen to survive, and he can't bear the 3rd sword anymore. Forgive me, strong man, I can let you enter the 4th level. The king of the forest hurriedly begged for mercy. But, late. Wang Xie ignored it, the 3rd sword plunged obliquely into the ground, and the energy of Lai Yan raged wildly underground. Bang! 50 miles away, the sound of an explosion resounded in the core area of the forest, and the ground turned into scorched earth. The king of the forest is dead. Wang Xie calmly withdrew the sword, and thought, I wanted to save some effort and pass the level directly, but it can't hide from a distance, it deserves it for coming out to die. The girls were shocked and speechless as they watched Wang Xie withdraw his sword and the king of the forest who had turned into scorched earth. Thick smoke billowed, and the entire forest world of the 3rd level was almost completely destroyed. The reason for this result was simply that Wang Xie swung 3 swords. It's scary, this is too powerful. Okay, so amazing. The girls looked at Wang Xie, at the sword in Wang Xie's hand, and there were all kinds of splendor in their eyes. First of all, they know that the mighty sword in Wang Xie's hand is very powerful. Circles of smart and fiery light shone on the broad sword body, exuding a frightening divine power. That is definitely a sword. Wang Xie seemed to be relying on that powerful artifact to display such terrifying combat power. Not relying on one's own original strength. So what? After all, being able to take out an artifact and exert its power is also a skill. And they could feel that the aura of that divine sword perfectly matched with Wang Xie's own power, as if they were one. It is not difficult to imagine that this artifact can only display such power in the hands of Wang Xie, let alone use it. It is afraid that it will be difficult to touch it. In fact, what they guessed was not wrong. The big sword is called Heroine, and it is a high-grade artifact. In order to buy this artifact, Wang Xie spent a full 70,000 yuan worth of property. The so-called sun is the power of the sun, representing the purest and hottest yang. The Zulong sacred body is also the body of the anode, and the cooperation of the two can be said to be like a tiger with wings, and complement each other. Coupled with Wang Xie's already impressive strength, killing the king of the forest is naturally a no-brainer. It's really powerful, and so handsome, because she was close enough to Wang Xie. Mu Lingxie could perceive the aura of the sword more clearly, and also felt the godlike coercion on Wang Xie at this time. Clearer. She thinks that sword is really domineering and handsome, just like Wang Xie is. And she was rescued by Wang Xie again. Just met for a day, Wang Xie has saved her twice. Every girl has a fantasy hero in her heart. He is like the hero in her fantasy, even stronger than in the fantasy, perfect. You should be more careful in the future. If you continue to be so stupid, I can't promise to save you a 3rd time. Wang Xie's coldly voice sounded. Mu Lingxie finally recovered from her fantasy of owning. After listening to Wang Xie's words, he realized an extremely serious problem. Before, she was entangled by the vines of the Forest King to save Wang Xie. But the question is, does Wang Xie need her to save him? Obviously not. Wang Xie is so powerful, 3 swords killed the king of the forest, whereas she needed to save. It can be expected that if she hadn't rescued Wang Xie at that time, Wang Xie would have killed the king of the forest with a backhand sword. And her rescue, in fact, had some counterproductive effects. After all, if she is in danger, it may cause Wang Xie and even the entire team to be afraid of her safety and become passive. Thinking of this, she couldn't help apologizing. She blushed and bowed her head to admit her mistake. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Next time I. When it came to, next time, she didn't go on. Because even if she makes a mistake, if she encounters the same situation next time she will still make a mistake. After all, what if the next monster is even stronger? What if Wang Xie is really in danger next time? She owes Wang Xie 2 lives. Wang Xie was in danger, but she had to remain indifferent and die. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing her bowing her head in apology, Wang Xie couldn't help but smile. Secretly said, "She obviously wanted to save me with good intentions, but she still apologized to me after saving me. It's really stupid. This kind of silly girl who is as clean and pure as Bai Shui really makes people want to bully her. However, I accept your kindness." After all, the other party had good intentions, so Wang Xie didn't make things difficult for her any further. Mu Lingxie was immediately happy. She knew that Wang Xie would not really blame her. After all, Wang Xie is so powerful and wise, how can he not understand that she has good intentions? Knowing that she was out of good intentions, he had to give her a lesson first. So, he must be worried about my safety and for my own good, afraid that I will be in danger again in the future. So, he is caring about me. Mu Lingshui's face turned red, and she couldn't tell whether it was happiness or shyness. It's like a little girl chasing stars and idols who suddenly finds herself favored by a male god. To be precise, she was actually a little excited at this time. Wang Xie looked at her and continued, "Also, when are you going to hold me?" Ah, Mu Lingxie finally recovered from the excitement, even happiness and obsession. Wang Xie cut off nearly 1,000 vines with a sword before, and she happened to fall into Wang Xie's arms from the air. Then Wang Xie hugged her with one hand and used the second sword. Since then, she has been hugging Wang Xie. But after killing the enemy, Wang Xie had already let her go, but she herself seemed to have forgotten this, and kept voluntarily hugging Wang Xie. Immediately, Mu Lingshui's face turned redder. This time it was indeed blushing. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She apologized repeatedly, as if she had made a big mistake, as if she felt that she had taken advantage of Wang Xie. Even hugging Wang Xie for so long, she really took advantage of it. At least that's how Roman sees it. She looked at the two of them, and thought angrily, "Wang Xie, I haven't hugged him yet." She has long thought that he is handsome, she has long thought that he is very capable, she has long been interested in him, and she has long wanted to hug him. To be precise, she wanted to FCK him a long time ago. But even she had only kissed his hand under the pretext of a hand kiss. He didn't even hug her. Mu Lingxie took the lead. Roman feels very angry. It seems to express the emotion that I also want to hug. So, she really hugged Wang Xie. She made a gesture to activate her divine power, and a warm angel appeared in the air. The angel replaced her and hugged Wang Xie fiercely and forcefully. Blessing like light magic, embrace of the sacred angel. Under the embrace of the warm sacred, nourished by the power of light, Wang Xie's energy and energy consumed in the battle were instantly replenished, returning to a full state. Qi Wei, Bai Ji and the others looked at her suspiciously. Those eyes seemed to be asking, "We are also tired after passing the third level from the second level in one breath. We also consumed a lot of energy. Why do you angel only hug Wang Xie?" Roman was a little embarrassed to be stared at by everyone. Wang Xie has the strongest combat power now, and he is the main force in the battle, so we must give priority to restoring his strength. She explained to everyone that in order to quell everyone's speculation, she used the weak recovery supernatural power, Rain of Light, which restored everyone's energy. But even after explaining, for some reason her little face still couldn't help but blush slightly. Wang Xie looked at the reddish faces of the two chicks, and felt that these two women were very interesting, and he would not mind playing with them when he was free. After solving the king of the forest, Wang Xie entered the fourth level. Needless to say, the fourth level is also full of dangers. But this so-called danger is just commonplace in front of Wang Xie. I have to say that the awesome divine adornments is cool. Small monsters and the like are not even qualified to let him draw his sword. A character at the same level as the king of the forest appeared, and it was only a matter of 3 or 2 swords. So under his leadership, the team soon entered the 5th level. The 6th pass. Not long after, even the guy who claimed to be the king of the desert in the 6th level fell under Wang Xie's sword. Wang Xie and the girls can already enter the 7th level. The girls are shocked at first, but gradually get used to it. They couldn't find any other adjectives to describe Wang Xie other than very strong and fierce. Whether it's Roman, Qi Wei, or Mu Lingxie, they are the top geniuses in the temple and even in the entire continent, and they are the proud daughters of heaven in the eyes of countless people. But compared with Wang Xie, they are worse. Strong people have always respected being strong, because they understand the meaning of being strong better than the weak, as well as the hard-won and scarcity of being strong. Therefore, in addition to lamenting Wang Xie's strength, they also sincerely respect and admire Wang Xie. It even acquiesced that Wang Xie is the leader of the team. But the ants of life in the ground will not fear the eagle in the sky. So after Zhao Zhijing witnessed Wang Xie's strength time and time again, instead of showing any respect, he became even more resentful and jealous towards Wang Xie. Especially when he found out that every time his junior sister looked at Wang Xie, her eyes seemed to glow. He felt even more upset. He thought, isn't Wang Xie just lucky? Talent is stronger than him, and he also has a magic weapon. What's so great about it? If he has an artifact, maybe he can too. If God made his talent several times stronger, if God also let him become the disciple of the palace master just like his junior sister, maybe his junior sister would have been his long ago. But now, his beloved junior sister has turned against him once because of Wang Xie. It's just that these personal grievances are nothing, Zhao Zhijing can bear it for the time being. What really bothered him was, he felt that Mu Lingxie respected Wang Xie a little too much, and even obeyed his words, as if Wang Xie was the boss of everyone. You know, the Ice and Snow Temple is also very interested in the inheritance of Long Yuan. If Wang Xie is the boss of everyone, if the Ice and Snow Temple obeys Wang Xie's words, after finding the Long Yuan inheritance, how should they compete with Wang Xie? Don't they want to watch Wang Xie get Long Yuan? Even if you get it yourself, you have to obediently offer it with both hands. Zhao Zhijing was a little unwilling. But according to what Mu Lingxie said before, maybe the Ice and Snow Temple will really dedicate the inheritance of Long Yuan to Wang Xie. After all, Mu Lingxie said it herself, if you follow Wang Xie to go through the barriers, you may not get treasures but you can see something in the world. Mu Lingxie has already lowered her goal to the so-called meeting the world. How can they compete for Long Yuan? It's already 6 levels so soon, I'm afraid it won't be too long before Long Yuan will really appear. He narrowed his eyes slightly, I have to think of a way. Just as he was thinking about this, everyone had already entered the light gate of the 7th level. Compared with the first 6 levels, the 7th level is very different. Because whether it is the coast, forest, or desert, they can all be classified as the wild, which is a place suitable for monsters to live. But after entering the 7th pass, what Wang Xie saw were pavilions, towers and pavilions, with red tiles and red walls. This seems to be a place where people live, and there is no monster at all. The water under the small bridge flows slowly, the sun shines on the colorful flower gardens, and in the distance of the pavilions there are fantastic castles and palaces. For a moment, Wang Xie felt that he had broken into the imperial garden of some emperor, or the palace. The layout here is really like the place where the Dragon Emperor used to live. Bai Ji said suddenly. Then, she was familiar with the road and led Wang Xie with her memory. Where is the bedroom where you can sleep and rest? Where is the bathing hall, where you can make a fire and cook, and where there is a beautiful scenery, all of which she said. It seems that this is really where the Dragon Emperor lived. Moreover, under the protection of the strange energy of the Dragon Palace, all the palaces are spotless, as clean and comfortable as if someone cleaned them every day. If Wang Xie wanted to, he could even sleep on a big bed in a bedroom at any time. But the question is, aren't he and the girls undergoing the test of the Dragon Palace? Why did he suddenly come to the place where the previous Dragon Emperor lived? Could it be the Dragon Palace test only has 6 levels? Roman guessed. We have already passed the level. Maybe the Dragon Yuan inheritance is hidden somewhere in the castle. Hearing this, everyone was moved in their hearts. It seems that there is really such a possibility. After all, if this is really the test of the 7th level, why are there no monsters? Don't feel any danger either. If this situation is not cleared, what else can it be? At this moment, Bai Ji continued, if this is the case, then the inheritance of Long Yuan should be in the building in front. Hearing this, people looked towards that building and immediately became excited. Because that building has a simple and rude name, Xinwo Building. But that aura was illusory, giving him a very vague feeling. Everyone was excited, thinking that the inheritance was right in front of them, but Wang Xie frowned. It stands to reason that this kind of thing can only be found by the protagonist who has had a lot of shit luck. He looked at the treasure building that was close at hand, thinking that the inheritance might be inside, so naturally he didn't want Wang Xie to go in alone. As a villain character, he didn't think the author of the dog would be so kind. The inheritance is going to be found so easily. This is obviously unscientific. There seems to be something weird in the building, why don't I go in first, you guys stay outside and take action according to the situation. He suggested to everyone. His perception ability is already infinitely close to the divine realm. If there is a monster in the building, it is logically impossible to escape his perception. More importantly, when he looked at the building, he faintly felt that there seemed to be a special aura hidden in the building. I don't even think the thief Heavenly Dao will give him such good luck. However, Zhao Zhijing was not happy. The girls do not doubt him. Along the way, Wang Xie contributed the most and had the strongest strength, so they naturally obeyed his advice. After all, he is not the son of Heavenly Dao. He is not the main character. The so-called firewood is the meaning of passing the fire from generation to generation, and it undoubtedly refers to the treasures passed down from generation to generation, that is, inheritance. There are strange things in the building. Could it be that Master Venerable means that there is danger in this building where the treasure is hidden? How could it be so easily obtained by a villain like him? If there is a danger, why don't you all take it together? How can you let Master Venerable take the risk alone? After all, if there is an inheritance in it, it is only natural for everyone to bear some risks. Longyuan inheritance may be in the building, but Wang Xie wants to go in alone. In Zhao Zhijing's view, this is undoubtedly wishful thinking. Not only would he not agree, but the people from the Western Temple probably wouldn't agree either. After all, if Wang Xie goes in alone, he may get the treasure alone, which is not in the interest of the Ice and Snow Temple, nor is it in the interest of the Western Temple. So, after saying that if there is a risk, everyone should bear it together, he thought he was smart and cast a wink at Qi Wei and Roman of the Western Temple. That meaning seems to say, if you don't want Wang Xie to monopolize the treasure, then join me against him. However, the echo he imagined did not appear. Qi Wei dismissed this senior from the Ice and Snow Temple lightly, and asked disdainfully, well, if there is a risk, we should bear it together. Dare I ask this senior, how many monsters have you killed along the way? How much risk have you taken? What you do, as long as it can be compared with a finger of Wang Xie, I respect your opinion. You, Zhao Zhijing was dumbfounded, with an extremely embarrassed expression. He really didn't do much, and he didn't kill a few monsters. Wang Xie is too fierce, and this group of girls is too fierce. The boss-level monsters were all killed by Wang Xie. The little monsters are swept by the girls all the way. Basically, he's like a tourist. When it's not good, I don't see your effort to sacrifice your life. I just saw a treasure building, and I immediately thought that I should take the risk. Brother, you are so smart. Qi Wei satirized him mercilessly. Roman didn't even bother to look at Zhao Zhijing, and said directly, there is no reason for us to abandon the opinions of the strong and listen to the opinions of the weak. What she meant was simple. Wang Xie was so powerful, he said that there was something weird in the building, maybe he saw some clues. Zhao Zhijing, he knows a shit. Zhao Zhijing stopped talking. After being humiliated, he finally sobered up, and finally realized how unshakable Wang Xie's position in the hearts of these girls was. Mu Lingxie also found this senior's performance annoying. Of course she knew that the senior brother was doing it for the benefit of the Ice and Snow Temple, to obtain the inheritance of Longyuan, and to complete the task assigned by the master. But tasks are dead, but people are alive. Wang Xie is venerable, the guest official of the Ice and Snow Palace, who can be regarded as half of the Ice and Snow Palace. At the same time, Wang Xie is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor recognized by the ancient dragon soul, and he has the determination to inherit it. Objectively speaking, the inheritance should belong to him. What's more, Wang Xie is so powerful, if the Ice and Snow Temple competed with him in the secret realm, he would not be able to win against him. Under such circumstances, the Ice and Snow Temple pushed the boat along with the current situation, and made a small effort to help its own venerable be passed on. Wouldn't it be a good thing? Even the people in the Western Temple regarded Wang Xie as a friend, and they were very smart not to show any hostility towards Wang Xie. On the contrary, it was her senior brother who talked too much. This undoubtedly seemed extremely petty, stupid, and short-sighted. But there is a saying that she thinks her senior brother is right. If there is a real danger, how can Wang Xie bear it alone? Why don't I go in with Wang Xie venerable? If you encounter some troubles, there should be someone to take care of you. She boldly asked Wang Xie. She sincerely hopes to help Wang Xie. It's just that when she thought that she was saved twice by Wang Xie. After being warned by Wang Xie last time that if she continues to be stupid like this, there is no guarantee that she will be saved for the third time, her face suddenly turned slightly red. That look seemed a little guilty, she was afraid that Wang Xie would reject her. Zhao Zhijing looked at his junior sister's slightly red cheeks, and felt extremely hurt in his heart. Mu Lingxie wanted to go in with Wang Xie. His junior sister is so obedient to Wang Xie, even if she goes in to find the inheritance, she probably won't compete with Wang Xie. It's better not to enter. The real problem is that he feels that his junior sister is not in the right state, and when facing Wang Xie, he always blush easily. Now that the door has not entered, I started to blush again. If he really let his junior sister in, the lonely men and widows are in the same room, although it is to search for treasures, but who can guarantee that there will be no accidents of shooting guns? The ghost knows what will happen after the two enter. Junior sister, I think this matter should be forgotten. Zhao Zhijing, who had tried his best to prevent Wang Xie from going in alone, suddenly changed his tone. Wang Xie is very powerful. Since he said he wants to go in alone, let him go alone. Go in. But Wang Xie, who had been silent all this time, expressed his opinion. Okay then, if you want to follow, just follow. He also changed his mind. Before, he thought there were too many people and it was easy to cause chaos. But, thinking about it, he thought it would be nice to have a silly girl by his side. In case there were any mechanism traps in the building, he was temporarily trapped inside. With a girl by his side, at least he would not be too lonely. Mu Lingxie immediately beamed with joy and almost cheered. Zhao Zhijing stared at Wang Xie, feeling extremely depressed but helpless. He absolutely didn't want his junior sister to get too close to Wang Xie, but the irony is in the end, it was himself who caused this result. At this time, Roman saw that Wang Xie and Mu Lingxie were about to enter, and suddenly said, "Then I will go too." She wanted to say that just now, but she didn't have the nerve to speak. Since Mu Lingxie spoke first, of course she has to follow. What if the weirdness in the treasure building is fun? What's more, last time Mu Lingxie was hugged by Wang Xie, she hasn't had time to do many things yet. Wang Xie didn't know what she was thinking, but nodded in agreement. He was relieved that Bai Ji and Qi Wei were taking care of him outside. In this way, when encountering some emergencies, it can also cooperate with the inside and outside. Then, he took the two girls to the Xinwo building. But the three of them didn't waste time on those things. After entering the building, they followed the written instructions in the building and went straight to the top floor. Wang Xie knew that Zhao Zhijing was jealous, but he was too lazy to talk to him for the time being. But, it seems someone has taken it away. But even if there is such a possibility, it is enough to make Zhao Zhijing want to die with envy. Even they seem to like Wang Xie a little bit. The legacy really seems to be here. Being liked by the eldest lady of the Western Temple and the only direct disciple of the Ice and Snow Temple at the same time, this is impossible. How is this possible? Then, he entered the interior of the fire building. This kind of idiot, if it's really necessary, just find time to kill him later, it's not worth caring about at all. There are many things on display in the building, including all kinds of rare materials, books and materials, etc., which must be some valuable inheritance. It seems that in their eyes, Wang Xie is more important than Long Yuan inheritance. Zhao Zhijing watched helplessly, but could do nothing. Wang Xie can even feel a breath of dragon essence that has the same origin as the ancestor dragon's sacred body. On the contrary, they seem to care more about Wang Xie. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he feels neither his junior sister nor Miss Roman from the Temple of Light seem to care much about the inheritance of Long Yuan. However, after arriving at the top floor, the place where Long Yuan was placed was empty, with only a little breath remaining, which seemed to prove that Long Yuan was indeed here. Zhao Zhijing thinks this is unscientific. The top floor is where the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor is stored. Long Yuan inheritance has disappeared. Maybe someone got ahead of me. No one knows. Both Roman and Mu Lingxie were a little disappointed. But they soon realized that the most disappointed person may be Wang Xie. After all, Wang Xie is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor recognized by Shenlong Island, and he must be more persistent than them in inheritance. Maybe my previous guess was wrong, maybe we didn't clear the customs, it's likely that this is just a rest area in the middle. Roman began to guess wildly again. Maybe the makers of the trial rules think that the people who can break in here are already very good. So while providing a rest place, they also opened the treasure building, and first gave us some small things, rewards for encouragement. So we should see if there are any other treasures in the Xinwo building, and then go out to find the light gate of the 8th level. She spoke eloquently, but there was a meaning of comforting Wang Xie hidden in her words, as if she was saying, I hope that later, if you can't find the inheritance in the 7th level, maybe you can find it in the 8th level. Mu Lingxie understood what she meant very well, and cooperated in searching for other treasures around, and then she found an ancient book called The Origin of Heaven and Earth Vitality, flipped through a few pages with great interest, and said, in addition to the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, I think other inheritances are also good. For example, this book involves the theory of practice. The content is in-depth and simple, and it is much more advanced than the popular version in the mainland. It must be able to clear up doubts for more practitioners. Besides this book, there are many useful and good things. What she said was true. In addition to the inheritance of Longyuan, there are indeed many good things in the Xinwo building. The Shenlong tribe has a long history and was once extremely powerful, so its background is naturally extraordinary. The rare books of various books in the prosperous era, as well as the practice methods of various ethnic groups, are all collected here. As long as you bring out a few random books and meet the right people, you may be able to create a few good geniuses. If you move out more, it will be enough to start a sect. These are indispensable treasures when cultivating talents. Both Roman and Mu Lingxie were born in the temple, so they naturally know how precious these items are to a big force. However, they deliberately said this at this time, mainly to divert Wang Xie's attention. Wang Xie smiled. She knows these two chicks are kind. But does he need comfort? He is the calmest one without inheritance, right? He had expected a long time ago as a villain without luck, he would never pick up the inheritance in the building so easily. I didn't have much hope at all, so I can't talk about disappointment. As for where the inheritance was taken, there is no clue, and he is too lazy to guess now, so he can only take one step at a time. The only thing that puzzled him was that when he was outside the door, he clearly sensed a special aura hidden in the building. At this time, for some reason, that breath disappeared. Brother Wang Xie, can I back up some of the books here and take them away? Roman's voice sounded again. Master Venerable, I also want, Mu Lingxie echoed. Although the former Shenlong tribe is no longer there, they obviously respect Wang Xie very much, so they made a special trip to ask Wang Xie for instructions. Of course, no problem. Wang Xie liked their understanding very much. After speaking, he himself walked towards those bookshelves and containers. He is not interested in books and materials. The cultivation technique cheats still need to be learned and practiced slowly, which is too troublesome. He doesn't plan to be a teacher in the future, so why study so many theories? There is a ready-made cultivation technique divine sense in his system. As long as he integrates the divine sense, he can immediately master the corresponding means. I don't have time to study these things. Compared with books, Wang Xie is more interested in the ore displayed on the back shelf. From about 610,000 year to 310,000 year ago, it was the most prosperous era of spiritual qi in the last era. With the nourishment of 10,000 year spiritual qi, the spirit stones at that time were extremely rich in minerals, and the Shenlong clan naturally collected a lot of good things. And this is the top floor of the Xinwo building, which was originally the place where the Longyuan inheritance was placed. The ore that can be stored in this room is of course the best of the best. You can find some 10,000-year purple blood crystals and immortal jade spirit stones of various attributes, many of which are necessary for arranging powerful formations. If Prince Kate had these precious spirit stones, the formation would not be so fragile, and he would not be killed by him. At this time, ready-made good materials are in front of him, and Wang Xie naturally keeps all of them in his pocket for emergencies. The materials needed to furnish a formation that is close to divine grade are definitely no less than buying a divine armament. It cannot be bought without a value of tens of thousands. Thinking that although he didn't get the inheritance this time, at least he picked up a valuable gemstone, Wang Xie's mood was much better. At this moment, he saw Roman jumping in place in front of the bookshelf, as if he wanted to reach the book on the top of the shelf. But because of its petite stature and lack of height, it is difficult to reach it anyway. It looked a little funny. He stepped forward and jokingly said, "I've never seen you so stupid, even though your height is really not too tall. But you are still a master, and you can't even touch the books on the bookcase." Roman's little face darkened. It's okay to laugh at her for being short, but you still laugh at her for being stupid. "You are stupid," she retorted. Didn't you say it yourself before you came here? There are weirdness and abnormalities in the building. So I have been deliberately not using the magical energy in my body. As a warlock-type practitioner, I am not a warrior. When I don't use energy, I am the same as a common. Of course I can only jump so high. Wang Xie was stunned. He didn't expect that this chick, who usually looks silly, actually cared about his confession. It's just in time for you to come now. Roman looked at him, and suddenly laughed. Why don't you hug me? Then I can get the book above. Say it. There was no time for Wang Xie to react at all, she just swooped in. Wang Xie was speechless. He expected she would ask him for help. But he didn't expect it to be this way. With his strong physique, even without using any energy, he can easily jump as high as a floor. Getting a book on top of the shelf is a no-brainer. However, the person was already in his arms, so Wang Xie didn't bother to say any more, and naturally hugged her. What's more, Roman is not heavy, and his body type belongs to the type that directly catches up with lowly. Roman was picked up, looking for the book slowly, secretly squinting and smiling, thinking, although this is a bit despicable, but this lady is still hugged by the male god. Ha 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 ha. Ever since Mulingxie was hugged by Wang Xie, she has missed this hug for a long time. At this time, finally got his wish. Hey, are you alright? Wang Xie wondered, thinking, isn't it just looking for a book? Why is she so happy? Besides, she jumped to get the book just now, so she should have a goal. After picking her up, wouldn't she be done with the book? Why did you keep looking for it for so long? It's almost ready. Roman reluctantly took a book, but Wang Xie put it back on the ground. Thank you, brother Wang Xie. She squinted and smiled, and hugged him again to express her gratitude. No guest. He was about to say you're welcome, but a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. That weird fuzzy aura reappeared, just above the bookshelf. Wang Xie looked up and saw no figures or monsters. But I saw a dagger falling from the top of the bookshelf, piercing Roman's head. Wang Xie didn't have time to think about it, and rushed forward with the chick in her arms, and pasted her on another row of bookshelves. Wang Xie pushed Roman to another row of bookshelves, keeping his attention on the movement behind him. Ding! The dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. And then no more. Nothing out of the ordinary happened afterwards. There were no people or monsters hiding on the top of the bookshelf, and even the vague aura disappeared. No matter how carefully he sensed it, he couldn't detect it anymore. It seemed that there was a dagger hidden on the top of the bookshelf. When Roman was holding the book, he accidentally knocked the dagger off. That's all there is to it. Could it be that I'm too cautious? Wang Xie was a little puzzled. He relaxed his vigilance against danger, and then he noticed that the touch on his hand was a little soft. And he and Roman are too close now. To be more precise, it was a kiss. And because his attention was not on Roman at all just now, he has been perceiving the possible danger. Therefore, the two seem to have remained motionless for a long time, or in other words, they have kissed for a long time. Roman's face was already red, even his breathing was messed up, his big black eyes looked at Wang Xie in aggrieved and panic. After being hugged once while holding a book, Wang Xie immediately put her on the bookshelf, so wild and domineering. She seems to have misunderstood a bit. Not far away, Mulingxie also came here when he heard the movement. It happened that Wang Xie pushed Roman into the corner of the bookshelf and kissed him forcibly, so intimately I couldn't help covering my mouth lightly, and I felt many strange feelings in my heart. Master Venerable and Roman, she pondered in her heart, and then hid herself to avoid embarrassment. Ahem. At this time, Wang Xie took a step back and coughed dryly. You seem to have knocked off the dagger on the bookshelf just now. I thought it was a sneak attack by something, and I may have overreacted. He explained to Roman. Although he never thought of being a good old man, he didn't want to be regarded as a guy who couldn't wait to jump up when he saw a beauty. Oh, so it's because of the dagger. Roman's face was still red, and he nodded reservedly, not blaming him. Wang Xie hummed and ended the awkward chat with her, but his eyes were still staring at the bookshelf unwillingly, as if he was looking for some clues. There was a dagger hidden on the top of the bookshelf, and it happened to be knocked off by Roman, which seemed a bit strange. And just now he really felt a vague breath. Roman secretly smiled when he turned to look at the bookshelf. Secretly, although the incident happened a bit suddenly, but I was actually kissed by the handsome big brother. Ha 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 ha. This time I'm the first. Has Mulingxie been kissed by him yet? Thinking this way, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Then, Roman turned his gaze to the dagger on the ground. Girls have a delicate mind, and the first time always has a special meaning for them. The first time you meet someone you like, the first time you are hugged by a male god, and the first time you are kissed by a male god, of course they are all memorable. She was hugged because of the book in her hand. Needless to say, this book must be collected. As for the small matter of being kissed, the dagger on the ground was undoubtedly the witness. So, taking advantage of Wang Xie's lack of ideas, she secretly picked up the dagger and put it in her bosom. In this way, when she returns to the West, she will think of what happened today when she sees the dagger. She was a little happy, but soon became melancholy. Because after returning to the West, she will never see Wang Xie again. There are not many days for her to stay in the world. This trip to the secret realm may be her last free and unconstrained days. That troublesome thing was her doomed fate. Originally, she had already resigned to her fate, she just wanted to use her short life to play games in the world, and when she had enough games, she could leave freely. But now she is a little greedy for this world of mortals. She has only been hugged by the person she likes, she has only been kissed, she has never spent time with him, she has never had a drink with him, she has never slept with him. There are too many things she has never done. The problem is, she seems to have time to do it now. The days are few in number, why should she be reserved, why should she care about the so-called identity constraints? She just does what she wants, isn't it good? Under the influence of that greed, a red light flashed in her originally clear eyes, and an evil smile gradually bloomed on the corner of her mouth. Perhaps, I should be bolder. So, she put the dagger in her arms, looked at Wang Xie and said suddenly, actually, you don't need to apologize for what happened just now. Huh? Wang Xie picked up a book on the shelf, still looking for the monster that didn't seem to exist, and didn't understand what she meant. Because I like you, Roman said. Wang Xie was stunned, and said to himself, this chick doesn't have a fever, does she? How many days have we known each other and I don't seem to have ever flirted with her? He was puzzled and thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly. After Roman said this, he did what Wang Xie did when he rescued her just now. This time he pushed Wang Xie to the corner of the bookshelf. This is too bold, Mu Lingxie said secretly. Because this, Wang Xie was stunned, and the book in his hand fell to the ground. He thought, are girls this wild now? Since it's free then I'm not welcome. A greedy red light slowly covered her eyes that were brighter than Chushui. If I were bolder, would it be the woman in his arms as me? She also likes Wang Xie. She is proving with practical actions that she is not joking. She just means it. But seeing Roman being so bold, seeing that Wang Xie was about to be snatched away by the people from the Western Temple, she was a little unwilling, and she became greedy. Under the influence of the inexplicable force in the building, Wang Xie's eyes turned red, and greed gradually grew in his heart. At this time, the entire treasure building was shrouded in an evil energy of greed, making everything even more weird. Who doesn't like someone as handsome and capable as Wang Xie? As the daughter of the Bishop of the Temple of Light, known as the Pearl of the entire West, she actually confessed her love to Wang Xie. He also took the initiative to throw himself into Wang Xie's arms, even kissed him. But she soon began to envy Roman's boldness. Not far away, Mu Lingxie, who was hiding behind another row of bookshelves, was also shocked. Then kiss him. At the same time. Originally, this liking was obscure, not obvious, hidden, and repressed. Roman actually confessed to Wang Xie. Are girls all this wild nowadays? Since it's a free gift then I'm not welcome. Wang Xie smirked. After all, he was a carnivore. Why not give it away for nothing? But at this moment, a book fell to the floor, making a slight noise. Wang Xie and Roman looked towards where the sound came from, and saw Mu Lingxie. Only then did the two forget about their feelings, remember that this is not their back garden, nor their private bedroom. But in the treasure house. Besides him and her, there is another living person in the building. Obviously not a place to mess around. No matter how open-minded Wang Xie is, he probably doesn't want to be visited. That I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break you. Mu Lingxie blushed and explained cautiously. Originally, I planned to ask Mr. Venerable some questions, but I didn't expect that you're that. A question? What are you going to ask? Wang Xie changed the subject. It's about, she lowered her head slightly, but hesitated to speak. I want to go over there to find a few more books. Roman smiled at Wang Xie, and avoided it generously. She had a great kiss just now, and she is also in a good mood now, so she doesn't mind lending Wang Xie to Wang Xie temporarily. Seeing Roman walking away, Wang Xie continued to ask, about what? Wang Xie originally wanted to ask him some questions, because she found several books on the origin of heaven and earth. The above discussion of spiritual qi, the view of heaven and earth is too bold an alternative. She wants to ask Wang Xie what he thinks about those books. But now she is not interested in those questions anymore. Now she's only interested in one thing. It's about Roman. She looked up, her face was red, but she was getting more and more courageous. What happened to Roman? Wang Xie didn't understand what she meant for a while. I mean, anything Roman can do so can I. She looked him straight in the eye. Wang Xie was stunned again. Everything Roman can do. In normal times, Wang Xue's words would be fine. But the problem is, just now he was confessed by that chick Roman, and was even kissed by that chick. Now Wang Xie said this again. She also has a fever. Wang Xie realized that there was something wrong, and said to himself, what the hell did you suffer from today? Not only can it be done even more than what she can do. Halfway through the conversation, the cold beauty from the ice and snow temple in the rumors had already slipped into his arms and looked at him with infinitely gentle eyes. The north will always be closer to you than the west. At this moment, she was so enthusiastic that she melted away her usual arrogance. She had to compete with Roman, After all, her and Roman's identities are too special. Although the Northern Temple and the Western Temple are not in a hostile relationship, as one of the three most influential forces in the world, the relationship between the two is destined to be a competitive relationship. She is the only direct disciple of the Ice and Snow Hall Master, and is even regarded as the future heir. Roman is the daughter of the Bishop of the West and an important figure in the West. If Wang Xie was with Roman and was too close to the West, it would be impossible for her to get close to Wang Xie. The reverse is also the same. If Wang Xie is with her and truly becomes a family with the North, Roman will not be able to get close to Wang Xie. Put aside any reserve. Active attack is worse than passive waiting. Everything you like in this world, you have to fight for it yourself. Therefore, if Roman is bold, she must be bolder than Roman. Roman dared to kiss Wang Xie. Of course she dares too. Even though it was her first kiss. She did it despite her extremely jerky and clumsy movements. Wang Xie thinks that today's girls must be crazy. But can this be his fault? The girl is willing to come and give it off, to put it in his arms, or to be played by him in the palm of his hand. Why not do it? But at this moment, Roman, who had already left, appeared again. She looked at Wang Xie and sneered. I never thought that the pure goddess in the Ice and Snow Temple would be so charming. Seeing that Roman had discovered her, Wang Xie didn't hide it, and retorted, the pure sacred daughter of light is rumored to be no less than me in this regard. These two people are at the tip of their heads. Seeing this situation, Wang Xie thought they were going to have a fight. Unexpectedly, Roman suddenly changed the topic. I didn't come to argue with you. I just came to tell you. She stepped forward and hugged Wang Xie again. I will not give up on him. Besides, you like to compare with me so much. I'm going to give myself to him now, don't you dare. As soon as these words came out, both Wang Xie and Wang Xie were shocked. Today's Roman chick is indeed a bit too abnormal and too bold. What temple, responsibility, I don't care. The deep greed in the depths of her eyes became stronger and stronger. Life is so short, I just want to get what I want once. What's more, the world here doesn't belong to Blue Star. There is no temple, no alliance, no conflict of interest, and no father. The me now is just me and has nothing to do with anyone. Why can't I do what I want? What's up? Wang Xie won't understand what is the deep-seated reason that caused Roman to suddenly become so bold, even dissolute. But that kind of involuntary expression accidentally hit the string in her heart. Because she also has a lot of own involuntary. But Roman was right. This is not Blue Star, there is no temple, there is no alliance. Especially at this moment, there is no senior brother here, no one else, not even a single outsider. Does that mean that even if something happens, as long as no one talks about it, everything will be fine? If that's the case, why can't I? The desire in her heart seemed to be magnified thousands of times by the power of greed, so she also became bold. As said before, everything Roman can do, she can do. Not only can she do it, she is even more enthusiastic than Roman. Therefore, she also threw herself into Wang Xie's arms, and on the left and right of Roman, they all enthusiastically stuck into Wang Xie's arms. At this moment, even Wang Xie was ignited by that fiery passion, and the greed for beauty in his heart became more and more rampant. Each of the three people is addicted to the greed of their own dreams, unable to extricate themselves. The scene is getting more and more chaotic. Breathing and skirts are starting to mess up. The atmosphere in the treasure building became more and more strange in this unspeakable chaos. In the darkness, a transparent shadow sneered disdainfully, "Human beings are nothing more than that. No matter how advanced the cultivation base is, they are just slaves to their own greed. I just made a small trick to make them all lost." Then, holding a butcher knife in his hand, he approached the human beings who were lost in their respective desires. A killing intent is gradually approaching. At this moment, Wang Xie, who was sinking, suddenly sneered. He thought, the monster who is good at spreading greedy energy finally couldn't help but do it because of his greed to win. So, the fishing game can be over. Almost at the moment when the killing intent appeared, he sensed that vague aura very clearly, and instantly locked onto the opponent's position. He drew his sword and slashed away without hesitation. Wang Xie slashed out with a sword. The destructive energy of the sun flame Excalibur surged. A transparent shadow didn't have time to react, and was overwhelmed by the energy. Then, the entire row of bookshelves fell down, and deep ravines were plowed into the ground. Even under the protection of the powerful formation of the Dragon Palace, the entire treasure building still shook 3 times, and was almost collapsed by the power of the Excalibur. It can be seen how terrifying this sword is. Under severe injuries, the transparent shadow finally revealed its true body. It was a monster that looked like a human being, wearing a black robe and a cloak. But there were no facial features on his face, and he couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. He only had a pair of scarlet greedy eyes, and he was staring at Wang Xie with disbelief at this moment. He is a special kind of life adopted by the Dragon clan in ancient times. He has the power of greed and is best at arousing greed and desire in people's hearts, making people lose themselves. This time, he thought he had mastered everything, but he never dreamed that he would suddenly receive a sword from Wang Xie. Moreover, it seems that Wang Xie has been waiting for him for a long time already. Found him not affected by greed at all. "Why? You are obviously greedy for beauty, why can you get rid of the influence of greed?" he asked unwillingly. Wang Xie just sneered. "Greed for beauty? He is a bit horny. But not greedy. You won't get lost when you see the beauty, okay?" Especially these days, he was fed quite full by his own woman. What's more, with his almost divine soul power, he has long sensed that there is a special aura hidden here. After entering the building, he passed by that vague breath several times. A dagger fell out of nowhere from the top shelf of the bookshelf. When Mu Lingxie was hiding behind the bookshelf, a book suddenly fell from the bookshelf, and then she stood up and said that she had something to do with him. And the greed that is gradually drawn out from the depths of his heart. Obviously, a certain guy in the dark is spreading greedy energy to influence people's hearts, while deliberately creating some clumsy coincidences, causing something to happen between him and the second daughter. So many little tricks. Do you really think he doesn't know? Who is this playing for a fool? It's just courting death. It's just that this monster's ability to hide and sneak is really powerful. The monster's movements in the previous 2 or 3 times were too small, and it hardly revealed any breath. Even with his ability, it was difficult to accurately locate the opponent's position. So, he simply used his tricks to show the enemy his weakness, and deliberately pretended to be lost, so as to attract the opponent to make the next move. Sure enough, the monster was really fooled and revealed his murderous intentions. Because of that murderous intent, the opponent's concealment state was no longer perfect, and he instantly locked the opportunity to win, and slashed out with a sword. But he would not explain these things to the other party, and said in a cold voice, "It seems that you should be the gatekeeper of the Xinwo building, so why is Long Yuan not here? You should know the answer, right? You want to get Long Yuan. This is wishful thinking." The faceless monster sneered. "Then you are looking for death." Wang Xie could see that, unlike the previous 6 levels, this time the faceless monster was not formed by the energy of the Dragon Palace but a real life. Those who live are generally afraid of death. So he threatened with death. But the faceless monster laughed wildly, "Dead, ha 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 ha. I'm tired of living." With the sound of his crazy laughter, violent energy was brewing in his body. He's about to blow himself up. Or if Shu Lin dies, he also wants Wang Xie to pay some price. Wang Xie shot without hesitation. Sword ray slashed, and the faceless head fell to the ground. Wang Xie solved him. The monster controlling greed died, and Luo Man and Mu Lingxie, who were lost in greed and longing, naturally slowly woke up. The scarlet light in their eyes faded away, gradually returning to clarity. Roman felt his head was a little dizzy, as if he had forgotten something. It felt a bit like drinking a piece of wine. Then, fragmented memories began to emerge in my mind. Hugs, confession, passionate kisses. Life is short. She wants to pursue what she wants once, so she threatens to push Wang Xie down, even almost did that. God, even if you really drink the fragments, you won't be so crazy, right? With a swipe, Roman's face turned red as if it was about to bleed. At the same moment, Mu Lingxie also realized what happened. Jealousy. What does Roman do? She wants to compete with Roman, even want to bring down Wang Xie with Roman. This is really a crazy memory. Remembering how she looked like in the memory at this time, she really wants to die. This time it was really embarrassing. At this moment, Wang Xie walked over after beheading the monster. Brother Wang Xie, just now My lord, we just now. Both chicks wanted to explain at the same time, but at the same time felt that thing was unspeakable and unexplainable. Of course they knew that they were affected by greed before. But that greed is their own after all. Moreover, under the influence of greed, in front of Wang Xie, they still acted so shady. No matter how they explain it, their image has plummeted and cannot be recovered. Maybe Wang Xie will look down on them and think they are not good girls. However, just when they lowered their heads and thought wildly, flustered like two children who made a big mistake, Wang Xie suddenly said, "You guys did a good job just now." Ah, very good. They were stunned at the same time. Wang Xie continued solemnly, "Yes, you are all very smart. It happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to remind you. But you all cooperated very well. If you hadn't cooperated with me like that and succeeded in fooling the monster, I'm afraid I really can't find a way to deal with him. Come on, we should get out now." The two girls were speechless for a long time, but they couldn't help feeling warm in their hearts. Whether Wang Xie really mistook them for cooperation, or Wang Xie knew that they were lost, but deliberately gave them face, she felt that Wang Xie's approach was too considerate and caring. Wang Xie is hard to catch. Wang Xie is really not an ordinary person. Roman pursed his lips lightly, thinking silently, if I want to win his favor, it seems that I have to work harder. After speaking, Wang Xie walked towards the outside of the door. It's not something that can be settled by beauty. As the eldest lady in the Western Temple, she only needs to hook her fingers, and the men who want to chase her can fill the entire Shenlong Island. Mu Lingxie was speechless, but she had the same thought in her heart. This time, they completely lost face, and even lost face to others. It's a great feeling. Roman stared at Wang Xie's back, and she found that she liked this man even more, and it was impossible to like anyone else. Mu Lingxui's face turned red, and she also thought that Wang Xie was really handsome. But she only wants Wang Xie now. This seems to prove. If they like Wang Xie, it is far from enough to rely on her beauty and so-called initiative. But what Wang Xie said brought back the face they had lost. The person is handsome, and the things he does are even more handsome, which is really likable. Then, the two ecstatic chicks suddenly realized a problem together. They all treated Wang Xie like that before, and Wang Xie was still indifferent and kept awake. The faces of the two little girls were flushed, and each held their own small thoughts. Due to the greedy monster, both of them had boldly confessed to Wang Xie. In front of Wang Xie, they have almost no secrets at all. But compared to before, they have become much more honest, and they no longer compete with each other. After all, whether it can be recognized by Wang Xie or liked by Wang Xie is still unknown. What is there to argue about now? Wang Xie walked in front. Of course he knew what the two chicks were thinking. I also know that they have different secrets and weaknesses in their hearts. Their desire, their greed in a certain way, is undoubtedly a weakness. If he was willing to put in a little thought, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with these two chicks, and even make them submit physically and mentally. But he's in no rush to do so. After all, there are already many women around him. If they like him, well, let them like him, let them sink themselves. The reason why many so-called gods or goddesses can become gods or goddesses in the hearts of others is not only because they have many advantages, but also because it is difficult to be obtained. Let it hang out for a while, maybe they will want to be with him more, be more loyal and enthusiastic to him. What's more, now that he is in the secret realm, his mind is not on women at all. Moreover, he felt that the words left by the faceless monster before his death were really strange. He asked about the whereabouts of the faceless monster Long Yuan. That monster actually said that he wanted to get the inheritance of Long Yuan. Is this wishful thinking? He is here to break through. Isn't it normal to want to get Long Yuan? Why are you delusional? Is he not worthy? Besides, he is not like an outsider. He is pregnant with the ancestor dragon's sacred body, and has the real dragon emperor bloodline. Under such circumstances, shouldn't Faceless Blame be the candidate for the dragon emperor? Why do you say he is delusional? Moreover, as the gatekeeper, the faceless monster is defeated. He didn't want to kill him at first, but the other party would rather blow himself up and fight him. The real problem is that Ruowulian thinks that getting the Dragon Yuan is wishful thinking. So, whoever gets the Dragon Yuan should be taken for granted. Yi Fan. A name naturally came to Wang Xie's mind. Although there is no evidence, Yi Fan did not even appear at all. It seems that it has nothing to do with this matter. But Wang Xie just felt that this incident might have something to do with Yi Fan. But what is going on, he still can't figure it out. The only thing that is certain is, this so-called Dragon Emperor trial is by no means as simple as it appears on the surface. He has already smelled some conspiracy from the trials. At this time, the people outside the Xinwo building may have heard the movement of the battle and rushed in. Seeing that Wang Xie and Luo Man were fine, Qi Wei and Bai Ji felt relieved. I'm just a little confused. If it was just a normal fight, why did Luo Man and Mu Lingshui's faces turn red? And that kind of red is not like the red after strenuous exercise in battle, it is more like a very rippling red. Looking at his junior sister's red face, Zhao Zhijing felt that something was wrong, so he turned his eyebrows at Wang Xie coldly, and seriously suspected that Wang Xie had done something good to his junior sister. Wang Xie sensed the other party's hostility, but didn't bother to pay attention, and said directly to everyone. Judging from the current situation, this is only the 7th level of the trial, and the monster has been killed by me. This proves that the previous assumption of clearing the level is wrong. If the level is not cleared, the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor is naturally not in the building. Maybe we will go through the 8th and 9th levels again in the future. But from the 1st level to the 7th level, the continuous long-term battle must have made everyone feel a little tired. It just so happens that there are many palaces where you can live, so why not take a break? Wang Xie looked at his watch. So from now on, everyone can move freely, and rejoin in front of this building in 12 hours. Besides, finally, he cast his eyes on Zhao Zhijing. Some people who are idle must not be very tired. If they are full of energy, why not take advantage of everyone's rest time to find out where the light gate of the 8th level is? An idler who is an idler, Zhao Zhijing suddenly became unhappy. Follow what he said, and I'll leave it to you to find the door. Mu Lingshui said directly to Zhao Zhijing in an orderly tone. Although Wang Xie's words may be a bit unpleasant, but her senior brother really didn't do anything along the way, and he was always petty, looking for various excuses to fight against Wang Xie, which is really annoying. Junior sister. Zhao Zhijing was even more upset. He felt that junior sister seemed to be more obedient to Wang Xie. Even helping outsiders, but not him. Mu Lingshui's expression became even colder. Don't forget, I am the direct disciple. I was the one who led the team when the people from the Ice and Snow Temple came to the secret realm. If you don't obey orders and discipline, don't blame me, you're welcome. After all, a faint chill enveloped Zhao Zhijing. Zhao Zhijing suddenly felt a little cold and a little scared. In terms of strength, talent, and status, he is far inferior to his junior sister. The junior sister is not only the only direct disciple of the palace master, but also the appointed heir. Mu Lingshui gave him face, thinking of the friendship he had when he was just initiation. Only when he was a senior brother, he was qualified to be a senior brother. If Mu Lingshui doesn't give him face, he will have to kneel down. Yes, this subordinate would like to follow the instruction of Master Sheodian. Zhao Zhijing knelt down on one knee, gritted his teeth in humiliation, and went to look for Guangmin. After being reprimanded by his junior sister, he hated Wang Xie even more. But Wang Xie doesn't care. If he wants, Mu Lingshui can also be played by him in the palm of his hand. Does he still need to care about a dog beside Mu Lingshui? Then, he left the Xinwo building and went to the bedroom that Bai Ji had prepared for him. Going to bed to rest, the bed was very soft, he tossed and turned, a little sleepy, but couldn't fall asleep. Involuntarily, I started to think about the faceless monster again. There is an aura of Longyuan inheritance left in the Xinwo building. Logically speaking, the Longyuan inheritance might really be in the building. Assuming the faceless monster is related to Yi Fan, and may even have seen Yi Fan. Doesn't that mean, is the inheritance of Longyuan already in Yi Fan's hands? This may be a bold and unbelievable guess. But Wang Xie will not ignore the possibility of such a thing happening. Even if it is a possibility that is extremely unfavorable to him. The question is, when did Yi Fan get the Dragon Yuan, and how did he reach the 7th floor? At the same time, in the dark underground cave, Yi Fan opened his eyes. A vague spiritual thought was introduced into his sea of consciousness from the Dragon Palace, and through the notification of that spiritual thought, he learned that Wang Xie had reached the 7th pass, and that the death of the crime of greed in the Xinwo building information. He reached the 7th floor so quickly, he is really amazing. However, this only makes him die faster. Yi Fan sneered, with a playful gleam in his eyes. At this moment, everything is going according to his plan. Everything is under his control. Wang Xie came to the 7th level. In his opinion, it's just that he has stepped into the gate of hell. After he enters the 7th level, he will almost be able to start the real highlight. If there are no accidents, Wang Xie should not survive a day. He sneered secretly. The question is, when did Yi Fan get the Dragon Yuan, and how did he reach the 7th floor? Wang Xie was puzzled. He doesn't think that under normal circumstances, with Yi Fan's cultivation base, he can reach the 7th level. It can't be luck by shit, can it? After all, he is the son of Heavenly Dao. What a heaven-defying luck. Maybe after arriving at the Dragon Palace, there is no need to go through the barrier at all, and the green light all the way. Only the devil will know why. But Wang Xie thinks things are obviously getting more interesting. If the inheritance of Longyuan has really fallen into Yi Fan's hands, then this trip to the secret realm is really interesting, even he needs to be more serious. While thinking about this, a breeze suddenly blew. Because of that breeze, Wang Xie's fatigue after successive battles was instantly wiped away. Because the wind didn't blow from the window or the door, but from every corner of the secret realm world, blowing invisibly into the ocean of his soul. Wang Xie felt something in his heart, vaguely guessed what happened, and closed his eyes slightly. The surrounding scenes changed, his soul was like an expanding aperture, far away from the Dragon Palace, and came to a distant place. There the green grass is shining and the flowers are blooming. Between the flowers and the green grass, there is a low tree growing rapidly. This little tree looks common, but it is by no means common. Back in the 3rd level of the Dragon Palace, there was a guy who claimed to be the king of the forest, boasting that his own branches and leaves were enough to cover a range of 50 miles, and the roots were all over the land of the 3rd level. At this time, the small tree looked very small, but its roots had already covered half of the Qingfeng plain. And those seemingly delicate root systems are still breaking through the ground and spreading around. Extend. Absorbing the energy of this world, it continues to grow rapidly. Finally, its roots will cover the entire secret realm world. Because this tree is not an ordinary tree, but the tree of the world. Lin Ruichu and Lin Miok stood in front of the tree, guarding the growth of this small tree day and night. The little tree at this time is exactly the humble seed they planted back then. That is a seed of the world. A long time ago, Wang Xie got the seed of this world from the Heavenly Dao treasure box, rewarded by the system, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to use it, so he kept it in the warehouse. Because according to the system, if you want the seeds of the world to germinate and grow, you must water them with the power of the world. At that time, he didn't know what the power of the world was, and there was no place to find it, but after coming to the secret realm world, he understood. And immediately realized that the world of Shenlong clan created by the 1st generation of Dragon King is definitely the best soil for the seeds of the world to germinate and grow. After all, Blue Star is under Heavenly Dao's control. If the world seeds are planted on Blue Star, the seeds will probably be killed by Heavenly Dao's power before they can absorb much power from the world. The secret realm world is an ownerless minor world. The 1st Dragon King who created the world has long since died for 10,000 years, and even the previous Dragon King may have died for nearly 10,000 years. As long as he can successfully germinate and grow that seed, and pass through the most fragile and dangerous period, no force can stop the growth of the world tree. Moreover, that seed has already been refined by him. When the world tree is powerful enough to occupy the entire world, he will also be able to control the power of this side of the world. This is Wang Xie's biggest trump card in the secret realm. From the very beginning, he made two-handed preparations. Even if he can't get the inheritance, as long as he uses the power of this world to grow his world tree and make him master the power of the world, that's still a big profit. The reason why this matter is entrusted to Lin Ruochu instead of him himself is actually very simple. On the one hand, he trusts Lin Ruochu. On the other hand, as a villain, his luck is too bad. And there are too many people staring at him, his every move is likely to attract the attention of others, especially He Fan's attention. If he planted the tree himself and someone with malicious intentions found out ahead of time, and the seeds were destroyed before they germinated, it would be a big loss. Therefore, his so-called looking for the inheritance of Longyuan, besides really trying his luck and wanting to get the inheritance of Longyuan, is actually a way of secretly hiding Chen Kang, using himself to attract the attention of others, so that Lin Ruochu can take care of him more smoothly. The world tree grows. At this time, the scale of world tree is gradually growing, and it will mature in a few days. Even if the worst happens, even if He Fan has been inherited, he is not afraid of him. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door outside the bedroom. "Come in." Wang Xie came back to his senses and said to the outside. It was a woman who came, wearing a short black skirt, holding a bowl of hot tea in her hand, with a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. It was Qi Wei. Master's repeated battles must be extremely exhausting, and he is prone to headaches and insomnia. I specially brewed a bowl of calming tea and brought it here. Soothing tea. Wang Xie smiled. After a long fight, he closed his eyes now, and the scene of that fight still appeared in his mind from time to time, and he was indeed a bit insomnia. It's really intentional. Wang Xie took the tea, took a sip, and thought it tasted good. After Qi Wei offered tea, she was not in a hurry to leave. She obediently helped him make the bed, and almost got into the bed to warm him up. Wang Xie's smile grew wider. Knowing that it was time to rest, this chick deliberately came to deliver soothing tea and help him make his bed. So, this was sent on purpose. Do you want to be thrown down by him? Wang Xie knew this, but she was not in a hurry to do so. Instead, she deliberately asked her, aside from delivering tea, what else do you want to do? Qi Wei's face turned red, as if she was a little embarrassed. I'll serve you. Serve me? Weren't you cold, stubborn, and looking for life before? Wang Xie sneered. In the past, Qi Wei was really cold and stubborn. Even if she was bound to a subsystem, she couldn't make her succumb. But now she looks at Wang Xie with eyes full of admiration and longing. She knew too little about Wang Xie before. That's why he was so overconfident that he thought that he could defeat him, use him, and control him in his hands. Now she is by his side, seeing Wang Xie's endless tricks, seeing all kinds of powerful monsters fall under Wang Xie's sword in the experience, and she knows that she is wrong. There will be an end to everyone's sight. Everyone has their own price tag in their hearts. Wang Xie's ability is enough to make her surrender, enough to make her follow willingly. What's more, as Long Nu once said, the thing she desires most cannot be achieved by others. Maybe Wang Xie can. How could she give up that hope? In the past, Qi Wei was ignorant and didn't know the master's methods. Qi Wei lowered her head. In front of him, she let go of all her pride. Wang Xie lifted her chin to make her look up. That beautiful face that used to always hide a sinister smile and make people shudder, now in Wang Xie's eyes, only obedient and sensible are left. If you keep being so obedient in front of me in the future, maybe the wish you've been thinking so deeply in your heart will come true someday. Wang Xie said with a smile. Qi Wei was not excited or secretly happy, but instead said, everything about Qi Wei belongs to the master, and it is only natural to be loyal to the master and obey the master. Qi Wei dare not take credit for it, nor dare to have too many extravagant expectations. Whether you can be rewarded in the future and whether your wish can be fulfilled depends on the mood of the master. Oh, then you were really obedient. Wang Xie smiled. Amidst his laughter, the lights in the room went out. Nothing to say all night, Wang Xie slept soundly. It's already the second day. As the spring breeze swayed, the small trees on the Qingfeng plain grew stronger and became towering, and their roots spread all over the entire eastern region. If this progress is followed, in another 3 or 4 days, the roots of the world tree will be able to spread throughout the entire world, and then gain the power of the entire world. Wang Xie could clearly feel this. A big event is about to be accomplished, and with a beautiful woman in his arms, he will naturally feel more proud of the spring breeze. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, but it was Baiji who came. Wang Xie can sleep so sweetly tonight, in fact, it is thanks to Baiji. Because Baiji didn't sleep all night. After the death of the faceless monster in the fire building, although the 7th level seems to be very safe, but what if there is still some kind of danger lurking? She wanted Wang Xie to rest more at ease, so she was active in the vicinity all night, keeping vigil for Wang Xie. In this way, if there is any trouble, she will know immediately. At this time, it was because of something happening outside that she came to report. Dragon Emperor, the people from the Eastern Heavenly Tao Temple have also arrived at the 7th level. Baiji said. O people from the Eastern Temple. Wang Xie narrowed his eyes. Along the way, he has never encountered anyone from the Eastern Temple or Yifan. According to his original speculation, after the Eastern Temple and Yifan entered the Dragon Palace, they should have taken another path. At this time, different paths lead to the same goal, and the people from the Eastern Temple have reached the 7th level through another path. Does that mean that Yifan should also appear? If Yifan has appeared, where is Long Yuan, and the many doubts that plagued him, maybe it can be solved. Thinking of this, Wang Xie stood up from the bed, and he decided to go and have a look. Baiji helped him button his clothes and tidy up his skirts, wanting to follow. Wang Xie suddenly said, "You don't have to go this time." No need to go, Baiji was stunned, not understanding why Wang Xie suddenly forbade her to follow. Look at your face so pale and haggard. Wang Xie said seriously, you should take a good rest. Baiji was stunned, she didn't expect Wang Xie to say that. So, is this feeling sorry for her? Then, her face was no longer pale, but a little red. I'm not sleepy as a dragon clan. She might want to say that as a member of the Shenlong tribe. Her body is far stronger than ordinary people, and even if she does not sleep for a few days and nights, it is just a trivial matter. However, before she finished speaking, Wang Xie had already picked her up, took off her shoes, and stuffed her into the bed. Tell you to rest as soon as you rest, where is there so much nonsense? Wang Xie reprimanded her. So what if the people from the Eastern Temple come? If you don't follow, I won't be able to deal with them. Let me see you making yourself so haggard in the future, and I will not forgive you lightly. After days of fighting, he took the initiative to watch for him when he was resting. After the people from the Eastern Temple came, would he continue to accompany him to meet those people? How can you be so tired to be his woman? Although Wang Xie doesn't intend to be a good person, but if a woman treats him sincerely, even without his orders, she will silently help him with many things behind his back. He will not treat such a woman badly, and will not make a woman who treats him well suffer. Baiji was so trained that she didn't dare to answer, but she felt so sweet in her heart. Because the quilt that had been warmed all night was really warm. Because she knows that Wang Xie cares about her very much now and loves her. So, she couldn't help kissing him, wishing to give him her heart. Baiji, I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't not take care of my body and worry the Dragon King. Then she apologized to him, and became more obedient. From now on, everything will be arranged by the Dragon King. Wang Xie thought she looked very cute now, and joked, I made a mistake, but she still kissed me. Are you acting like a baby? You are quite good now. Baiji's face turned even redder. The Beilong clan is naturally cold in body and heart, and only in front of him can she blush easily. Wang Xie laughed, covered her with a quilt, and left. The door was closed. Baiji lay obediently under the quilt, closed her eyes. But she couldn't fall asleep at all, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Many years she has never been cared for so sincerely. For 5,000 years, she has been sealed in the ring, but she is an orphan of the dragon clan abandoned by the times. Meeting Lu Yuanji was just meeting another poor child. But in Wang Xie, she can experience many different feelings. Wang Xie is like her big brother, like her father who is far away, like her absent clansman, who will teach her, reprimand her, and at the same time really care about her and love her. Although Wang Xie is pretty bad, but she is sincerely willing to treat her well. For this alone, she will never be able to leave him. Dragon Emperor, Baiji will always like you, and will always follow you whether Guantiantang or the underworld. She hugged the quilt, sniffed his residual smell, and finally fell asleep slowly. After Wang Xie left the bedroom, he told Chiwei some things, and walked towards the fire building alone. At this time, many people had already gathered in front of the gate of the Xinhuo building. Not only the people from the Eastern Temple were present, but Wang Xie and Roman representing the North and West were also present. Wang Xie looked towards the group of people in the Eastern Temple. It was a small group of more than a dozen people. The leaders of the team were undoubtedly Zhang Lindao and Qin Hongluan. Most of the other 10 people were geniuses from other houses. It is not difficult to guess they must have been absorbed into the team of the Eastern Temple on the way to break through. Wang Xie looked at those people one by one, and soon frowned. Because he didn't see Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not with the people from the Eastern Temple, nor did he come to the 7th floor. To be more precise, since coming to the secret realm, Yi Fan seems to have disappeared. There's something wrong with this. At this time, Zhang Lindao of the Eastern Temple stared at the Xinhuo Tower, with a meaningful smile on his face, looked at Wang Xie and Wang Xie and said, "Shanwelu, it is taken from the meaning of passing on the fire from generation to generation. It is such a building. I am afraid there is a treasure inside. It seems that you came here earlier than us, could it be that the Longyuan inheritance?" His smile became more ambiguous, obviously implying something. Wang Xie knew what he wanted to say, shook her head and said, "I'm afraid you misunderstood. We have indeed been to this building before, but there are only monsters guarding it, but there is no inheritance. I guess this is only the 7th level of the trial. Inheritance should be in the 8th or 9th level later." Oh, Zhang Lindao was skeptical, wondering if what Wang Xie said was true. Roman stood up and planned to clarify some things in the building to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. If the Northern Shrine and the Western Shrine made statements one after another, Zhang Lindao would believe what they said. But at this moment, an old dragon chant suddenly sounded above the Dragon Palace. The old voice that once led countless people into the Dragon Palace sounded again. The inheritance of the Dragon Yuan in the Fire Tower has been taken out, and the final winner will move into the Dragon Palace and officially become the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Yuan was taken out. Luo Man and Wang Xie were stunned at the same time, not understanding why the voice of Dragon Soul said this. After all, they obviously didn't get the Dragon Yuan from the fire building. Zhang Lindao and the people from the Eastern Temple suddenly sneered, looking at Wang Xie and Roman with malicious intent. The prompt of Dragon Soul has appeared. In their view, the inheritance of Longyuan must fall into the hands of Wang Xie or the Western Temple. Has the Longyuan inheritance in the Xinhuo building been taken out? Hearing the untimely voice of Dragon Soul, Wang Xie raised his eyebrows. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with what Dragon Soul announced. Because the Longyuan inheritance in the building has indeed been taken away long ago. This is an accurate message. But the problem is, since it has been taken away long ago, why didn't Dragon Soul announce this earlier? For example, before he brought Luo Man and Wang Xie to the 7th level, why didn't Dragon Soul announce this matter? Even after the faceless monster was killed and the 7th level had already been passed, why didn't Dragon Soul announce it? However, when the people from the Eastern Temple also reached the 7th level and met him in front of the treasure building, the Dragon Soul acted like a madman, and suddenly announced that the Longyuan inheritance in the treasure building had been obtained. How could it be such a coincidence? This so-called Dragon Soul obviously has no good intentions, and is deliberately provoking conflicts between Dongfang Temple and him. Why did Dragon Soul do this? Others may be confused. But in Wang Xie's heart, everything is already like a mirror. Yi Fan. It's all about the disappearing Yi Fan. After entering the Dragon Palace, he has always had many doubts. Those doubts are like small fragments, which are finally pieced together at this time to form a complete answer. Almost in an instant, Wang Xie figured out many things, knew all the causes and consequences, and also understood all the plans Yi Fan had secretly arranged. From the moment the Dragon Palace trial started, Yi Fan set up a game. The purpose of this round was to deal with him from the very beginning, to let him and the people from the 3 temples kill each other, or even die here. It's a pity that Wang Xie is a sensible person now, and he has seen through this situation. But the 3 major temples, especially the people from the Eastern Temple, are still in the fog of conspiracy. The inheritance of the Dragon Yuan in the Xinhuo building has been taken out. Zhang Lindao looked at Wang Xie with malicious intentions. You have already obtained the Dragon Yuan, and you still wanted to lie to me just now, isn't it a bit embarrassing? Wang Xie frowned. The inheritance of the Dragon Yuan is indeed not in our hands, I can guarantee this. Moreover, the trial of the Dragon Emperor is a conspiracy. Dragon Soul's words cannot be trusted. He didn't want to fight with the people from the Eastern Temple, that would be exactly what he wanted. Hey, do you think I will believe it? Zhang Lindao was relentless, thinking that the inheritance must be on Wang Xie. If it wasn't on Wang Xie, it should be on Mu Lingxie. After all, Wang Xie is venerable, the guest official of the Ice and Snow Temple, and will definitely help the people of the Ice and Snow Temple. As for what conspiracy, complete nonsense. Wang Xie's expression became more serious, and he continued to say to the people in Dongfang Dao Temple, "From now on, if you follow my command, you may still have a chance to save your life. If you insist on being my enemy and fall into that conspiracy, you will be killed. There is no doubt about death. Hee. Listen to your command, or you will die." It's getting more and more outrageous. Don't you think we were scared too much? Zhang Lindao laughed disdainfully, scaring him with such inexplicable words. Wang Xie was so naive. As if to express his composure and shrewdness, after laughing, he did not forget to bring the subject back to the right track, and said lightly, "Wang Xie, stop talking about these useless things, let's keep it simple. You take out the dragon yuan and split it into 3 parts. Our heavenly Tao Temple takes 1/3, and how do you divide the rest? We will never interfere, and we will never stop it again. I said you have been used by a conspiracy. Can't you hear me, or are you just a fool?" Wang Xie finally got a little impatient. He figured it out, and it was no less difficult for Zhang Lindao to use his brain to understand his speech than to make Niu understand the sound of the piano. Zhang Lindao was scolded, not only did not wake up, but became even more annoyed. He is the capable disciple of the Lord of the Temple of Heavenly Tao. He is the representative of the Eastern Temple this time. How dare someone scold him? Moreover, he has long disliked Wang Xie. What is the venerable senior of Ice and Snow Palace? He had inquired a long time ago that the token in Wang Xie's hand belonged to the Southeast Mansion. No matter how awesome the crazy Wang in Southeast Mansion is, it is crazy Wang himself after all. Wang Xie is about the same age as him, how awesome can he be, also worthy of being venerable? Maybe the token was stolen by Wang Xie from home. A dandy son of the palace master's family, relying on a stolen token, dare to show off his might in front of him. Since your excellency is so disrespectful, he snorted coldly, and was already planning to rush out to do something. But at this moment, I would like to hear what kind of conspiracy it is. Qin Hongluan spoke suddenly. While speaking, she pressed her hand on Zhang Lindao's shoulder without a trace. Zhang Lindao, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped moving. As a super genius of the Heavenly Tao Temple, his cultivation base is infinitely close to the Palace Master. Even he can barely be regarded as the Palace Master level. But Qin Hongluan restrained him with only one hand. This woman has always been deeply jealous of him. Wang Xie looked at Qin Hongluan and thought, it seems that the situation is not as bad as imagined, and there are some people who are not stupid. At this time, Qin Hongluan was not the only one who was curious about the so-called conspiracy. The geniuses from various provinces who followed the Eastern Temple, even Roman from the Western Temple, Mu Lingxie, Zhao Zhujing from the Northern Temple, and others were also very curious, not knowing what conspiracy Wang Xie was trying to uncover. This matter should start from the moment when the purple light soared to the sky and the Dragon Palace appeared. Wang Xie made a long story short and talked eloquently. At that time, the voice of the Dragon Soul resounded throughout the world, telling everyone in the secret realm. After waiting for 10,000 years, the figure of the Dragon King candidate finally appeared in this long-lost place again. On the land, the dust-laden mechanism has been triggered, and the trial of the Dragon Emperor will thus begin. Hearing this news, everyone was extremely excited, thinking that the inheritance of Longyuan was about to be born. It must be the same for everyone present today, and it was the same at that time. Everyone nodded. After all, everyone knows that the secret realm has been explored several times before, and no one has ever discovered the Dragon Palace. This time they were able to enter the Dragon Palace to explore, so they were naturally excited. Wang Xie continued, but I think I'm afraid no one has thought about it. In fact, the Dragon Soul, Kunlai, and even the Dragon Soul, may have already pledged allegiance to someone. No one ever thought that when Dragon Soul announced the news, the inheritance might have been acquired by someone. In making out that ray of purple light and announcing to everyone that the trial will start is just to trick everyone into the Dragon Palace to break through. Hearing this, the people were already in an uproar. Wang Xie just opened his mouth, and what he said is beyond imagination. What? Dragon Soul is lying even already loyal to someone. Before the trial of Dragon Palace started, the inheritance of Long Yuan was already taken away by that person. Everyone was tricked into Dragon Palace. People were in an uproar, thinking that Wang Xie's idea was too bold. If it's like what Wang Xie said, then this Dragon Palace trial can really be called a big conspiracy. But the question is, why does Dragon Soul give allegiance to that so-called certain person and help him to deceive us? Soon someone raised a question. This is undoubtedly a good question. Wang Xie laughed. If it is an ordinary person, it is naturally impossible to make the Dragon Soul loyal. However, if that person is Yi Fan, then everything will fall into place. Don't forget, Yi Fan is the son of Heavenly Tao, the true reincarnation of the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace originally appeared because of Yi Fan, who was the first person to enter the Dragon Palace. And it is very likely that he saw the Dragon Soul in the palace with his own eyes. So, what will the Dragon Soul do if it recognizes that Yi Fan is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor? The dragon race has withered. With no other options, it is not unusual for the Dragon Soul to help Yi Fan and even be loyal to Yi Fan when he finally meets the reincarnated Dragon King, right? He slowly said to everyone. Among the people who entered the secret realm this time, there is one person whose aura is very similar to that of the Dragon King. The owner of Shenlong Island mistook him for the reincarnation of the Dragon King. If the Dragon Soul regarded him as the Dragon King, the reincarnation of the Emperor will naturally help him. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately thought of Yi Fan. And, they soon realized another problem. Yi Fan is missing. The purple light soared into the sky, and the trial of the Dragon Palace began. Among the more than 160 people who came to the secret realm of Shenlong Island, almost all of them entered the Dragon Palace. However, they broke through from the first level to the 7th level, and no one ever met Yi Fan. There are only two possibilities. Yi Fan never came to Dragon Palace at all, or Yi Fan came to Dragon Palace earlier than anyone else. It stands to reason that Yi Fan should not have no interest in Dragon Palace. There is no reason not to come. So the second possibility is undoubtedly greater. Indeed, just as Wang Xie guessed, Yi Fan came earlier than anyone else. Moreover, because Yi Fan is very similar to the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Soul helped him, and the Dragon Yuan may have really been taken away by Yi Fan. All these inferences, at least logically, can be established. Thinking of this, people's expressions became serious, and they couldn't help believing the conspiracy Wang Xie said. Nonsense. This is simply absurd. Zhang Lindao still didn't believe it, and retorted. If Yi Fan really got the Dragon Yuan inheritance, why didn't he refine it quickly and master the supreme supernatural power? Why did he want to trick people into the Dragon Palace? What good would it do him? Wang wrote, it takes time to refine the Dragon Yuan. If halfway through the refining process, he makes a big noise and attracts the attention of others, wouldn't he be in danger? If he is not a fool, he will consider safety issues. Then, how about letting Dragon Soul use the name of trial to trick everyone into the Dragon Palace, and then devise a conspiracy to let people kill each other? When others suspect each other's whereabouts of Longyuan in the Dragon Palace, and fight each other, he takes the opportunity to refine Longyuan. This is undoubtedly a good way. If I were him, I would do the same. Wang Xie is very confident in his own guess. Moreover, all his guesses are not groundless guesses. In addition to the above speculation, he has at least two supporting evidence. 1. When he first entered the Dragon Palace, Bai Ji once said that according to the previous practice, the trials of the Dragon Emperor were all for the Dragon Emperor alone, and no one else could participate in this kind of trial. Even when the ethnic group was extremely powerful, there were many candidates for the Dragon King, and the number of people who participated in the Dragon King's trial was never higher than 10. However, this Dragon Palace trial does not reject anyone who comes, and everyone can participate, which is obviously very abnormal. It can be seen from this that the Dragon Emperor's trial this time may be a conspiracy to attract everyone. Second, in the treasure building, he didn't intend to kill the faceless monster, he just wanted to find out the whereabouts of Long Yuan's inheritance. But the faceless monster wanted to blow himself up like crazy, and said he didn't deserve it, as if he had a big enmity with him. At that time, he was puzzled, completely unable to understand the idea of the faceless monster. But now he understands. The faceless monster is a special being raised by the previous Dragon King. Like the dragon soul, he also recognizes Yi Fan as the Dragon King, so he will naturally regard him as the enemy of life and death. Before he died, he said that he didn't deserve it. The subtext is actually, the inheritance of Longyuan belongs to Yi Fan, not him. In addition to the above 2 points, there are many other clues too numerous to enumerate. Those clues were like countless complicated jigsaw pieces, and finally a complete answer was spelled out in Wang Xie's mind, so he was sure that there would be no problem with own guessing. Zhang Lindao saw that Wang Xie's words were logical and well-founded, and he had already been made speechless. But he still didn't want to believe Wang Xie. Perhaps it was because he felt that Wang Xie was like a leader, and his behavior of unraveling the conspiracy for everyone was too showy, so that he was dimmed as a big figure in the temple. It may also be because Wang Xie is always more excellent in the eyes of others, and he has repeatedly upstaged him, which makes him very unhappy. Anyway, he just wanted to fight Wang Xie. After all, if Wang Xie is proven right, wouldn't that prove all his previous suspicions to be foolish? Where should he put his face? I've said so much, but it's all speculation. He sneered and said, "Why should I believe you? Believe it or not is your business." Wang Xie's expression turned cold. And the reason I'm saying this is just to tell you, if someone wants to be fooled like a fool, I don't care. But don't get in my way. Talk off. His sword cut out. The terrifying sword Qi clung to Zhang Lindao's body and landed on a light door behind him. That is the light gate from the 6th level to the 7th level. After the people from the Eastern Temple reached the 7th pass, the door was closed. And those who dare to stop him die. Qin Hongluan looked at the building in front of him. Then at the door Wang Xie broke open, and quickly came to a decision. There are indeed some problems with the Dragon Palace, and it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Amidst the laughter, the man applauded lightly and walked slowly. You can also believe what Wang Xie said, go back to the 6th level, the 5th level and leave here. A fratricidal conspiracy ended without a problem in the end. But now that mysterious and unpredictable light door was blasted open by Wang Xie. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Awesome. I thought I made a perfect suit, but unexpectedly you saw through it. This shows Wang Xie's attitude. He doesn't plan to go to the 8th or 9th floor anymore, he wants to get out of here. He is going out. In the end, even he couldn't stop it anymore. With her statement, more people chose to believe Wang Xie. If the trial of the Dragon Palace is really a conspiracy, who would be willing to be used by others and be exposed to this unknown danger? They can go to the fire building, or even to the unknown 8th level. After all, Wang Xie's many speculations are indeed well-founded and convincing. It was Yi Fan who came. Soon, only Zhang Lindao was left standing opposite Wang Xie, looking very embarrassed. At the same time, the door that was forcibly opened also gave everyone a second choice besides moving forward. Wang Xie undoubtedly won a bloodless victory. But at this moment, a cold laughter came. Yi Fan clapped his hands, with a slight smile on his face. After hearing Wang Xie's many speculations and analysis, he really admired Wang Xie. Wang Xie was really amazing, he had guessed everything with just a few clues. Although the real situation is somewhat different from Wang Xie's conjecture in detail, in general Wang Xie is almost completely right. This time he came to the secret realm of the Shenlong tribe, and he was very lucky. For many years, no one has ever found the Dragon Palace. He found it just after entering the secret realm. To be more precise, after he entered the secret realm, he was transported directly to the gate of the Dragon Palace by heaven-defying luck. So, when someone else was teleported to the ice field or desert, and he couldn't even distinguish the east, west, south, north, he had already entered the Dragon Palace and saw the Dragon Soul. What happened after that was almost the same as what Wang Xie deduced. Under the special care of the Dragon Soul, he arrived at the Xinwo Tower without any effort, and took away the Longyuan with ease. In fact, he really wanted to start refining Longyuan directly. But bloodline was robbed. 2 fiancés were taken away one after another, and even the identity of the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor on Shenlong Island was also taken away. Wang Xie is like his nemesis. He has been robbed too many times. If he doesn't get rid of Wang Xie first, he can't rest assured anyway. That's why there is a plot to try the Dragon Palace. Amazing. Wang Xie, you are really amazing. I thought the plan was perfect this time, but I didn't expect you to see through it. Breaking the game is much harder than setting it up. No wonder I was always played by you in the past. In the palm. He couldn't help but admire Wang Xie again. Wang Xie was too lazy to talk to him, so he drew his sword and slashed. The destructive sword ray swept past. However, the sword intent, which was enough to destroy a forest, just passed through Yi Fan's body, but failed to hurt Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan at this time is just an illusory projection. His real body is not here. What, are you surprised? Yi Fan smiled triumphantly. Are you a bit puzzled? Why can I create my own projection in the Dragon Palace? Actually, the Dragon Palace is more than just a building, it is a palace-type artifact. It is an artifact that only the Dragon Emperor can use. During the period when you broke through the barrier, although it was not enough for me to refine the dragon essence, it was enough for me to refine and master this artifact. Now everyone, including you, is within my artifact. I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought of this beforehand, would you? Wang Xie didn't speak, in fact he was not surprised. Because when he first entered the Dragon Palace, Bai Ji reminded him that the Dragon Palace is a very powerful artifact, magic treasures. Yi Fan even got the Dragon Yuan, and it's not too unusual to control the Dragon Palace. But it must be admitted that even he felt a little tricky when the matter developed to this point. Wang Xie just found it a little tricky. People around have already started to panic. After all, Ruolong Palace is an artifact, and it has been mastered by Yi Fan. Doesn't that mean everyone's life is in Yi Fan's hands? This is really disturbing. I can't stay here anymore. Everyone, go. Get out of here as soon as possible. Some people who thought they were smart began to rush to the light gate of the 6th pass. They tried to go back to the 6th floor, the 5th floor, and then back outside. However, this kind of thinking is doomed to futility. The 5 or 6 genius practitioners had just walked in front of the light gate, and the light gate suddenly became dozens of times wider. Then, terrifying quicksand poured in like a flood. Instantly submerge and devour the digital practitioner. The most terrifying monster in the 6th level, the King of the Desert, came to the 7th floor according to Yi Fan's wishes. People were terrified, and before they had time to be terrified by the arrival of the King of the Desert, they saw an even more desperate scene. Do you really think that I let you all reach the 7th floor just to sow discord and let you kill each other? Yi Fan showed a victorious smile, with a ferocious expression on his face. Let me tell you the truth. The reason why I let you come here is because the 7th floor of Dragon Palace is the intercommunication floor. This can lead to any layer deep in the Dragon Palace. While talking, he spread his hands and raised them slowly. Following his movements, hidden doors of light appeared one after another. There are as many as 17. Respectively represent the 1 to 18 floors of the Dragon Palace except the 7th floor. Then, all kinds of monsters appeared one after another. Giant whales and sea beasts on the 1st floor, flame men and flame titans on the 2nd floor. The king of the forest on the 3rd floor wields countless vines. The big cyan bird known as the king of the sky on the 4th floor summons the thunder, and there are even more powerful beings on the 8th and 9th floors. Any one of these monsters can be called a king. Enough to beat a large group of talented practitioners, but now they appear in groups. Therefore, when people saw this scene, they immediately fell into complete despair. Not only are they desperate on the 7th floor, but people who are stranded on the 6th, 5th, or 4th floor due to lack of strength are also extremely desperate. So many powerful monsters are controlled by Yi Fan. They have no chance of winning. Everyone is dead. Yi Fan's voice sounded again. Those who follow me will live and those who oppose me will die. Now whoever wants to help me deal with Wang Xie, stand by my side. Otherwise just die with him. As soon as the words fell, desperate people immediately began to surrender. Before coming here, among the various prefectures, perhaps they were all geniuses, and they also all had arrogance. But at this moment, they just want to survive. What's more, they are not related to Wang Xie, so why should they work hard for Wang Xie? It is human instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. So, in less than a minute, there were nearly 100 people standing behind Yi Fan. Almost all of them chose to surrender to Yi Fan. Well. At this time, Zhao Zhujing from the Ice and Snow Temple suddenly sighed, left Wang Xie's team, and walked towards Yi Fan with his head down. As a member of the 3 major temples, he actually wanted to surrender to others. He felt a little ashamed, a little humiliated. But what could he do but surrender? Yi Fan has nearly 100 members. There are countless powerful monsters. What is the difference between continuing to follow Wang Xie and courting death? Before he left, he couldn't help but look at his junior sister again, wanting to persuade his junior sister to stay away from Wang Xie, but all he saw was her extremely disappointed and indifferent eyes. That gaze is full of contempt, as if looking at a traitor. So, without saying anything, he walked towards Yi Fan. Regardless, belittled or belittled, he wanted to live. The general situation is gone. The general situation is gone. Zhang Lindao sighed in grief and indignation, as if he was very unwilling and felt very humiliated. But in the face of life and death, he still chose to bow his head. What's ridiculous is that even if he chose to surrender, he did not forget to find a way and reason for himself. He who knows the current affairs is a hero, since even Brother Zhao from the Ice and Snow Temple has chosen to surrender. It seems that I don't have to fight hard. Even the people from the Ice and Snow Temple and the Eastern Temple began to surrender, and others did not dare to resist head-on in this situation. Soon, there were very few people around Wang Xie. To be precise, only Mu Lingxie and Roman were left. They were extremely firm, standing by his side without a trace of wavering. Yi Fan looked at the more than 100 people behind him, and then at the only 3 people on the opposite side, feeling a little proud. 3 people faced more than 100 people plus countless monsters. No matter how you look at it, Wang Xie at this time seemed a little bit down. But Wang Xie was always calm. Instead of feeling downcast, he was a little relieved. He's just a villain, and he's already made up his mind that he won't have any friends. But he didn't expect that someone would be willing to risk his life to accompany him. And there's more than one. These 2 girls, Mu Lingxie and Roman, were really good. At this point, he is really enough. In other words, this is not a good fortune. However, just when he was thinking about the good luck, something happened that even he didn't expect. Qin Hongluan, this mysterious woman in the Eastern Dao Alliance, who had never known him before and had no reason to help him, unexpectedly left the Eastern Temple team at this time and walked towards him with a smile. Then, under the astonished gaze of countless people, he stood beside him like a rock. A series of shocked and puzzled eyes fell on Qin Hongluan. No one can understand why Qin Hongluan made such a choice. After all, helping Wang Xie at this time is no different from courting death. Could it be that she and Wang Xie are old acquaintances? Or, as a person of the Eastern Heavenly Dao Temple, she has her own pride and bones and will not surrender to anyone. So, he stood with Wang Xie and chose to stand up and resist. If so, Zhang Lindao would be in an embarrassing situation. After all, he is more qualified than Qin Hongluan in the temple, and he is the real leader in the secret realm this time. What's ridiculous is that the leader surrendered, but the number 2 person chose to resist with more vigor and preserve the dignity of the temple. Where did Zhang Lindao put his face? Qin Hongluan, you crazy woman, if you don't stand alone, you will die. A man who knows the current affairs is a hero. It's time like this, what kind of hero are you? He was angrily scolded. Don't tell me you want to die that much. If you die, will you be worthy of the master's training and the high expectations of the temple for you? Qin Hongluan ignored him, and even thought it was a bit ridiculous, thinking, surrendering like a dog is worthy of the cultivation of the temple and the high hopes of the temple. As for whether she wants to die, of course she doesn't want to die. Can you live if you choose to surrender to Yi Fan? Don't be naive. What Yi Fan did at this time was tantamount to offending and even insulting the 3 great temples at the same time. After returning to the Blue Star world, once this matter spreads, Yi Fan will definitely be wanted by the 3 temples and pay a heavy price. In order to prevent the news from spreading, the safest way for Yi Fan is to kill the donkey. When Wang Xie died, he successfully refined the Dragon Yuan and killed everyone. Therefore, no matter how bad the brave resistance is, there is still a chance. And naively entrusting one's life to others, expecting others to give alms mercifully, will only make one's own death worse. Of course, Yi Fan doesn't necessarily kill everyone, and there may be 1 or 2 lives left behind, who will be taken as lackeys and controlled by some means. But, I'm afraid it might as well be dead. Born to be a human, why be a dog? So, she chose to stand on Wang Xie's side and chose to fight. Wang Xie glanced at her and felt that this woman was interesting. You have to understand, I didn't ask you to help me, and I won't guarantee your safety, and I won't accept your favor. Of course, Qin Hongluan said with a smile, responsible for own life, this is the most basic obligation of everyone. My choice has my own reasons, whether it is life or death, of course it has nothing to do with you. This woman has a different sobriety. Wang Xie thinks she is more interesting. The world is also quite interesting. Because there are so many interesting people, there are several around him. So, from now on, can I fight side by side with you, and live and die together? Qin Hongluan looked at Wang Xie, and then at Luo Man and Mu Lingshe. Yes. Wang Xie nodded. The four looked at each other, and smiled at each other after a while. With just a few words and a few simple eye contacts, you can fight side by side, and trust your back to each other. Perhaps this is about the so-called like-minded, sympathetic. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan turned pale with anger. Actually is not because the people staying by Wang Xie's side at this time are all first-class beauties, even the beauties in countless people's dreams. All right, it's because they are all beauties. It cannot be denied that Yi Fan is indeed a bit jealous. But more importantly, it was different from what he originally thought. He originally thought that Wang Xie would be even more embarrassed. He originally thought that no one should help Wang Xie. Just like how he was in the seaside city back then, running away in embarrassment alone, so lonely, so pitiful. Under the blooming fireworks, Wang Xie hugged his fiancée in high spirits. Just like the night the secret realm is about to open. He knelt in front of Wang Xie's door, so helpless, so sad. Wang Xie was sleeping in his room with the woman he loved deeply. Under Wang Xie's torment, he tried to commit suicide several times in despair. So he wants Wang Xie to be as miserable as he is. Desperate as he was. However, things have developed to this juncture. He clearly has the chance to win. There is actually someone who is willing to become Wang Xie's confidant, and accompany Wang Xie through life and death. Yi Fan couldn't help being deeply envious, and deeply jealous. As a result, his face became even more ferocious. Kill them for me. No one will be left behind. With Yi Fan's hatred, the beasts roared. Countless monsters rushed towards Wang Xie and others like a torrent. It's time to fight. Sword Qi was raging in the strong wind, and Wang Xie didn't make any reservations anymore. Once in the jungle of the third pass, he was able to kill the king with 3 swords and kill the king of the forest. But this time facing more monsters, he did not hesitate to use more than a dozen swords and flurry of dozens of swords. Under the brilliance of the sun, whether it was a powerful king-level monster or a weaker common monster, they all fell down in pieces. Tao begets one life 2, 3 begets thousands. Qin Hongluan has thousands of incarnations and thousands of sword blades. Tens of thousands of Tao swords are intertwined like a dragon. Even Zhang Lindao is afraid of this woman who calls her pervert. The strength displayed in a desperate state is hardly inferior to Wang Xie. Roman also took out the supernatural power, which she had never used before, and the faint holy light pattern lit up from her forehead. The light was very faint at first, and then quickly became intense, enveloping her whole body like a cocoon of light. And when the cocoon was broken, she was reborn like an angel descending from the heaven. The 6 wings of the angel spread out, and the radiance of the gods bloomed. Countless monsters were purified and turned into nothingness in that holy light. This is the supernatural power that can only be mastered by the Western Holy Light Angels, Great Light and Purification Mantra. Mu Lingshe had been preparing for the ice spell for a long time. She had been preparing it as early as when the people around her began to surrender. When Zhao Zhujing surrendered, she was still preparing. Everyone else was surrendering, thinking about how to save their lives, but she never wavered, always thinking about how to fight desperately. At this time, the ready-to-go blow finally came out violently. In the blizzard, the torrent and sea beasts rolling in from the first light gate were simultaneously frozen. Terrible. In an extremely short moment, various terrifying energies intertwined with each other. The blizzard froze the river, extinguished the flames, and collapsed at the quicksand of the 6th light gate. Then the giant monster made of quicksand managed to break through the wind and snow. Before it could advance to the half-step, it was cut to pieces by the sword and tent. At the same time, the radiance of the sacred covered the entire sky. The big cyan bird on the 4th floor, the soaring dragon on the 9th floor, and the summoned endless thunder are all blocked by the holy light. The fire and light of the scorching sun are difficult to distinguish, and there are 10,000 mysterious Tao flowers blooming in the world of ice and snow. All kinds of means beyond everyone's imagination are dizzying. People just know that at this moment the ocean froze. The flames are out. The forest is destroyed. The desert disappeared, and even the sky shrouded in holy radiance was stained blood red. Those 4 people really deserve to be the most top existence among the young generation in today's world. In a desperate state regardless of the consequences, they killed most of the monsters in just one face-to-face time. went out. Almost all king-level monsters in the first 10 floors were wiped out. Only after the 11th floor, those monsters that are more powerful and have reached the middle stage of respect can support under this terrifying firepower. But even so, if the attacks of Wang Xie and others lasted for a few rounds, the monsters after the 11th floor would also retreat steadily. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. At this time, the power that Wang Xie and the others showed was simply an inhuman power, even more monster than a monster. It was really terrifying. Yi Fan's face was pale, and he never thought that Wang Xie and Luo Man, after showing all their potential, could be so terrifying. However, it is right to think about it carefully. After all, except that Wang Xie was already perverted. The three of Luo Man, Xie, and Qin Hongluan almost represent the highest level among the younger generation of the three major temples, and their methods are naturally very unusual. Joining forces, the power displayed is naturally terrifying. But, even so, in my artifact, it's just a dying struggle. He grinned grinningly, trying his best to unleash the power of the Dragon Palace. The power of the magic circle built into the Dragon Palace was running quickly, and the monsters that had just been killed by Wang Xie and Qin Hongluan with all their strength, were all revived soon. They are not real life, but condensed energy. In the Dragon Palace, as long as Yi Fan is willing, those monsters can be resurrected infinitely. This is the most terrifying place in Dragon Palace. In the continuous resurrection of monsters, the monsters on the 11th-18th floors have not had time to be eliminated, and the monsters from the first 10 floors reappeared. When Wang Xie and the others eliminate the monsters on the first 10 floors again, the monsters on the 11th-18th floors will also be copied again. Soon, Wang Xie and Roman fell into a bitter battle. After several consecutive rounds of crazy output, they consumed a lot of energy, and their attacks were no longer as fierce as before. But the monsters created by the God Palace are still endless, as if they will never stop. This is a battle that is impossible to win. Wang Xie is doomed. Seeing this situation, people couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing, as if they were sorry for the failure of Wang Xie and his group. What's more, they are in awe of Wang Xie and his party. Because no matter whether they win or lose this battle, Wang Xie, Qin Hongluan, Luo Man, Xie, the courage of these four people to fight and the strength they displayed are enough to be respected. However, Zhao Zhujing snorted coldly in disdain. He looked at his junior sister and Wang Xie, and thought to himself, so what if you are strong at a critical moment, you can't tell what is important. If you insist on taking this risk with Wang Xie you will die. Now, who can be blamed? Zhang Lindao was secretly thankful, with a gloating smile on his face, thinking to himself, Qin Hongluan, this woman I didn't expect her to be stronger than I imagined. Quote. No wonder the higher-ups of the temple are paying more and more attention to her. If there is no accident, with her talent, I am afraid that she will replace me in a short time, right? Now she is in a state of death. Wonderful. This is really wonderful. If she dies here with Wang Xie, it would be a great thing. The situation is indeed not optimistic. No one thinks that Wang Xie, Qin Hongluan and his team have any hope of winning. Even Qin Hongluan, a mysterious and powerful woman, gradually felt a little powerless. After beheading a giant mammoth again, she leaned next to Wang Xie and asked. Since you have already guessed Yi Fan's conspiracy and exposed him, there should be so many methods, right? The current situation is not optimistic. Is there any other way? In fact, she just had an attitude of giving it a try, asking random questions. Other way. In this case, is there any other way? Even if Wang Xie had guessed everything, he probably wouldn't have guessed that the power of the Dragon Palace was so perverted that it could create so many monsters, right? She didn't hold out too much hope for Wang Xie. Even Luo Man and Xie don't think there is anything Wang Xie can do in this desperate situation. Unexpectedly. Okay, then you follow me. Wang Xie wrote. Originally, he planned to kill all the monsters in one go, cut the Dragon Palace into half-waist, forcefully rush out all the way, and then drag out Yi Fan and kill him. But looking at the current situation, it doesn't seem to be feasible to force it. He can only activate Plan B. Follow you. I'm just asking casually. Do you really have a way? Seeing that Wang Xie really had a way, the three girls were a little uneasy. Wang wrote, there's no time to explain, you just follow me and rush. If everything goes well, the power of the Dragon Palace should not be able to do anything to us. After saying that, he no longer fought with the nearby monsters, turned his wrist to the northwest direction and slashed several swords. The power of the Dragon Palace can't help us. Seeing that Wang Xie was so sure, Qin Hongluan couldn't help being a little excited, and laughed. Wang Xie, if you really have this kind of ability, I will definitely love you to death. Roman was not happy, and while destroying the enemy with holy light, he said, come from the east, can you understand the rule of first come, first served? I love Wang Xie, where is your turn? That's what I want to do. Thing. Maybe it's too wonderful to see hope in despair, or maybe Mu Lingxie just wanted to joke, and she was always serious and cold like her, but at this moment she also said, Roman, I don't seem to have promised to give you Wang Xie. Wang Xie venerable, he must belong to our north. Seeing that Luo Man and Mu Lingxie were fighting for a man at the same time, Qin Hongluan couldn't help becoming a little interested in this matter, and laughed and joked. Don't be complacent, maybe he doesn't belong to the west, nor does he belong to the north. What if I work hard, and I light this candle first? You think beautiful, Roman and Mu Lingxie said in unison. Listening to their argument, Wang Xie was speechless, thinking to himself, hurry up now, when I am free, I will clean up one by one sooner or later. Fortunately, the argument is the argument, and the three girls were not idle. Seeing Wang Xie attacking the northwest, they followed suit, concentrating their maximum firepower and tilting all to the northwest direction, forcibly tearing out a huge monster from the encirclement mouth. Then a group of 4 people ran towards the northwest. Huh, want to escape, can't hold on so soon, Yi Fan sneered. Everyone. Let's all go together. Chase me. The people around obeyed the order and had no choice but to chase after Wang Xie, but it is not difficult to see that most people are not willing to do this, but are forced to cope with it. Yi Fan's expression became even more cruel. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, among more than 100 of you, I will only keep less than 10 alive. From now on, who will work the hardest when chasing and killing the enemy? Who can hurt Wang Xie or kill Wang Xie, and you will definitely live. Otherwise die. This trick really worked. The people who were still a little hesitant, after being threatened by death, all chased Wang Xie desperately. Zhao Zhujing and Zhang Lindao worked the hardest. Their strength is not weak, their speed is extremely fast, and they are more flexible than monsters. They also have a lot of advanced supernatural power in mastery, which really caused a lot of trouble for Wang Xie and the girls. How long do we have to escape? Qin Hongluan had already suffered some minor injuries. If you keep going at this speed, hold on for another 15 seconds. Wang Xie said. Okay. The girls stopped talking and didn't get entangled with any monsters. Even if they were slightly injured, they never looked back and followed Wang Xie to sprint for 15 seconds. After 15 seconds, they saw a palace. That was the bedroom where Wang Xie lived last night. Entering the vicinity of the palace, Wang Xie no longer ran away. Because this is his territory. Because he was here long ago and left behind. His figure landed at the location of the garden, turning his head and staring coldly at the countless monsters and crowds that were chasing him. Now, everyone who chases them can die. The crowd and the monster came in pursuit at the same time. Everyone who chased and killed them had a cold and terrifying expression on their faces. They are like monsters, they will not show any mercy to Wang Xie and Luo Man. Wang Xie stopped running away, and looked coldly at the chasing people and monsters, as if looking at a pile of corpses and dead people. Maybe they were all innocent, maybe they were all persecuted, maybe they didn't deserve to die. Wang Xie doesn't care about this, in his eyes no matter what the reason, when people choose to line up with Yi Fan to deal with him, everyone can die. Get up. Wang Xie raised his hands flat and shouted in a cold voice. Immediately, the 108 spirit stones buried around the palace and near the garden erupted with brilliant brilliance. Those brilliance intertwine in the sky and underground, with the bedroom and garden as the center, condensed into formations in the 1,000-meter space-time of Fang Yuan. The turbulent formation energy turned into strange and evil energy, covering Wang Xie's body completely, instantly increasing Wang Xie's aura dozens of times, like the arrival of the demon god in the underworld. Then, centered on Wang Xie, an evil gloom descends. Evil God Realm. Open. Under normal circumstances, with his strength, even if he opened Realm, it would be difficult to affect those powerful monsters. But under the blessing of powerful evil formation energy, after his energy was forcibly increased dozens of times in a short period of time, Realm's energy has become extremely terrifying. The area shrouded by the gloomy light is completely silent. All the monsters on the 18th floor of the Dragon Palace were fixed in place like sculptures, motionless. Kill. Wang Xie waved the big sword in his hand. Sword chi, like a sickle, raged past, and countless people and monsters were harvested neatly like wheat fields. Then, the whole world was quiet. Wang Xie only used one sword, and the first batch of more than 30 people who chased into the garden, more than a dozen large monsters, and even hundreds of small monsters were all dead, and none of them survived. Terrible. The second and third groups of people who hadn't had time to step into the garden turned pale with fright, and dared not move forward. They had no doubt that if they had charged one step faster just now, even if they had stepped into that garden, they would have died by now. Array. Near the gardens and the palace is a terrifying array. But why is there a formation here who set up such a terrifying formation here? Why is there an array who set up the array? Who else but Wang Xie? This array is called the Nine Nether Underworld God Array. It is one of the strongest formations that Prince Kate mastered while in the Netherworld. After Wang Xie fused Prince Kate's supernatural power, he learned more evil methods from the fragments of evil godhood, so he made some improvements to this formation to make it more suitable for his own use. Perhaps it should be called for Nine Nether Evil God Array. When he was in the fire building yesterday, he got a large number of spirit stones collected by the Shenlong clan, swept them away, and put them all away. Although at that time he hadn't guessed that Yi Fan had taken control of the Dragon Palace, but many things had already appeared, and he had already realized that something was not right. He is cautious by nature, and he holds a large number of spirit stones in his hands, so there is no reason not to use them. Therefore, when he went back to his bedroom to rest that night, he used the 108 pieces of spirit stones as the foundation to lay out this large formation in advance for emergencies, but he did not expect that it would come in handy so soon. At this time, the monsters came again as if they were endless. Yi Fan looked ferocious, constantly squeezing the energy of the Dragon Palace, and frantically creating monsters. Wang Xie actually set up a big formation ahead of time, which he didn't even think of, but, so what, victory still belongs to him. When the energy of formation is exhausted, it is the time of Wang Xie's death. Wang Xie just sneered, and an evil light flashed in his pupils. Then, a scene that made people even more frightened happened. Previously, Wang Xie beheaded more than 30 people with a single sword. At this time, the eyes of those dead people slowly appeared, and they all stood up. What's even more frightening is that the dozens of large-scale monsters that had died before, and hundreds of small monsters, their energy had not yet dissipated and was reabsorbed by the Dragon Palace before being absorbed by the force of Wang Xie's body. The dusk was dyed black, and then condensed into Black's undead monster. Hades' death dying. This is Chiwei's skill, but Wang Xie is not. However, at this time, with the help of the Netherworld's formation power, he can also use it. As a result, all those people and monsters that had been infiltrated and transformed into undead energy turned into pawns that cost no money, and killed Yi Fan and the others desperately. The undead monsters infiltrated by Blacken are similar in strength to the monsters created by the Dragon Palace. When the two meet, it is almost impossible to tell the winner, and it is often the result of mutual injury. However, within the scope of the Underworld God formation, no matter whether it is a human or a monster, as long as they die, they will be transformed into controlled undead. So, it didn't take long for the situation to reverse. Originally, monsters rushed into Wang Xie's garden in a steady stream, but now more and more black monsters came out of Wang Xie's garden. Yi Fan's face was ashen, although those undead monsters can be easily eliminated as long as they leave the range covered by the formation. But within Wang Xie's formation, those monsters are invincible. How many monsters he copies and sends in, Wang Xie can blacken as many. That's like delivering food to Wang Xie. At the same time, it means it is impossible for him to win against Wang Xie. The Dragon Palace is his artifact. Wang Xie is within his artifact, but he still can't do anything to Wang Xie. Yi Fan is extremely unwilling, but there is nothing he can do. Yi Fan is just not reconciled. Those who choose to follow him are really miserable. After all, whether it is Blacken's undead monsters or the normal monsters created by the energy of Dragon Palace, they are not real life, and it doesn't matter death. So fighting is extraordinarily hard. But they, caught between the two waves of monsters, are real flesh and blood. If they die, everything is over. Every day, someone dies in battle. With the battle going this far, Victory was hopeless, and they longed for Yi Fan to pause the attack. Even Zhang Lindao and Zhao Zhijing couldn't hold it anymore, and started looking for Yi Fan among the monsters and crowds, hoping that Yi Fan would announce his retreat. Then, they were shocked to find out Yi Fan disappeared at some point. Zhang Lindao and Zhao Zhijing were dumbfounded. Yi Fan's projection disappears, which seems to only explain one problem. All have been abandoned. What's even more frightening is that the monsters originally created by the Dragon Palace are controlled by Yi Fan and will not attack them. At this time Yi Fan left, the monster was completely out of control. Monsters from the Dragon Palace will attack them, and so will undead monsters that have been blackened. At this time, more people realized that the situation was wrong. They didn't want to fight anymore, and desperately wanted to escape from the battlefield. But there are too many monsters nearby. It's too strong. They were caught in the middle, and it was impossible for them to escape. In endless despair, only one place is safe. It was a quiet garden, and the garden was shrouded in dim light. Although it was a bit weird, it looked extraordinarily quiet and beautiful at this time. There is no suspense about the victory. Wang Xie and the girls sat on the grass, watching them quietly enjoying the monster blockbuster. Seeing this scene, people can't help but feel a lot of bitterness and regret in their hearts. Once upon a time, when Yi Fan asked them to stand in line, they abandoned Wang Xie and all stood on Yi Fan's side, thinking that this smart approach would save their lives. I didn't expect the end result to be like this. Wang Xie turned out to be so powerful and successfully turned the situation around. Wang Xie, we know we were wrong. In desperation, someone rushed into the garden regardless of face and shame, knelt before the formation barrier, and begged bitterly, hoping that Wang Xie would let him go. Junior sister, save me. Wang Xie venerable, please let me go. Zhao Zhijing broke out from the siege of monsters, knelt outside the barrier of formation, weeping bitterly, begging his junior sister. I'm afraid no one regrets it more than him. After all, he was originally from Wang Xie's side. He followed Wang Xie and his junior sister from the 2nd level to the 7th level. Victory belongs to him. He didn't have to die. He should have been the one laughing at the wind and rain in the garden. But now, Sister Hongluan, I know I was wrong. Please help me intercede with Wang Xie. If I don't die this time, when I go back, I will definitely support you with all my strength and let you become the spokesperson of the younger generation of the Eastern Temple. Zhang Lindao's arrogance no longer exist. He used to look down on Wang Xie and Qin Hongluan, but now he is begging these two. However, Wang Xie and the girls just watched quietly. Quietly watching them despair, quietly watching them beg for mercy, quietly watching them be torn into bloody pieces. The miserable screams lasted for a long time, and Wang Xie and the girls showed no mercy from the beginning to the end. Because when Wang Xie and her sister were besieged by monsters, these people had stood behind Yi Fan, watching quietly. We are all adults, and after making a choice, we have to be responsible. Since they chose Yi Fan, since they all wanted to kill Wang Xie desperately, now that they are going to be killed, what right did they have to be let off by Wang Xie? Of course Wang Xie would not let them go. In the melee, Zhang Lindao and Zhao Zhijing were the ones who persisted the longest. With the final scream, all the people who had dealt with Wang Xie died, and no one remained. The battle is over. Zhang Lindao and Zhao Zhijing died, and the monsters failed to enter the garden. Wang Xie has fulfilled the promise beforehand. The monster really couldn't do anything to him. Everyone survived safely. Logically, in this situation, should Qin Hongluan and Roman and the others fulfill their vow to love him to death. However, no one would mention it at this time, and they are not in the mood to joke around now. Because this battle has not been won yet. Yi Fan is not dead, Longyuan is still in his hands. This is a very difficult problem. Qin Hongluan looked at the monster wandering outside the formation and said, Yi Fan ran away suddenly. It should be because there is no hope of winning, and he is looking for a place to refine the dragon element. You're right. Wang Xie smiled and said, so before he left, he deliberately left a lot of monsters outside. The purpose is to trap us, lest we leave here and disturb him refining the dragon element. Maybe we should charge again, Roman asked. Maybe Yi Fan is hiding somewhere on the 8th or 9th floor. We need to find him. It's useless. Wang Xie shook his head. He is definitely not on the 8th floor, nor on the 9th floor, or any floor in the Dragon Palace. That means, Roman immediately understood what he meant. Yi Fan is outside. That's right. Wang wrote, His original intention of setting up this trap was to trick everyone into the Dragon Palace. If everyone is in the Dragon Palace, the outside is undoubtedly the safest. So, after getting Long Yuan, he will definitely hide outside instead of staying in the Dragon Palace. Maybe at this time he is hiding in a certain ice cave in the snow field, or hiding in a cave in a barren mountain like a mouse, who knows? Roman was silent, frowning tightly. There are countless monsters guarding the formation. Without the help of the formation, it is too difficult to rush out. Even after rushing out, it is still difficult to find Yi Fan in the huge secret realm. And once Yi Fan is successfully refined, Long Yuan inherited the skill of the previous Dragon Emperor. Qin Hongluan said, "Doesn't that mean we are doomed?" According to normal logical deduction, it seems that the situation is still very bad, and it can even be described as death without life. Wang Xie didn't care, and said lightly, "That's not necessarily true. You still have a way." The three little girls waited eagerly, looking at Wang Xie with bright eyes. With that kind of appearance, there is no majesty of the three goddesses, just like three little girls waiting for their idols to speak. Wang Xie has more than one way. To be precise, except for the fact that Yi Fan set up a trap, which took him a little by surprise from the beginning to the end, everything was within his calculations and grasps. However, he felt that those calculations were too complicated to explain, so he was too lazy to say more, and said lightly, "In 2 days, you will naturally understand." If others heard this, they would definitely think that Wang Xie was talking nonsense. Yi Fan is about to start refining Long Yuan, maybe he will become a peerless master soon, the fire is going to burn his eyebrows. Wang Xie actually said to wait for 2 days. This seems very unreliable. However, Luo Man and Mu Lingshe felt surprisingly at ease after hearing his words. It was like being surrounded by monsters. Wang Xie said that as long as you follow him, nothing will happen. It turns out that none of them had any accidents. Therefore, when Wang Xie said there was a way, they firmly believed that there was a way. But, what exactly is that method? Luo Man and Mu Lingshe were both curious. What kind of supernatural power does he have? Qin Hongluan also had similar thoughts in her heart. Looking at Wang Xie's leaving back, she became very curious about men for the first time in her life. Because she felt that this man was really unusual. Wang Xie left the garden and walked towards his bedroom. Before entering the door, I saw the dragon girl first. The dragon girl's face was very red, and she was very embarrassed. When she saw Wang Xie approaching, she hurried forward and said, "Bai Jisum overslept. I don't know there is a battle outside." In the beginning, the place of the battle was far away from the bedroom, coupled with the isolation of the formation force, she didn't notice it. And when Wang Xie came to the bedroom, the formation began to run at full speed, and the enemy was quickly defeated. So, she didn't help Wang Xie this time. "Didn't I say it? I didn't intend to let you do it this time." Wang Xie shook his head indifferently. "It's just a matter of exercising your muscles and bones. It's a trivial matter." Then, he lay on the bed. However, after the event, I was really tired. Bai Ji remained silent, took the initiative to climb onto the bed, and gently rubbed his shoulders. His expression was full of concern and distress. "Where's the lack? I will help the Dragon Emperor rub it." Seeing that she was so sensible and gentle, Wang Xie smiled wickedly, "The whole body." "Ah," Bai Ji was slightly taken aback. But Wang Xie pulled her into his arms fiercely. Wei, who had been guarding the palace in secret, left silently. She thinks that Wang Xie is a guy who can be bad when he is bad, but when he is good to people, he is also good and fascinating. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Wang Xie just had a life and death battle with Yi Fan. But only she knows the shitty life and death battle. Wang Xie was simply playing. From the beginning to the end, Wang Xie never took it seriously. Because when this battle just happened, she wanted to wake up the dragon girl and go to help Wang Xie together. And the order Wang Xie gave her turned out to be, "Just guard the palace and let my daughter-in-law sleep for a while." At that time, she was speechless, the world was shattered outside, and Yi Fan was so excited that she thought that she was finally going to win. But Wang Xie said don't disturb his wife's sleep. It can be seen that the development of the matter is basically within his control. So, now Wei is not worried at all about whether Yi Fan can refine Long Yuan, nor is she worried that Wang Xie will lose. Only the devil knows how many cards Wang Xie still hides and how many tricks he hides. At this moment, she was just thinking, Wang Xie master, he is so powerful, maybe he can really solve Roman's trouble. If that's the case, maybe. She looked at Wang Xie in the room, and then at Roman in the garden, and gradually a bold decision came to her mind. Wang Xie didn't know what Qiwei was thinking. At this time, he was holding the dragon girl, feeling the firmness and softness of her body, but inexplicably thought of another dragon girl in his heart. The Hulong clan and the Shenlong clan were originally a family. Dongfang Qinger's bloodline is counted from the ancestors, but it is actually from the line of Azure Dragon. When you hold it in your arms, it is another feeling. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of Dongfang Qinger, actually is not missing women. Instead, he noticed that just as Yi Fan hadn't appeared during this experience, Dongfang Qinger also seemed mysteriously missing. This holy lady of the Dragon Guard clan, who is destined to marry the Dragon Emperor and wants to change her life by heaven-defying, is afraid that even in her dreams, she is always fantasizing about how to get the Dragon Yuan. This time the Dragon Palace opened, but this chick didn't come in. So, if she hadn't come to Dragon Palace, where would she be now? My luck has not been very good. After entering the secret realm, I have never met Yi Fan. Wang Xie quickly guessed something, and sighed leisurely, but it seems her luck seems to be much better than mine. Wang Xie this B** starred. After consciousness left the Dragon Palace, Yi Fan was still a little unwilling. This time he tried his best and thought he could take down Wang Xie in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that he would fall short in the end. Wang Xie is really too cunning. However, he is now trapped in the Dragon Palace, and he shouldn't be able to get out for a while. After I refine the Dragon Yuan, Wang Xie's death will come. Although there were twists and turns this time, I still won in the end. While thinking this way, he took out the Dragon Yuan from his bosom. The Dragon Yuan is very small, only the size of a palm, and it exudes a hazy brilliance. Yi Fan stared at Long Yuan for a long time, thought for a long time, and finally made up his mind, sat in the lotus position in the cave, and officially started refining Long Yuan. He has no reason not to. Wang Xie, Luo Man, Qin Hongluan, Muling She, the people who threatened him the most were all trapped in the Dragon Palace. Surrounded by many monsters, it will be impossible for them to break through for a while. Not only Wang Xie, even the rest of more than 100 geniuses from various prefectures also died in the Dragon Palace. Outside the Dragon Palace, almost no one is there. And the crypt where he hides is very secret, even if one or two slip through the net, it doesn't make sense that he happened to meet him when he was refining the Dragon Yuan. Thinking about it, Yi Fan doesn't think there is any potential danger. Now is definitely the best time for him to refine Long Yuan. Therefore, he no longer hesitated, his consciousness entered the interior of Long Yuan, absorbed the energy of Long Yuan, and comprehended the mysterious supernatural power mastered by the previous Dragon Emperor. He was gradually obsessed with it, fascinated by it, forgot time, forgot everything. In this state, he is extremely vulnerable and dangerous. Just like a sleeping baby, its ability to perceive the outside world is basically zero, and its resistance to danger is also infinitely close to zero. It is precisely because of this that he was so cautious before, so wary of Wang Xie, for fear of being attacked by Wang Xie at the critical moment. Now he doesn't have to worry so much anymore, it's impossible for someone to bother him. But when Yi Fan was thinking this way, he who closed his eyes and refined the Dragon Yuan, vaguely heard footsteps. He thought he had heard it wrong, that these were just hallucinations, that it was the heart's demon that was behind the process of refining the Dragon Yuan. But the footsteps became more and more real, getting closer and closer to him. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore, opened his eyes suddenly, and saw a person. It was a woman in Xing Yi, with a beautiful face, and a smile more beautiful than flowers blooming on her face. Dongfang Qinger, it's you. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect Dongfang Qinger to appear suddenly, this situation is extremely bad for him. He hastened to stand up. But it's too late. At this moment, he didn't have time to get out of the state of refining Long Yuan, and he didn't have time to stand up. Shout out. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood resounded. Dongfang Qinger smiled and stabbed the sword into Yi Fan's heart, piercing his heart hard. Ah! Yi Fan screamed, for the first time in his life, he felt what it feels like to be heartbroken. Then, his body was like a deflated ball, and his true energy blew out. With the scatter of those true essences, he could even feel his own life energy passing away at a speed visible to the naked eye. All this shows that his life has entered the countdown. His life is being cut off. He's going to die soon. But why? Why? He stared at Dongfang Qinger, his face was full of grief and unwillingness. He doesn't understand why things are going this way. He didn't understand why Dongfang Qinger suddenly appeared. What's more, I can't understand that after I have strategized and tried my best, it is still so miserable. If he dies inexplicably like this, he will not rest in peace. Dongfang Qinger thought of the afternoon when the peach blossoms were dancing not long ago, her cheeks were slightly red like peach blossoms. That afternoon, she and Wang Xie were busy all afternoon. Wang Xie was quite generous to her. Because afterward, when she gave Wang Xie a map of the secret realm, Wang Xie also generously told her a secret in private. Wang Xie said, if you want to get Long Yuan, after meeting you, follow you closely. I believed his words, and I was lucky enough to meet you. It's as simple as that. Yi Fan was stunned. Back then when he got the Dragon Yuan from the Dragon Palace, he intentionally made a noise that the purple light was soaring into the sky, so he left secretly by himself, trekking mountains and rivers for a long distance, and came to this cave located in the desolate northwest area. It's not difficult to guess that Dongfang Qinger should have spotted him when he was looking around for a hiding place. But this woman, just because of Wang Xie's words, doesn't even care about the purple light soaring into the sky and the appearance of the Dragon Palace. She believes in Wang Xie. And, Wang Xie. It's Wang Xie again. Yi Fan suddenly felt a little ironic and bitter. He was on all possible precautions against Wang Xie, and after playing for a long time, he still couldn't escape Wang Xie's scheme. Before Wang Xie entered the secret realm, he actually told Dongfang Qinger to deal with him. Even if he didn't meet Wang Xie, he still fell into Wang Xie's scheme. Even death could not escape Wang Xie's magician. He wanted to laugh in grief and anger, but he had no chance and no strength. After Dongfang Qinger finished speaking, she flipped her wrist fiercely, and the edge of the sword shook slightly, which shattered Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan's eyes became dizzy, his head drooped weakly. He died. Dongfang Qinger's smile is even brighter and more moving. Fate destined her to marry the Dragon Emperor. Can anyone change that? But now the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor has died under her sword. Destiny. After all, she was beaten to the ground. Then, her eyes fell on Long Yuan in Yi Fan's arms, and the smile on her face became stronger. Long Yuan is hers now too. What did she say? If she becomes the unprecedented first female Dragon Emperor. The first thing is to make Wang Xie, a beautiful man, her concubine. The throne of the Dragon King also has Wang Xie. She seems to have obtained the two things she most dreamed of. I'm afraid, this is the so-called winner in life, right? Dongfang Qinger couldn't help laughing. However, just when she thought she was about to get it all. Suddenly, Yi Fan, who was obviously dead, opened his eyes suddenly, and attacked her with a palm. It turned out that Yi Fan was not dead yet, and had been hanging his last breath, waiting for the opportunity to sneak attack. The situation was very abrupt, but Dongfang Qinger's reaction was extremely fast. With the long sword lying in front of her, she hastily blocked the palm, but her body was shaken back a step. Yi Fan's face was even paler, the sneak attack failed, and the last breath of his hanging was gone. It stands to reason that he should be dead at this time no matter what. If it was someone else, he would be 100% dead. But Yi Fan took out a medicine pill from the system and took it quickly. That's 9 cycles life elixir. It is a life-saving item provided by the Heavenly Tao system. With the help of the life-sustaining elixir, powerful vitality quickly replenished his body, and even a shattered heart could regenerate. But he was seriously injured, and it would take time to fully recover, so he didn't dare to fight, grabbed Long Yuan and quickly fled out of the cave. At the same time, a jade talisman appeared in his palm, and he crushed the precious jade talisman without hesitation in order to escape. 1000-mile teleportation talisman. Under the effect of teleportation power, his body became unreal, and he could appear in a safe place thousands of miles away in the next second. This wave of escape operations can be described as smooth and smooth. But Dongfang Qinger's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment Yi Fan was about to be teleported away, a bright sword ray lit up at the same time. Under sword ray, blood sprays. At the same time, the power of teleportation has also engulfed Yi Fan, and his figure disappeared in an instant, traveling thousands of miles away. But as sword ray fell, his hand holding Long Yuan was left forever. Dongfang Qinger withdrew her sword, kicked away the severed dirty hand, picked up Long Yuan again, and then frowned. Because she suddenly discovered that Long Yuan at this time was actually a circle smaller than before. In that hasty moment, at least half of the Dragon Yuan energy was forcibly taken away by Yi Fan. Ah! Thousands of miles away on a snowfield, Yi Fan rolled in pain in the snow. The moment he was teleported, he directly swallowed half of the dragon's energy. At this time, the powerful energy kept destroying his body, as if it was going to explode him. To be precise, he would have died long ago if it wasn't for 9 cycles life-sustaining elixir that kept repairing his damaged body. But now he barely survived, at least he had a decent chance of surviving. Yi Fan didn't care about other things, blasted open the frozen snow mountain with one palm, hid in with heavy steps, endured the pain to calm down, and tried his best to refine the power of the half-dragon Yuan in his body. Gradually, with his efforts, the violent energy gradually calmed down. However, Yi Fan's mood gradually set off huge waves as the energy subsided. Although only half of the Dragon Yuan is left, but the energy contained in it is still powerful enough to make him tremble. This half-Dragon Yuan is enough. Although Dongfang Qinger has half of it in her hand, she is not the reincarnation of the Dragon King after all, and does not match the energy of the Dragon King. Even if she refines it forcibly, she will be weaker than me. Wait for me to refine this half-Dragon Yuan. She will have to pay the price. It's not just her. There's also Wang Xie. Even people who are related to Wang Xie. I won't let anyone go. This fight, I will win in the end. I will also dig out the half-Dragon Yuan from Dongfang Qinger's body. Then he knocked down the snow with a wave, freezing own cave. With full of resentment and anger, closed-door training refines the Dragon Yuan. Dongfang Qinger frowned tightly. She didn't expect Yi Fan to resist. After all, she stabbed Yi Fan with that sword, and when she drew the sword, she even stirred it, smashing his heart into pieces. It's all like this, but he still can't die. I'm afraid it's a hang-up. She had never encountered such a weird thing before, and naturally she was not prepared. Things seem to be in trouble. The world of Secret Realm is too big, it is difficult for her to find Yi Fan in a short time. Maybe halfway through the search, Yi Fan has successfully refined half of the Dragon Yuan. Of course, she can also refine the other half of the Dragon Yuan. The problem is, even if she does, there is a high probability that she will lose to Yi Fan due to the lack of match. It seems that the current situation is very unfavorable to her, and things have become very difficult. But this tricky problem didn't bother her for too long. I don't match the dragon essence of the Dragon Emperor but, who stipulated that I must refine this half of the dragon essence after all? This lady has allies. She thought of own allies in her heart, and laughed. Then, she looked up at the sky, looked at the direction of the purple light soaring into the sky, and walked all the way. Not long after, she saw the gate of the Dragon Palace. When she entered the initiation, the monsters around her roared, but no matter how terrifying the monster was, when she felt the dragon essence aura that belonged to the Dragon King on her body, she became obedient like a big cat. She came to Dragon Palace to find Wang Xie. At the same time, Wang Xie was drinking afternoon tea with his sister in his monster garden. After beating Yi Fan away, he has been relatively leisurely for half a day, just quietly waiting for the opportunity he was waiting for. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the herd of beasts, and an unusually powerful aura came. And that aura coincides with the remaining dragon essence aura in the Xinwo building. Long Yuan. Both Mu Lingxie and Qin Hongluan were startled, thinking that Yi Fan had come. But when someone appeared, they were shocked to find that the person holding the Dragon Yuan was actually Dongfang Qinger. Wang Xie was not surprised at all, looked at the Dragon Yuan in her hand, and exclaimed, "Your luck is indeed better than mine, you got it so easily." It is said that after meeting Yi Fan, he followed Yi Fan. This was a strategy he prepared for himself. As a result, he never met Yi Fan, and he was really unlucky. But I only got half of the Dragon Yuan. Dongfang Qinger was a little distressed, and roughly talked about meeting Yi Fan. Oh, back from the dead escaped, Wang Xie was not too surprised. After all, Yi Fan is also systematic. The system is definitely a good treasure that can be called almighty. It is not surprising that Yi Fan can escape from death. Then he thought for a while and said, "Then you were unlucky." Yes, it's only half of the Dragon Yuan. The Dragon Yuan of the Dragon Emperor and I don't match very well. Even if it is refined, it will take a while to get used to it. It's enough to beat Yi Fan. Dongfang Qinger blinked at him. So, I've come to you, my ally. Looking for me, Wang Xie said sadly, she came to me because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to beat her. Is this the rhythm of making me take advantage of her? Unexpectedly, Dongfang Qinger immediately said, since I refined the Dragon Yuan, I may not be able to defeat him then, how about giving this half of the Dragon Yuan to you? As soon as these words came out, not only Wang Xie, but all the girls around were stunned. Dragon Yuan is so precious, even half a Dragon Yuan is priceless. Dongfang Qinger actually wants to give Long Yuan by to Wang Xie. Dongfang Qinger continued to say to Wang Xie, I've thought about it, you have the power of Dragon Emperor bloodline, and you must be very compatible with Long Yuan, and you will definitely not be weaker than Yi Fan, so, let you refine Long Yuan, this is the safest solution. So, you really plan to give me Long Yuan? Wang Xie could understand her reasoning, but she was still surprised. Dongfang Qinger was very generous, of course. Didn't we make an appointment at the beginning? We are allies in the secret realm. Wang Xie examined her carefully. Dongfang Qinger's eyes are full of sincerity. Honestly. In fact, Wang Xie didn't take the so-called alliance agreement and other agreements too seriously. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Qinger seemed quite serious. That being the case, let's go back to the room and talk, Wang Xie said. The two walked into the house. Qin Hongluan, Luo Man and the others are a little confused. Just because of an ally, Dongfang Qinger sent Long Yuan out so easily. Of course, it's not just because of the allies, but also because Dongfang Qinger followed Wang Xie into the house. The two didn't take a seat, didn't watch tea, and didn't talk about things. Dongfang Qinger quickly took the initiative to hug Wang Xie. With no one else in the room, she acted bolder every second than the last. You shouldn't have forgotten, we made an appointment. If I become the Dragon Emperor, I will let you be my concubine. But now I admit defeat. She stuck to Wang Xie's arms, her tone full of tenderness and longing. You will be the Dragon Emperor, and I will be the imperial concubine. Perhaps, this is the real reason why she is willing to give Long Yuan to Wang Xie. Because what's hers is his. Because she desires him no less than Long Yuan. Wang Xie can feel her passion. It was a kind of enthusiasm that was like moths to a flame and could ignore everything. If you do this, wouldn't you be afraid that I'll turn my back on you after I get Long Yuan? Wang Xie said viciously, if that's the case, wouldn't your end be miserable? Ha ha, no way. Dongfang Qinger laughed, at least I once had you. How can it be considered miserable? If I don't do this, I will definitely lose to Yi Fan, that would be really miserable. Wang Xie, do you know that even if it is death, I would rather die by your hands. So, you can treat me as you want. It doesn't matter, I just want you now. I just want your promise now I will be your concubine. Her behavior was as crazy as she had said. She kissed Wang Xie, pushed Wang Xie down on the bed, and crawled on him like a snake body. Wang Xie was a little speechless. He was almost raped by this chick last time in the small courtyard full of peach blossoms, and this time. However, he was indeed touched by her selflessness. To be a concubine is to look like a concubine, go down below. Wang Xie turned over. Oh, Dongfang Qinger cooperated with him. Wang Xie leaned over and whispered in her ear, Dongfang Qinger, remember you will have a different life because of your choice today. Dongfang Qinger didn't know what kind of huge benefits she would get in the future because of her own choice. All she knows is that she owns this moment, that Wang Xie is hers. Wang Xie kneaded her cheeks and stroked her long hair, with deep appreciation in his eyes. Dongfang Qinger didn't know, in fact, he didn't care much about Long Yuan. At least after the world tree's roots spread all over the Qingfeng plain and extended to the other 4 areas, he really doesn't need to care about Long Yuan. That tree is about to mature, most of the power of the secret realm world has been absorbed and refined by the world tree, and began to feed back to him those full of vitality, full of death, hot, cold, bright, dark. All kinds of energies are constantly merging and becoming stronger. When a certain critical value is reached, Wang Xie suddenly finds that his own vision suddenly becomes higher and farther, and even the world becomes smaller. Long Yuan is naturally small. So, now he really doesn't care much about Long Yuan. But he was a little concerned about Dongfang Qinger's willingness to give Long Yuan to him. After all, for this woman, Long Yuan may be a precious treasure like fate. It can be seen that this woman is so stupid that she could give her life to him. There are not many beauties with good looks and good figures in this world, even talented beauties can be found. But like Dongfang Qing'er, she is beautiful, has an impeccable figure, and is quite talented, but there are really not many women who are so stupid. The real key is he just likes this kind of stupid woman who is desperate. If Dongfang Qing'er is so stupid as to give him his life, he will definitely reward her well in the future. The spring breeze swayed, and in the evening, Dongfang Qing'er left. Wang Xie, refine the dragon element well, and I will help you protect the law outside, she said. Wang Xie nodded. He does need closed-door training for a period of time, but it is not to refine the dragon yuan, but to master all the power of the world fed back by the world tree. Time flies, 2 days later. In the early morning, Wang Xie walked out of the room. This day is no different from any other day. The monsters inside and outside the formation are still at a stalemate. It is impossible for the monsters created by the Dragon Palace to penetrate into the formation, and the blackened monsters in the formation, once they leave the support of the formation power, will soon be absorbed by the energy of the Dragon Palace. So, just like the previous 2 days, the girls were besieged in the garden, drinking tea boredly, and sometimes watching 1 or 2 monsters who broke and occasionally fight. But from the moment Wang Xie opened the door, it was destined to be different. Because the first thing he said after opening the door was, "Now we can leave here, Yi Fan can also die." After speaking, he walked out of the formation. Mu Lingxie, Qin Hongluan and others were a little excited when they heard this. They've been stuck here all this time, and they're a little bored. It would be great if Wang Xie could really take them out of the Dragon Palace. At the same time they realized that Wang Xie seemed to be a little different, more extraordinary. They can't describe what that kind of extraordinary represents, and they can't know how strong Wang Xie is now. But, they should know soon. Soon, a group of people came out of the range of formation. Seeing someone approaching, the surrounding monsters rushed over frantically. The king of the desert, the king of the forest, and the flame titan also shot with all their strength at the same time. Seeing these former enemies, Luo Man, Mu Lingxie and the others couldn't help but feel a little nervous and be careful. Wang Xie was very indifferent, many attacks and even many monsters seemed to not exist in his eyes at this moment. Everything in the Dragon Palace is not worth mentioning to him. What SSS level, what king grade, emperor grade, or honor level are all meaningless. Even an artifact like the Dragon Palace is commonplace in his eyes. To be more precise, no matter the monster or the Dragon Palace, in his eyes they are just a simple picture. Normally, everyone is in the painting, fighting monsters in the painting. And not only can he see through the whole painting at a glance, but he also holds the brush and eraser in his hand. This is the power of the world. So, when countless vines are sweeping in, when the yellow sand is all over the sky, and the flames are swallowing flames, the situation is extremely dangerous. Wang Xie just snapped his fingers with a thought. The surroundings suddenly fell into a deadly silence. All sounds are gone. All the monsters are like pictures on a huge white paper, wiped clean. There was only the sound of snapping fingers, softly ringing in the dead and quiet space. This, just as Qin Hongluan drew out his sword, he was instantly stunned by this scene. Luo Man, Mu Lingxie, and Dongfang Qing'er also stared straight, their faces full of disbelief. Although they had expected that Wang Xie must be very strong now. But to be so strong, this is far beyond their imagination. After a short period of silence, all kinds of monsters created by the Dragon Palace passed through the 17 light gates and gathered here continuously. This time Wang Xie didn't even bother to snap his fingers. He stretched out his hands and pressed down slowly. The 17 light gates leading here slowly sank following his movements, and finally sank into the ground and disappeared. At the same time, the energy of the Dragon Palace is no longer running, and no monsters are produced anymore. This will save a lot of trouble. Wang Xie clapped his hands. Now it's time for us to kill Yi Fan. However, no one answered his words. The girls are all stunned. In the outside world, they are the most outstanding young people of this generation, the most knowledgeable generation of arrogance. At this time, they were all very ignorant and stared blankly at Wang Xie, blankly watching everything that Wang Xie had done. With a snap of the fingers, all monsters are wiped out. So perverted, are you sure this is something humans can do? And, wasn't the Dragon Palace refined by Yi Fan? It should be Yi Fan's artifact. Wang Xie made a random gesture and told Dragon Palace to stop making monsters. Why does it feel like the Dragon Palace now belongs to Wang Xie? It's just that they don't know that if Wang Xie is willing, not only the Dragon Palace, the entire secret realm world can be his. Is it amazing that Yi Fan refined the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Yuan? At this time, the roots of the world tree have spread to every corner of the world, and all the power of the secret realm world has been refined by the world tree. And the world tree belonged to Wang Xie, so when the world tree refines the whole world, it means that he refined the whole world. In front of the power of the world, Long Yuan, Dragon Palace, and all powers are as fragile as white paper. At this time, in a cold cave on the ice and snow plateau, Yi Fan finally sensed that something was wrong in the Dragon Palace, and opened his eyes suddenly. Yi Fan finally realized that something was wrong and opened his eyes. Something must have happened in the Dragon Palace. He was absolutely sure of that. At this time, he has already fused 95% of the half-dragon element, and he is only a tiny bit away from full fusion. He no longer needs to concentrate as before, and even if he occasionally divine partitions, there will be no problems. Therefore, he did not hesitate to separate out a ray of consciousness, and through the telepathy between himself and the Dragon Palace, let the projection of consciousness appear in the Dragon Palace. Then, looking at the monsters and the light gate that had all disappeared, Yi Fan was completely dumbfounded. Although he expected something to happen to the Dragon Palace, he even guessed that Wang Xie might try to escape from the Dragon Palace. Still didn't expect to see such a result. Escape from Dragon Palace. Whereas Wang Xie running away now, he had a good time, and walked out leisurely with the girls in the Dragon Palace. That kind of appearance was like wandering in the own garden. The power of the Dragon Palace was suppressed by Wang Xie all by himself. This guy, how could? Yi Fan was shocked and puzzled. He couldn't figure out how Wang Xie could suddenly become so much stronger after only seeing each other for 2 days. But when he saw Dongfang Qinger, he understood everything. It must be the ghost of this woman. She actually gave the half-dragon Yuan to Wang Xie. Yi Fan stared at Dongfang Qinger, with a lot of sadness and hatred in his heart. Originally, the island owner promised to marry Dongfang Qinger to him. Originally, this woman should be his. However, in the underground cave, Dongfang Qinger almost killed him. She was so ruthless to him, yet so obedient, and obedient when she was around Wang Xie. She even gave Wang Xie the Dragon Yuan she got. Damn it. Just thinking about this kind of thing for a while, Yi Fan was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. At this time, Wang Xie had already seen Yi Fan. But he knew that Yi Fan was just a projection at this time, so he didn't bother to do it, and said casually, "Your palace seems to be very good. It is indeed an artifact passed down from generation to generation by dragon kings. Don't be complacent." Yi Fan said angrily, "Don't think that you can do anything to me by refining half a dragon Yuan. Besides, how can you understand the true power of the Dragon Palace? Say it." He waved his hand. There are no monsters around, but there is a frenzied concentration of terrifying energy. At this time, although he was angry, he was still full of confidence. They also refined half a dragon Yuan, so he didn't need to be afraid of Wang Xie. What's more, he has the artifact of the Dragon Palace to help him. Wang Xie did not. Don't underestimate the power of this artifact. To be passed down from generation to generation by the dragon kings of the Shenlong clan, this thing is naturally not ordinary. Creating monsters to fight and the like is just the most basic and weakest use of Dragon Palace. Before refining Long Yuan, his strength was too weak to display the true power of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, he has obtained the power of half a dragon element, which is enough to exert most of the power of this artifact. What can Wang Xie use to block it? Go to hell with me. The turbulent energy condensed into 5-colored divine light, which slammed down on Wang Xie and his group with majestic destructive energy. He is bound to succeed in this move. Even if you can't kill Wang Xie, he has to kill a few people to vent his anger first. Wang Xie was very calm. He looked up at the divine light, and gently extended a hand. The terrifying divine light landed on his hand, and there was no explosion, nor any energy raging. In the eerie silence, the seemingly terrifying divine light turned into the most simple power of heaven and earth in his palm, and then dust returns to dust, nothingness returns to nothingness. The divine light was broken down and dissipated. This, how is it possible? Yi Fan was really a little silly this time. He has never seen such a weird method. And this is not at all like the means possessed by the Dragon Emperor. Wang Xie's ability has already exceeded his understanding and cognition. The power of this palace is not bad. Wang Xie praised the palace even more. It can live, fly, trap enemies, and attack. It is not weak and has multiple functions. It is much stronger than the big sword he bought before. That being the case, why don't you leave it to me? Wang Xie smiled wickedly. As his mind turned, the soul imprint that Yi Fan had spent so much effort to leave in the Dragon Palace was easily erased by him. Ah! Yi Fan's consciousness projection screamed, and then disappeared. From this moment on, this magic treasures mastered by the Dragon Emperors of all ages no longer belonged to Yi Fan, but belonged to Wang Xie. Watching the disappearing projection of Yi Fan, Wang Xie's smile is even bigger. To get the Dragon Palace, this is just a matter of convenience. Next, he will deprive Yi Fan of his Dragon Yuan and Yi Fan's system. The girls watched Yi Fan's phantom disappear, and watched the Dragon Palace undergo many miraculous changes under Wang Xie's control. They were already too shocked to speak. Wang Xie seems to be stronger than they expected. Yi Fan in front of Wang Xie is not at the same level at all. It's really too strong. Dongfang Qinger has many little stars in her eyes. She thinks that Wang Xie is not only stronger, but also more handsome. Qin Hongluan recalled the scene of the disappearance of the five-color divine light, but seemed to understand something, and murmured in shock, "Everything is born from existence and returns to nothing." At this time, from Wang Xie's methods, he actually saw a bit of the mystery of Taoism. The so-called Tao is heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao believed by the Eastern Temple. That is to say, Wang Xie is close to heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, her mood became a little complicated. As the most excellent genius in the heavenly Tao Temple, she has been obsessed with Tao since childhood, but now Wang Xie is Tao. If this is the case, Qin Hongluan feels that in the future, she will find opportunities to have more contacts with Wang Xie anyway, and she will use the mystery of heavenly Tao on him, so maybe one day she will break the road. Mu Lingshe and Luo Man looked at Wang Xie with a hint of obsession and longing that couldn't be concealed. They are not as obsessed with Taoism as Qin Hongluan. However, they believe in their own gods. Wang Xie was as strong as a god. It's so strong. Now they are not at all worried that Wang Xie will lose to Yi Fan. At the same time, in the cave on the ice and snow plateau. Ah! Yi Fan howled miserably. Dragon Palace was forcibly taken, and his soul suffered some backlash, which caused him a lot of pain. But these are just little things. What really concerned and deeply disturbed him was that he didn't understand why Wang Xie was so strong. At this time, the half of the Dragon Yuan has been refined by him to 99%, and it will be completely refined by him soon. But now he is not excited at all, even a little scared. Because he was worried that even if he had mastered the power of half a Dragon Yuan, he was far from being an opponent of Wang Xie. Because he was worried that after he lost, Long Yuan would be deprived and snatched away. He hates this feeling so much. He was too familiar with this anxiety and fear. It's not the first time something like this has happened. The first time Wang Xie took away his bloodline's sacred body and his fiancée. The second time Wang Xie robbed him of his identity as the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, and robbed him of a fiancée. Just now Wang Xie snatched away the Dragon Palace. You don't need to think about it, you know, the next step will definitely snatch the Dragon Yuan from him. Run away. He is too wicked. A hero doesn't suffer from immediate losses. Maybe I'm not proficient enough in mastering the energy of the Dragon Emperor. Thinking of this, Yi Fan opened the solid ice outside the cave with a red palm, and before he started fighting, he already wanted to escape. There was a loud bang. A snow peak in the ice and snow plateau collapsed, and Yi Fan, who was hiding in the ice cave, broke through. Fleeing in the direction of Blue Star World in fear. He remembered clearly that this should be the 8th day of entering the secret realm. The island owner said that every time the secret realm is opened, it can last for 10 days. At this moment, the gate to Blue Star has not been closed yet. Wang Xie is still thousands of miles away. His location is much closer to Blue Star. If he wants to escape, there is no time left. If he stays in Qingshan, he will not have to worry about firewood. As long as he escapes back to Blue Star, it will not be easy for Wang Xie to find him. He can hide and practice slowly, and wait until he is more proficient in mastering the power of the Dragon Emperor before coming out to take revenge. What's more, he still has a system, and some opportunities to develop wretchedly. However, fantasy is beautiful, but reality can be cruel. Thousands of miles away, the Dragon Palace is like a small floating island, floating in the sky unhurriedly. Wang Xie stood on the edge of the palace, overlooking the world beneath his feet. At this time, Yi Fan was thousands of miles away, but in Wang Xie's eyes, thousands of miles and 10,000 miles were the same as before his eyes, without any difference. After all, the entire secret realm world is his world, and the whole world is played by him in the palm of his hand, so what are thousands of miles? Want to escape? There's no door. Wang Xie showed a playful smile. At this time Yi Fan has come to the edge of the world. The passage to Blue Star is dozens of miles away. He was overjoyed and accelerated to rush into the passage. But at this moment, thousands of miles away, Wang Xie's thoughts moved slightly, and under the gaze of Yi Fan's despair, the passageway was slowly closed. Wang Xie said that there is no door, so there is really no door. Yi Fan is dumbfounded. This situation was too weird for him. The island owner clearly said that every time the space channel in the secret realm world is opened, it can last for 10 days. Why did it close this time in less than 10 days? And when he was about to reach the passage suddenly closed. This is so wicked. Yi Fan's system obviously understands more, prompting, Wang Xie has already mastered this world and has become the master of this minor world. Have mastered this world? Yi Fan was startled. At this time, he finally found that the world was a little different from before. The most obvious difference is a towering giant tree appeared in the distant Qingfeng plain. It is truly towering, the crown partly touches the uppermost sky, and the roots extend all the way to the deepest land. That big tree runs through the world. Then what should I do now? He asked the system eagerly. Silence. The heavenly Tao system fell into a long silence. Yi Fan was even more shocked. It was the first time he encountered system silence. And he didn't know if it was an illusion. He felt that there was great despair and sadness in this silence. It seemed that even the system felt helpless. The system was silent for a long time and said, unless the world tree can be destroyed. But. No but. The system may want to say, but there is no chance. Before the world tree grows up, especially the young seedling stage, it is much more fragile at that time, and can be easily destroyed. If you want to destroy the world tree now, I am afraid that Biden God is still difficult. But Yi Fan doesn't want to hear it now, these are not important anymore. After all, destroying the world tree is the only hope. Long Yuan's power was frantically urged by him, his body turned into a 1,000-meter dragon, and rushed towards the world tree at the fastest speed in his life. The air was crushed at high speed, sending out a series of terrifying sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he came close to the world tree, and then he saw an acquaintance. His eyes immediately turned red. It's Lin Ruochu. Lin Ruochu quietly sat cross-legged under the world tree. Guide the power of the earth with pure Yingxian power, nourishing the world tree. The dry sky is yang, and the earth is yin. Pure yin represents the earth and nourishes all things. There is no more suitable candidate than her to cultivate the world tree. As expected, she lived up to Wang Xie's trust and high expectations, and successfully raised the world tree. But endless hatred was born in Yi Fan's heart. This woman, Ben, was his former love. Obviously it was Wang Xie who separated him from Lin Ruochu. But instead of hating Wang Xie, Lin Ruochu helped Wang Xie like this. If there is no Lin Ruochu. If Lin Ruochu hadn't helped Wang Xie plant the world tree, he won't lose so badly. Damn it. It's all her fault. I'm going to tear her into pieces. He angrily rushed to Lin Ruochu under the world tree, the dragon horn on his forehead condensed the divine light of destruction. Thousands of miles away, Wang Xie's smile became even colder. Want to touch his woman court death. With a move of his mind, the endless power of heaven and earth condensed crazily in the air, and turned into a palm the size of several kilometers above Yi Fan's head out of thin air. The huge palm fell mercilessly, leaving a palm print on the ground with an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The dragon that Yi Fan turned into was imprinted into the palm print like a tiny bug. It was just one palm, and Yi Fan was seriously injured, and he couldn't even maintain the dragon body. After returning to human form, he spit out blood with a wow, lying on the ground half dead. After a while, when he looked up again, Wang Xie had appeared under the world tree, beside Lin Ruochu and Lin Miok, and in front of his eyes. Master Ah no. Husband, I miss you. Lin Miaoke saw Wang Xie, incoherently excited, and threw himself into his arms. Lin Ruochu was also a little excited at first, but she was already very excited when she saw little sister, and it would be meaningless to get close to her even if she was excited. What's more, she's not here these days. The B***starred Wang Xie probably had a lot of fun in the Dragon Palace, so she didn't want to give him a good face, so she folded her arms and said coldly, I thought Mr. Husband was going to forget us, so you know to come to us. Wang Xie was slightly startled, then smiled and walked forward, hugged her into her arms, and said next to her ear, it's really hard for you this time. She didn't hug him, but this time he took the initiative to hug her. That seed is not ordinary, let alone just dig a hole, pour some water and it will grow up. In the process of growing up, Lin Ruochu must have paid a big price, consuming quite a lot of fury and fairy power. Being treated so tenderly, Lin Ruochu blushed a little instead. Why are you so nasty all of a sudden? I'm your wife, shouldn't I help you? It's hard work or not, it's too extravagant. That's right, aren't we a family? Why bother to be so polite? Lin Miok echoed, besides, after helping the world tree grow up, we also got a little gift from it, and our strength has greatly increased. The three of them talked and laughed, and the family enjoyed themselves happily, as if they had forgotten Yi Fan who was half dead. And this indifference is the greatest indifference to him. Yi Fan lay on the ground like a dead dog, looking at Wang Xie and the Lin sisters looking at the most beautiful life in his fantasy. Yes, all the best things in his fantasy have been obtained by Wang Xie. But, why is Wang Xie getting it all? Why does Wang Xie always fight against me? Why are Lin Ruochu, Lin Miaoke, Dongfang Qinger all so indifferent? He is unwilling, he is angry. But no one answered. Do wolves need a reason to eat sheep? After chatting with his little wife, Wang Xie walked towards him indifferently, stomped on his neck like an animal, cut open his body, and pulled Long Yuan out. Then he bound Yi Fan's soul with the power of heaven and earth, and the system bound to Yi Fan's soul was forcibly stripped out. Amidst the screams, Yi Fan's body and soul were destroyed together. The pure energy of Heavenly Tao system struggles weakly in Wang Xie's hands. Why fight against Yi Fan? If you have to say a reason, maybe this is the reason. Heavenly Tao is on top, and he is going to be the heaven-defying person. The pure power of the Heavenly Tao system struggled in his palm. But this kind of struggle is futile. The system is a special tool in the final analysis. Without the support of Yi Fan's soul, there is no autonomy at all. It's like a small white flower in the garden that no one cares about. Wang Xie picks it whenever he wants, squeezes it whenever he wants, and picks it whenever he wants. The evil force surged out from Wang Xie's palm with an unspeakable desire, devouring the little white flower inch by inch, and feasted on it. Then, Wang Xie heard a series of extremely excited beeps. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Son of Heavenly Tao and capturing the Son of Heavenly Tao's Heavenly Tao system. After testing by this system, the Heavenly Tao system is transformed from Heavenly Tao fragments, which contains part of the power of heaven and earth rules. After this system devours the Heavenly Tao system, it will master part of the Heavenly Tao system's capabilities and upgrade it. Upgrading 1%, 37%, 99%. Congratulations to the host, the system upgrade is complete, and you have the ability to track other Heavenly Tao fragments. And open a new function, God's Beloved. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. The power of the villain system has been improved and upgraded, and the reward, Body of the World Master by 1 inch. After the beep, a faint blue light shone on Wang Xie, and Wang Xie's body changed slightly again. That kind of change cannot be described by the simple word, powerful, but a kind of overall improvement of life level. Wang Xie's perception of heaven and earth has become clearer. At this moment, he is as one with the heaven and the earth. If it is said that when he fought Yi Fan before, he borrowed the power of heaven and earth from the secret realm world through the world tree. Well, at this moment he no longer needs to borrow. The world is him, he is the world of this minor world, and this is the body of the world master. Only after possessing the body of the world master can one truly integrate with a world. From this moment on, as long as the secret realm world is not destroyed, he will be immortal. Then Wang Xie opened the own property panel, and suddenly found that the original cultivation-based description had completely disappeared. The so-called SSS level, King grade, Emperor grade, or Honorable level are no longer meaningful to him. At this time, in the cultivation base column of the property panel, there are 4 big characters written, Jiaju first level. All under Heavenly Tao are ants, because Heavenly Tao masters the main operating rules of the world. This power cannot be violated by human beings. Although the World Lord is weaker than Heavenly Tao, he also holds the power of a minor world. To some extent, he has the same ability as Heavenly Tao. This kind of power cannot be violated by human beings, so all under the World Master are ants. Wang Xie feels the power he has at this moment, and he is very satisfied. After reaching the Realm Master, he finally has the qualifications to challenge Heavenly Tao. However, what does the Heavenly Tao fragment mean? Wang Xie asked doubtfully. The so-called Heavenly Tao fragments are part of the Heavenly Tao rules. The system replied. Wang Xie frowned, a little confused. It's like, eliminate evil, which is one of the rules of Heavenly Tao. Those who master this kind of Heavenly Tao fragments will do more things to do justice for the sky, so that the rules of Heavenly Tao can run more smoothly and get Heavenly Tao's reward. The system said. This time Wang Xie understood a bit. It means Heavenly Tao fragments are all systems. It doesn't have to be a system, it may be other treasures, or even some kind of illusory energy or idea, but no matter what form it exists in, it will be an extremely important thing. The system explained, perhaps, you can imagine the complete Heavenly Tao as a complete world. There are many rules in the world, and Heavenly Tao only needs to master the most important rules. For the convenience of management, he separated some fragments and handed them over to his own son. For example, the first fragment he allocated represented the ocean. He gave the fragment of the ocean to the eldest son, and the elder son mastered the rules related to the ocean through that fragment. For example, the name of the second shard is light, and the person who owns the second shard masters the rules of light, and so on. Of course, the ocean, the light, etc., all represent relatively large fragments, which contain very huge power. Many small fragments may not have such distinctive attributes. For example, Yi Fan's system represents the eradication of evil. But there may be many kinds of fragments in the world, all of which contain the rules of elimination of evil. There are also many people who are doing the work of eradication of evil. But in any case, no matter how big or small the fragments are, they all represent a part of the origin of Heavenly Tao, containing the most primitive and pure power of heaven and earth. So, every time the host gets a piece of Heavenly Tao, it's equivalent to getting a part of the rules and grabbing a part of the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is very precious, it can promote system upgrades, and it can also increase the level of the host's World Lord. The higher the level of the World Lord, the stronger the world that can be mastered, and the stronger the host's strength will be. Wang Xie finally understood. In the future, in addition to dealing with the Son of Heavenly Tao, Tao will also collect fragments of Heavenly Tao. Collecting Heavenly Tao fragments is even more important than dealing with sons of Heavenly Tao. After all, not every son of Heavenly Tao can own fragments of Heavenly Tao. In the future, he won't bother to cut leaks for the kind of little garbage that doesn't even have Heavenly Tao fragments. After reaching the level of the World Master, his ability is no longer comparable to before, and there is really no need to waste time on the 30,000 to 50,000 value. In addition to the Heavenly Tao fragments, Wang Xie discovered that the upgraded system also has a new function of God's favorite. With this system upgrade, there are many new ways to play. But he was not in a hurry to find out everything right away. Wang Xie decided to save it for later when he was free to explore slowly. At this time, Qin Hongluan, Mu Lingxie, and Luo Man had already arrived. Yi Fan is dead, Longyuan has been obtained, and an additional breakthrough system has refined a world. This time Wang Xie can be said to have gained a lot, and it is time to go back. He waved his hand indifferently, and there was no need to go to the so-called passage in the direction of the blue star. A brand new passage naturally appeared in front of Wang Xie. The secret realm world has been connected with his soul. No matter where he is in the blue star, he can open the channel anytime and anywhere, and come and go freely between the secret realm world and the blue star. After the passage was opened, he led everyone out. Outside the secret realm world, the owner of Shenlong Island and the people stationed in the outer temple are all in a panic. They don't know what happened in the secret realm, but they know something big must happen this time. Because just now the gate between the secret realm and blue star was forcibly closed by some force. No one knows what's going on in the secret realm. No one knows if Miss Roman and Mu Lingxie are safe. Just when everyone was wondering, the door of the secret realm opened again, and a towering and majestic palace slowly flew out from the space passage. The people in the three major temples were all shocked, they didn't understand why the palace could fly. Dongfang Longyi was stunned, then seemed to think of something, burst into tears with excitement, knelt down in an extremely respectful posture and exclaimed, "I will welcome the Dragon King to come to the world. I'm waiting to welcome the Dragon King to the world." Seeing the appearance of the rumored Dragon Palace, feeling the supreme aura of majesty in the Dragon Palace, the withered dragon clan seemed to have found their backbone again, and they were all extremely excited. Wang Xie's expression was very calm. He didn't like dealing with too many people. So when Qin Hongluan, Mu Lingshe and others met with the people from the temple, he had a brief exchange with the island owner, and then announced that he would be doing closed-door training for 3 days. In fact, the so-called closed-door training for 3 days is the request of my little wife. In the secret realm, Lin Ruochu and Lin Miaoke have been planting trees, and he hasn't been with them for a while. They helped him a lot, and they just wanted to be alone with him for 3 days. Wang Xie would never refuse such a small request. So that night, the Dragon Palace landed heavily at the ancestral hall of the Dragon Guards. Wang Xie closed the palace gate and officially announced the closed-door training. Naturally, people don't know the specific reason why Wang Xie wanted closed-door training. They all thought that the Lord Dragon King had just returned from the secret realm and had received the inheritance from the previous Dragon King. The dragon's supernatural power is integrated. Wang Xie is so young, he has already become the Dragon Emperor. After becoming the Dragon Emperor, he still has to practice so diligently. This kind of behavior has been praised and spread by many members of the Dragon Guard clan. At the same time, some rumors in the secret realm also began to spread during these 3 days. Someone heard that the secret realm was opened this time, and there were a total of 167 people including geniuses from various prefectures. In the end, only less than 15 people came back. Except for Wang Xie and his group, only a very small number of people who did not participate in the battle for Long Yuan came back alive. The remaining 150 or so people, who tried to get their hands on Long Yuan, were all killed without exception. In the end, Wang Xie controlled Long Yuan and won the final victory. It was also heard that in the secret realm this time, no matter whether it was the arrogant Western Temple, or the mighty Eastern Temple, or the Northern Temple, they all respected Wang Xie as their leader and obeyed Wang Xie's orders. And with the help of Wang Xie, those people from the temple could come back safely. The young people who listened to these rumors were full of enthusiasm. After all, in their hearts, the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor of the Shenlong clan should be taken for granted. It should belong to the Dragon clan itself. No one should have entered the secret realm to explore. It's just that the reality of Blue Star is helpless now. The whole world is determined by the 3 major temples and the 4 major alliances. In some respects, Shenlong Island has to make compromises. But within the secret realm, the reincarnation of the Dragon King, Wang Xie, and their clansmen successfully proved to the whole world on their behalf that Longyuan belongs to the descendants of the Dragon clan. If outsiders want to get their hands on the more than 150 geniuses who died are the best proof. Thinking of this, those young clansmen couldn't help admiring and worshipping Wang Xie even more. Even in these 3 days, people often came near the ancestral hall, looking at the distant palace, as if worshipping the gods, worshipping the emperor, sincerely bowing down, looking forward to when Wang Xie can walk out of the palace, can be caught by them. However, after 3 days, Wang Xie did not come out from the Dragon Palace. Bai Ji replaced Wang Xie to spread the news that the closed-door training was extended to 7 days. People don't doubt it, they all think it's the Dragon Emperor's hard work, and they admire it even more. It's just that when they worshipped Wang Xie as a god and bowed down from a distance, they might not know that Wang Xie was not what they thought at all. For the past 7 days, he has been hard work. The spring in the Dragon Palace was bright and beautiful. Lin Ruochu was lying in Wang Xie's arms, his face was extraordinarily rosy. This Tsunere woman who always talks nonsense, is now being cleaned up so Tsunere can't get up. Even the idea of interrogating Wang Xie, asking him what bad things he has done in the secret realm, and whether he is picking up girls again has been given up. For 7 days, the B***-starred Wang Xie didn't know the difference between day and night, so he might have cleaned her up 100 or 200 times. Lin Miaoke also begged for mercy. In the end, she regretted letting Wang Xie closed-door training for 3 days, and made a special trip to accompany her. As for whether Wang Xie is chasing girls again, never mind, she can't be bothered. And isn't it 3 days as promised? Wang Xie even extended it to 7 days. In this regard, Wang Xie is quite innocent. Lin Ruochu and Lin Miok performed well in the secret realm this time and successfully helped him cultivate the world tree. For such a great contribution, the reward he wants is to let him spend a few more days with them when he is free. Since it is more company, how can 3 days be enough? When has he ever been stingy with his family? So I forcibly extended it to 7 days. But the happy time is always short. Wang Xie still has a lot of things to do. It is impossible to stay in the palace and accompany his little wife to enjoy flowers, watch dramas, watch movies or exercise all the time. So on the 8th day, under the reluctance of Lin Miok, under the gaze of Lin Ruochu's pitiful, begging to let go, eyes, Wang Xie finally ended this closed-door training. He then began working on the new, upgraded system. After the system upgrade, there are 2 more main functions. One is to track heavenly Tao fragments. The second is the darling of God. He already knew about the fragments of heavenly Tao, but what was God's favorite? Wang Xie glanced at the description on the property panel, and the explanation on it was very simple. God's favorite. Those who are favored by God's world lords, they are the proud sons and daughters of heaven in the world of the world lord. At the same time, you can establish a master-servant contract with them, let them manage the world on their behalf, or help the world master to do other things. The proud son or the proud daughter. According to this description, Wang Xie felt as if he had also become heavenly Tao. The so-called favorite of God is the son of heavenly Tao and daughter of heavenly Tao who belong to him. But he is not heavenly Tao, or should he be called the daughter of the world lord? How about calling her the daughter of Wang Xie? In the establishment of a master-servant contract, this is somewhat similar to the previous subsystem caller. But the number of callers is limited after all. It's too rare. There is no limit to the number of God's beloved, which seems pretty good. So do you want to accept 1 or 2 first, and test the effect of the new function? Just as he was thinking about taking in a proud girl from heaven, Bai Ji walked over here. Lord Dragon Emperor, Qi and Roman from the Western Temple, Qin Hongluan from the Eastern Temple, Muling Xie from the Northern Temple, and Dongfang Qinger have all come to look for you. Who do you want to see first? Like a competent little secretary, she reported the main things that happened in the past 7 days. Qi still has Luo Man, Muling Xie Dongfang Qinger. Wang Xie squinted his eyes, and when he was talking about Dongfang Qinger, he suddenly thought of something. Dongfang Qinger, I happen to have one too. I need to find her for some things. Please help me make an appointment with her today. Bai Ji nodded and started to arrange this matter. Dongfang Qinger received the notice and rushed over quickly. Not long after, Dongfang Qinger rushed over. The breeze is calm, and the green skirt is slightly swayed. She is very beautiful in the wind. It is not difficult to see that in order to meet Wang Xie, she specially applied makeup. But that makeup is extremely light, not too bright. Just like the person she is at this time, even if she is regarded as the saint of the island in front of others, she is worshipped as the goddess in the hearts of countless people. But in front of Wang Xie, she didn't dare to show any extravagance. Instead, she was extremely low-key, even reserved. After all, others only know that Wang Xie is very strong now, but they don't know how strong Wang Xie is. But she saw with her own eyes that Yi Fan was killed by Wang Xie in a playful manner, even though he had refined half a dragon yuan. Wang Xie is too powerful. That kind of power was beyond her imagination, so much so that she felt ashamed. She felt that she was far from worthy of Wang Xie, so she became reserved. Lord Dragon Emperor, are you looking for me? She asked respectfully. Yeah, Wang Xie said casually, walk around with me first. It's my honor, Your Majesty. Dongfang Qinger took the initiative to stick to her, like a cute little maid, supporting Wang Xie's arm. The two walked slowly, from the bamboo forest to the path. There were many scenery along the way that they had visited before. Dongfang Qinger thought about how long ago she and Wang Xie had seen these scenery together, and felt a little embarrassed for a while. The path is winding and winding upwards, and there is a tower at the peak, named Coiling Dragon Tower. Dongfang Qinger and Wang Xie climbed the tower as last time. This is the highest point of the entire Shenlong Island. Standing on the top of the tower, you can overlook the entire island. Looking at the scenery under his feet, Wang Xie recalled the past, and suddenly asked, do you still remember what you said when you came here last time? Of course Dongfang Qinger remembers. How could she forget? It was her dream after all. The last time she was at the top of this tower, she confided to Wang Xie for the first time, saying that the ultimate goal of ON is to become an unprecedented female dragon queen. But at this moment, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, she can't beat Wang Xie. Facing Wang Xie, her heart has surrendered. At that time, Qing'er didn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, and she was really overestimating her capabilities if she wanted to compete with Lord Dragon Emperor for the Dragon Yuan. Dongfang Qing'er said in a low voice. Wang Xie looked at her with low eyebrows and pleasing eyes, but the smile on her face became a little weird. Then, he slowly took out something from his body. An unusually majestic energy fluctuation emerged. Long Yuan. Dongfang Qing'er glanced at it, and there was unconcealable longing in the depths of her eyes. She knew it must be the half-dragon Yuan that Wang Xie got after killing Yi Fan, but she didn't understand why Wang Xie took it out to show her. Could it be to test her? Jitu is dead, Yi Fan is dead, but besides Yi Fan, she is the one who most wants to be the Dragon Emperor. All along, Wang Xie certainly treated her well. But Wang Xie is obviously a person who can be ruthless for the great cause. There will only be one Dragon Emperor in the world. In order to avoid future troubles, maybe. She no longer dared to think about it, let alone take a look at Long Yuan, for fear of causing Wang Xie's misunderstanding and dissatisfaction. However, another majestic energy appeared in Wang Xie's palm. Another half-dragon Yuan appeared in Wang Xie's palm. The Dragon Yuan that appeared this time is surprisingly the half that Dongfang Qing'er offered to Wang Xie last time. Seeing the 2.5 Dragon Yuan appearing from Wang Xie's hand one after another, and feeling the majestic energy on them, Dongfang Qing'er was completely stunned. After all, it stands to reason wasn't the Dragon Yuan she gave Wang Xie last time already refined? Wang Xie didn't refine it. And he got 2.5 gems, which is equivalent to a complete inheritance, and Wang Xie hasn't refined any of them. And take out both of them to show her. What the hell does this mean? All right. In fact, she also guessed what that meant, but she couldn't believe it. After all, that guess was too crazy. Wang Xie lent her courage, and she didn't dare to think that way. However, things seemed to be developing in the most absurd direction. Wang Xie played with the Dragon Yuan in his hand and said, "Do you remember what I said after you offered the Dragon Yuan that day?" Dongfang Qing'er is really a little dizzy now, her mind is like a mess, she shakes her head blankly. But the moment she shook her head, the paste in her mind seemed to be a little enlightened due to the even mixing, and she patted her forehead and said, "You said I will get a brand new life because of my own choice." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she couldn't help but feel dizzy again. Because Wang Xie's words are obviously to reward her. But now Wang Xie is holding 2 Dragon Yuan in his hand. That is a complete Dragon Emperor inheritance. If that's the reward, it's really crazy. But such a crazy thing seems to be about to happen. Wang Xie looked into her eyes and asked lightly, "Do you want to?" Bang! The desire deep in Dongfang Qing'er's heart was completely detonated. There's no way she doesn't want it. She couldn't contain the craving at all. After all, that was the dream she had been chasing since childhood. It's a dream she can live and die for. She knows that she is dominated by desire now, it must be very ugly. To put it bluntly, it's not much better than a dog that frantically wags its tail at its owner when it sees a bone. But, if Wang Xie is really willing to bestow Longyuan to her, give her what she wants most in this life. She really doesn't mind being a cow or a horse for him, going through life and death for him, or even wagging her tail like a puppy to please him. Wang Xie smiled. "It seems that your physical reaction has honestly exposed your thoughts." Dongfang Qing'er was slightly startled, she knew very well that exposing this kind of thinking is actually very dangerous. If Wang Xie was really testing her, then she could die. However, Wang Xie didn't do that. Instead, he smiled and gently stroked her head. A dragon element slowly melted into her body in the form of empowerment. Followed by the second, "You gave me this Dragon Yuan at the beginning, and I will return it to you now. This second one is because you made a choice that satisfied me, and I gave you an extra reward." 2 Dragon Yuan, representing the supreme power and supernatural power of the previous Dragon Emperor, were poured into Dongfang Qing'er's body like this. Ooh! Dongfang Qing'er was going crazy with excitement, as if her soul was going to soar. She has never been so excited and happy as she is at this moment. Wang Xie was really kind to her, valued her too much, and spoiled her too much. Wang Xie's expression was extremely flat. He has always been generous to those who are loyal to him. Long Yuan was extremely precious to Dongfang Qing'er, and this woman was willing to give it to him back then, although he didn't really need Long Yuan at that time, but this kind of intention was enough for him to appreciate. So he won't treat her badly. What's more, after reaching the level of the world master, Long Yuan is already dispensable to him, and there is no need to refine it. Of course, besides not treating her badly, he also has a little bit of his own idea. Dongfang Qinger, now that you have obtained the Dragon Yuan, you can become the Dragon Emperor and gain the power and freedom you want. But I want to give you one more choice. Wang Xie said the purpose of owning. Now you can choose to sign a master-servant contract with me, be loyal to me in the future, help me do things, and become my darling. Or choose the freedom you originally wanted. Wang Xie's tone was indifferent and confident. Because when he asked this sentence, he already knew the answer. Man, it's actually quite simple. It is also very simple to make others submit and make others loyal. It can be summed up in 5 words: give her what she wants. Because as long as people are alive, they must have desires. Whether it is making contributions, getting ahead, pursuing freedom, being attached to family members, etc., they are all desires. Desire is the foundation of a person's life, or in other words, the way of life. Some people have very hard bones. Even if you use all kinds of torture, you can't make him bow his head a little. But as long as the woman he loves is caught, he will immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Because for this kind of person, women are his most important thing, and protecting his own women is his way of life. Some talents are tall, arrogant, and not afraid of death, but as long as they are given fame and a stage to show their talents, they will be loyal and grateful. Because for this kind of capable people, their talents are unrecognized, they are depressed and have no ambitions. Even if they die, they will not be reconciled in this life. If someone can provide them with the opportunity to display their talents, they will naturally regard that person as a reborn parent and be grateful. Things are not complicated. Grasping people's desires is catching people's hearts. Dongfang Qinger is an ambitious woman, but that ambition has been suppressed. As long as Wang Xie can give her what she wants and let her know that only by following him can her ambition be fully satisfied. Then, this woman will naturally surrender to him, and will be used by him willingly, even if she can't be driven away. As expected, as soon as Wang Xie asked to take her in, Dongfang Qinger immediately agreed. Do you choose to be alone, or choose to follow Wang Xie? Of course I chose to follow Wang Xie. There is no need to hesitate about this question. Because freedom is built on strength. After becoming the Dragon Emperor, she will not be able to sit back and relax in the future. Many challenges will inevitably be faced in the future. Freedom without the guarantee of strength is simply a joke. Not only is Wang Xie strong enough, but he can also give her what she wants, make her stronger, and lead her into a new world. Without Wang Xie, she will always be just a fish in a small pond. After following Wang Xie, she had the opportunity to travel the whole world. Therefore, she clearly understood that what lay before her was a great opportunity. Qinger is willing to follow Master. I beg the Master to take Qinger in and form a contract with me. She knelt down respectfully, and took the initiative to take Wang Xie's hand and put it on top of On's head, and she couldn't wait for Wang Xie to conclude a master-servant contract with her. Wang Xie smiled, satisfied with her attitude. So she fulfilled her request and accepted her. A faint evil radiance invaded her sea of consciousness, leaving an evil brand in the depths of her soul. From this moment on, the state of her life became different. She is no longer the former Dongfang Qinger, and she is no longer even a life on the blue star. Her soul traits, and even everything between her and Lanxing were severed. She now only belongs to Wang Xie, and belongs to another world controlled by Wang Xie. Fate is a little tricky. I'm afraid that Dongfang Qinger a few days ago would never have imagined that after the trip to the secret realm, she finally got the Dragon Yuan and became the female Dragon Emperor. But Wang Xie didn't become the dragon concubine she played in her hands, but she became his family's dragon servant. But Dongfang Qinger didn't feel any regrets, on the contrary, she was very happy. Because when the contract was concluded, she felt that she and Wang Xie became closer, and the original restraint and anxiety in her heart disappeared. She was a little cautious before, mainly because Wang Xie was too strong. In front of Wang Xie, she couldn't lift her head at all. But from this moment on, everything is different. She became Wang Xie's person, which means she has a formal status, and she is completely on her own with Wang Xie, so naturally there is no need to be cautious. So, she took his hand, kissed his palm, looked at him affectionately. Although Wang Xie is very strong, she was not able to climb up to him. But now she is Wang Xie's authentic little maid to please her own master. Is it wrong to want to please her master? She can do this kind of thing in a fair way. Wang Xie thinks she looks cute now. Besides being cute, she seems a bit coquettish. He knows what this chick is thinking. Dongfang Qinger didn't have any intention of covering up her thoughts. After all, before signing the contract, she had confessed her love to this man. She liked his looks. She has no resistance against him. Now that her body and soul belonged to Wang Xie, there was no reason or need to resist him. Wang Xie was also interested, picked her up, and squeezed her into the corner of the tower where there was no one. At the same time, the system emits a pleasant beep. The system explained, under normal circumstances, the upgrade cannot be triggered, but Dongfang Qinger is now the emperor and can represent the entire dragon clan. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main mission. Dominate the 3 major temples and control the Blue Star world. It turns out that in addition to obtaining heavenly Tao fragments, by subduing the emperors of some ethnic groups, or people with great influence, making a certain ethnic group a person in his world will also lead to the increase of the power of heaven and earth, thereby increasing the power of the world lord. Level. At this time, the beautiful Xing Yi slipped in front of the window of the tower. The 3 major temples are the pillars of the entire Blue Star world. If the 3 major temples are under my control, it will definitely reduce the power of heavenly Tao and increase my power, right? He will not let go of the beauty in front of him. After the task is completed, the reward is worth 3 million yuan. Divine grade heavenly Tao treasure box by 3 inches. The system sounded a reminder again. World Master 2nd level. This can also be upgraded. Wang Xie was confused. Wang Xie already knows how to play this game. Wang Xie ignored these tips for the time being. Wang Xie hugged the beauty, looked at the scenery outside the window and smiled evilly. If that's the case, if I conquer the 3 major temples and make all the important people in the 3 major temples submit to me, what will happen? It is detected that the subdued god's darling is the emperor of the dragon clan, which represents the luck of the entire dragon clan. Therefore, the vitality of the minor world increases, and the power of the world that the host can control increases, reaching the 2nd level of the minor world. After she surrendered and formed a contract, she no longer belongs to Blue Star, but belongs to the minor world controlled by the Lord. The luck of the dragon clan has also become part of the luck of the minor world, so the vitality of the minor world has increased, and the power of heaven and earth has increased, so the power of the world lord will also increase. Congratulations to the host for subduing Dongfang Qinger and having the first god's darling. He didn't expect that accepting a god's darling could actually increase the power of minor world and trigger an upgrade. Wang Xie understood a little bit. He will not let go of the 3 major temples. The coiling dragon tower is extremely high, and the heights are extremely cold. But today the top of the pagoda is a bit hot, the spring breeze is wrapped in 3 miles of peach blossoms, and even the air is sweet and intoxicating. What would it be like to conquer the female dragon emperor of the dragon clan? I'm afraid no one will know this. Because in the history before today, there has never been a female dragon emperor in the Shenlong clan. Now a female dragon emperor finally appeared. But she belonged to Wang Xie, and only Wang Xie had tasted that taste. After a long time, Dongfang Qinger got dressed and left the coiling dragon tower. She wants Wei to concentrate on refining Longyuan. At this time, the people on Shenlong Island were shocked to learn that Dongfang Qinger was going to become the Dragon Emperor. They can't understand this kind of thing at all. Even as early as the Shenlong festival, people heard that Dongfang Qinger would marry Wang Xie, and that the two would become a family sooner or later, but they still didn't expect after becoming a family, Wang Xie would be so willing to own women. Even Long Yuan is willing to give it. Even Dongfang Longyi, who is the owner of the island, called out evil, and felt that Wang Xie was too generous. At the same time, he also thinks maybe own daughter is too nonsense. It must be Dongfang Qinger who was messing around, pestering Wang Xie to ask for Dragon Yuan. Wang Xie may have loved her so much that he lent Long Yuan to her. No. In the future, we must talk about her when we have the opportunity. Dongfang Longyi secretly said. But he soon discovered if his daughter becomes the Dragon Emperor, it seems that he really has no right to teach her a lesson. My daughter can actually become the Dragon King. People from my dragon guarding clan can also inherit the Dragon Yuan. Dongfang Longyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his heart was extremely excited, and he was also terrified. In the end, he could only sigh. Oh. My nephew, my nephew. You play like this, you play so well, old man's, my heart can't take it. On this day, the entire Shenlong Island was disturbed by this incident, and many people might not be able to sleep at night. But in Wang Xie's eyes, these are just trivial matters, and he doesn't bother to care about them at all. After leaving the coiling dragon tower, he began to think about how to rule the three temples. The three great temples are the pillars of the entire continent, and their influence spreads to almost every corner of the Blue Star world. Controlling the three major temples is equivalent to controlling the entire Blue Star. He will definitely do this. System, with my current strength, I can go directly to the temple and go directly to the masters of the three major temples. What do you think the chances of winning are? Wang Xie's thoughts were very simple and rude. After all, big fists are always the most effective and powerful method. Go directly to the three great hall masters, and if you don't accept it, do it until they obey. At this time, in his eyes, the strong at the respect level are also scum. Even if Yi Fan's strength after refining half a dragon element is close to the emperor level, he is still scum. Although the masters of the three great temples are formidable, they may not be able to defeat him. Seeing that Wang Xie was going to be the hall master, the system was speechless, and quickly persuaded, I don't mind the host acting so arbitrarily. Arbitrariness, what, I'm already the world lord, can't I beat them? Wang Xie frowned. This actually is not. The system said, even if the masters of the three major temples are emperor-level powerhouses, it is difficult to match the power of the world possessed by the masters. But what? Wang Xie frowned. But, this is the Blue Star world, not your minor world. The host explained, the power of the minor world will be rejected by the Blue Star world. More importantly, you should be able to guess the host, there is definitely more than one minor world in this world, right? Blue Star has the three realms. In addition to the human world we are currently in, there are also the netherworld and the celestial realm. Both the netherworld and the celestial realm must have realms, and those two realms may be of high rank. Quote. Even without mentioning the netherworld and the celestial realms, there are some small worlds around the Blue Star that are similar to the secret realms of the Dragon Clan, although after several samsaras, those minor worlds may have lost their owners just like the secret realms. But it does not rule out that some old monsters with special abilities are not dead in the eyes of those old guys. The world power of the world master is simply the best tonic in the world. And the host, you have just become the world master, it's just a mere second level, in the eyes of other world masters, it's like the tenderest leak. So host, do you understand what I mean? The system persuaded earnestly. Oh. Wang Xie naturally understood very well, and said lightly, it means that you should hang on until you are strong enough, right? Don't let others know that I already have the power of the world, and don't show it casually in the Blue Star world. Power. Even if you have to use it, try not to make too much noise. Very correct. The system was very pleased. It feels that the greatest advantage of the host is that it is smart and measured. But how long do I have to wait? What level of world master can I be considered more powerful? Wang Xie asked again. The system pondered for a moment. Let's go 6th level. After reaching the 6th level world master, even if you are attacked by some old monsters, you will not be afraid. 6th level is not afraid of old monsters if you are targeted. Wang Xie touched his chin and was silent for a moment. Why don't we go to level 10? Level 10 is more stable. Reaching level 10, who dares to target me, I will kill him back, and then snatch the power of the world from those old monsters. The system was speechless. It felt that Wang Xie's mind was as stable as an old dog's, which could be considered the best. Going to 6th level is already awesome, and this guy actually wants to go to level 10, so, is he planning to declare invincibility in the three realms directly after being exposed? That's it. Wang Xie had already made up his mind. Anyway, to expose his strength in advance and let the whole world know that he has reached the level of the world master, this will not bring any real benefits except for countless hidden guys to follow him. There is nothing wrong with hiding more whole cards. What's more, he already has the body of the world master, and the power of a world is contained in his body. Even if you don't use the most powerful power in the world, it is enough to deal with ordinary palace masters and the like. It's not like you will be bullied. But the matter of controlling the three major temples seems to be a long-term plan. You can't directly hit the temple, and go to be the three masters. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xie asked, If I take it slow step by step, without making any big disturbances, let the 3 hall masters submit to me or let the core figures of the 3 temples surrender to me. I have secretly mastered the temple, so I should be able to complete the task, right? The system said. Of course. Yeah. Wang Xie nodded, feeling a bit confused. Can't play Ming, of course only play Yin. Maybe he can start with Qin Hongluan, Muling Xie, and Roman. For example, he can let them sign a contract like Dongfang Qinger and make them be his favorite girls. Although these 3 chicks are actually good, it seems a bit sorry for them to use conspiracy against them. But, however, after they surrender, I will love them well and make them happy. Wang Xie smiled wickedly. The system stared at Wang Xie's evil smile, and secretly complained, this host seems to be getting better at dealing with women. At this moment, Wang Xie, who had just left the coiling dragon tower, met a man. It was a woman. Just after the system finished speaking, Wang Xie was getting better at dealing with women, and Wang Xie ran into a woman head-on. White clothes are better than snow, floating like immortals. The person who came was Beilong Nv Baiji. She was walking in the direction of the coiling dragon tower, suspected to be looking for Wang Xie. You looking for me? Wang Xie asked. Baiji nodded, looked at Wang Xie, and stopped talking. She obviously wanted to say something, but she didn't know why. Wang Xie immediately realized that something was wrong with Baiji. After a little thought, he understood her thoughts. Is it because of the fact that I gave the dragon yuan to Dongfang Qinger? I almost forgot. You are also a member of the dragon clan. Could it be that you also want to be the dragon queen? No. Long Nu quickly explained. Baiji doesn't have such an idea. It's just. Her mouth was pouted, showing a bit of a young woman's expression. Wang Xie suddenly burst out laughing, and continued, it's just that Long Yuan is so precious, but I'm willing to give it to Dongfang Qinger. I really treat her too well and spoil her too much. That's why you are jealous. Baiji's face turned red. No one knows her better than Wang Xie. Wang Xie is really amazing, every sentence hits her heart. She is indeed a little jealous. If Wang Xie gave something as precious as Long Yuan to Sister Lin, she would definitely not have the slightest opinion. However, since she followed Wang Xie earlier than Dongfang Qinger, how could Dongfang Qinger be more favored than her? Of course she would be a little unhappy. Come with me. Wang Xie didn't blame her, but just let her follow. After the words fell, he waved his hand to open the passage of Minor World, and walked in one step. Baiji did not doubt that he was there, and followed closely behind. The surrounding scenery is changing, snowy and cold. Baiji immediately recognized that this is the White Dragon Valley in the Secret Realm world, the noisy hometown in her memory. But at this moment, there is only the dead Bai Shui left here, not even a living thing, not even a clansman. The last time the secret realm was opened, she passed by here and walked around quietly for a long, long time. But she didn't understand why Wang Xie brought her here now. Wang Xie didn't explain, and waved his sleeves. The space gate of the secret realm world opened in the direction of the ancestral hall on Shenlong Island. Inside the ancestral hall, the sleeping dragon soul seemed to smell the smell of hometown, ready to move. Wang Xie looked at those dragon souls with a calm expression. Last time at the Dragon Festival, you chose to make me the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor. Calculated, there is also a chance between us. Listen, now I will give you a chance. If you are willing to sacrifice your body and spirit, you can offer your own remnant souls. Then I can use your remnant souls as the basis to recreate the Shenlong clan. Are you willing to lend me your remnant souls, one use? Recreate the dragon clan with remnant souls. The dragon souls were in shock. But they soon felt that Wang Xie was no longer what it used to be. At this time, Wang Xie is like the Dragon King, to be precise, like the first Dragon King recorded in their history, with the ability to open up the world. If these old guys sacrifice their remnant souls, Wang Xie can recreate the Shenlong clan. The old man's soul power is like a candle in the wind, and it will dissipate naturally in the blue star soon. If it can still be of great use before it disappears, the old man is willing. We are willing too. It is our honor to do our last bit for the dragon clan. The ancient dragon souls agreed one after another, left the ancestral hall, and flew into the space passage. Wang Xie was not polite to them, and waved most of the dragon souls away. Countless dragon soul fragments filled the sky like rain. Each fragment is a seed. What is needed now is the soil for the seeds to germinate, or, in other words, the dragon body for the soul fragments to store. Wang Xie waved his hand again, the power of the world surged wildly, refining the dragon energy in the earth to create a dragon body. It is absolutely impossible for others to do this kind of thing. Even for him, it is difficult to fabricate a race out of thin air. But this was originally the world of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan lived here for 10,000 years. Every inch of the land here has remnants of dragon energy. The dragon energy has never been cut off, and there is a dragon soul as the foundation of creation. In addition, he has the great supernatural power of the World Lord, just like the heavenly Tao of the dragon race, so it is not difficult to create things. Soon, the seeds of the dragon soul were injected into the dragon body. Those young dragon bodies moved slowly, fresh and brand new vitality appeared on them. There are 100 each of white dragon, azure dragon, red dragon, black dragon, and golden dragon. The 5 major branches of the Shenlong clan have all been resurrected. Then, Wang Xie selected 5 dragon souls with pure souls, loyal and kind personalities, and experienced instructors from among the dragon souls that had never been broken up. They specially preserved their memories, built stronger dragon bodies for them, named them the elders of the 5 dragon clans, and led the growth of the young dragons. When all these things are done, the 5 elders who still retain their memories can't help crying when they see the 500 dragons that have been resurrected and reborn. The dragon race really resurrected. It was a miracle. Howling wolves and howling tigers came from the mountains, trembling and restless. It seems that even they know that the days of One are coming to an end. Dragons are back. The world will be ruled by dragons again. In an instant, the whole world became lively. Bai Ji looked at the hundreds of young dragons, watched the group of dragons transform into human bodies for the first time under the leadership of the 5 elders, watched them they slip or wrestle in the snow, watched them bewildered and curious, watching them mischievous, watching them babbling. This lively scene was just like what she had seen in her dream. Wang Xie turned the most beautiful picture in her dream into reality. No one knows her better than Wang Xie. If these are specially prepared by Wang Xie for her, then this gift is really great, thousands of times better than Long Yuan. Wang Xie spoiled him too much. Wang Xie is so kind. Bai Ji's heart fell for him even more thoroughly. Now even if she is asked to die for Wang Xie immediately, she is willing. At this time, a little girl of the Bailong clan who looked like a porcelain doll ran over and looked at her curiously. "Excuse me, have you seen our mother? When I woke up, I seemed to forget a lot of things, and I couldn't find my mother." The little girl looked very distressed, as if she was blaming herself for losing her mother. Bai Ji thought about it, and felt that if she told the little girl that she didn't have a mother, she might make her cry, right? So she rubbed the little guy's head and said, "Silly boy, I am your mother. Are you all sleepy today?" Ah, the little girl was startled and then happy, and hugged Bai Ji happily. "I knew it was like this. The first time I saw my mother I knew you were my mother." Then her eyes fell on Wang Xie, and she hugged Wang Xie's thigh. "Then you must be dad." Wang Xie felt a little uncomfortable. This is the first time someone called him daddy. But anyway, it's self-made. And the little guy is pink and cute, looks like Bai Ji when she was a child, so Wang Xie stroked her head and agreed to call her daddy. The little girl hugged her parents, and she was so happy that she died at this moment. The elder of the White Dragon clan in the distance squinted and smiled, sensible enough not to expose the lie. "Come back soon, today's special training is about to start, don't be too clingy to your parents." "Yes, we know, elder." The valley became quiet again, gradually only Wang Xie and Bai Ji were left. Bai Ji held Wang Xie's hand, looked at the children who had gone away, and suddenly said, "Honey, I want to have a baby with you." She rarely calls her husband, and more often she is used to calling Wang Xie the Dragon Emperor. She has always had respect for him, but at this moment, her heart has been melted by him, and even that respect has disappeared. "Not just 1, but 10 or 100. She continued gently. Wang Xie smiled. 100 pigs are not so good at giving birth. I don't care. I'm going to give birth." She hugged him and pushed him down on the white snow. At the same time, her white clothes were messed up, and Wang Xie's clothes were also messed up. "Hey, all of you," Wang Xie said inwardly, "it's a good thing I'm in good health. Otherwise, I would have been malnourished long ago." In the ice palace, the ice is as clear as jade, and the light blue ice is shining like jewels. The pure white cold jade bed exudes a slight chill, but the arms are full of warmth. This is the palace of the royal family of the White Dragon clan. Counting 1,000 years, it was sealed by solid ice and covered by snow. No one could find it here except Bai Ji. At the same time, this is also the pure land in her heart, her home. It contained memories she dared not set foot on. The last time she passed by here, she hesitated for a long time and did not dare to enter this palace. Because Bailong Valley is too cold and desolate, she is afraid that the palace will be even more desolate. What's more, because many childhood memories are too beautiful, she dare not look back, dare not touch the scene to make love. But now she not only came, but also shared the last piece of pure land in her heart with Wang Xie. And with Wang Xie, the Zhonghan jade bed where the mother and father slept together. Because now she's grown up. Because now she can also be the queen of the White Dragon clan. Because she feels that she is very happy now. If the deceased queen mother and father knew that the current Bailong Valley was full of vitality and that she had such a good husband, they would be happy for her. Not only that, her happiness is far more than that. Wang Xie can revive the Dragon clan, maybe she will be able to revive her parents and her sisters in the future, right? At that time, she will be able to reunite with own parents, own sisters again. It's such a bliss. Follow Wang Xie, there are always infinite surprises. She can meet Wang Xie, can be Wang Xie's woman, she thinks she is so lucky, this is simply a blessing from 3 lives. Thinking of this, she treated him with great enthusiasm, loved him very much, and cherished him very much. Isn't someone still jealous just now? Where is the jar of jealousy? Wang Xie deliberately mocked her. Well husband, I know I was wrong. Bai Ji admitted his mistake with a blushing face. What's wrong? Wang Xie insisted. My lord does things according to my lord's discretion and reasons. She said weakly, if a little girl can get a little favor, she will not be able to use it up enough. She really shouldn't ask for more. She really feels that way. After all, that's the way it is. Even if Wang Xie casually helped her with a so-called small thing, it would be beyond the reach of others in a lifetime. As long as you know. Wang Xie tapped her forehead and pushed her aside. But Bai Ji came closer, put her arms around his neck actively, and threw her arms around him. Wang Xie was very satisfied with her attitude, and no longer bothered with her. Anyway, for him, resurrecting the Dragon clan was just a matter of effort. What's more, after the resurrection of the Dragon clan, as the Dragon clan becomes stronger, the Dragon energy will also nourish the minor world he has mastered. This also has many advantages for him. After a long time, the clouds and rain stopped. Bai Ji, who had been spoiled so much, finally realized that she still had something to report to Wang Xie. When you and Miss Qinger were visiting the Coiling Dragon Tower, Qiwei came to see you again. She said to Wang Xie, she seems to be preoccupied, and she may have something to do with you. Wang Xie pondered for a while, and could vaguely guess what Qiwei was up to. That's probably something to do with Roman. After all, that woman who is not even afraid of death, apart from being worried about Roman's affairs, it is difficult for her to worry about anything. There are secrets in Roman's body, and there seems to be some trouble. He vaguely knew about this when he was in the secret realm. However, this is not a bad thing for him. After all, trouble is weakness. Roman has unsolvable troubles and unavoidable weaknesses, so he can better take advantage of her weaknesses, and then seize her weaknesses, so that she has to surrender and is willing to help him with anything. It just so happened that he planned to attack the temple secretly, so. Looking at it this way, among the 3 major temples, I will attack the Western Light Temple first. Wang Xie's eyes narrowed slightly. Qiwei has already surrendered, and it should not be difficult to catch Roman's weakness through Qiwei. After the 2 women both surrender, I think it will be easy to break into the West. Compared with the North and the East control, the West should be the most certain. Wang Xie has already set a policy for himself, first to control the West, and then to the North and East. However, this matter is not in a hurry. He looked at his watch and compared it to Blue Star's time, it was already night. No matter how important things are, he doesn't need to make arrangements in the middle of the night. At this time, it is better to sleep with a beauty in your arms. So he hugged Bai Ji and slept with her in the palace, planning to deal with Qiwei and Roman's affairs tomorrow. Late at night. This is the night of the 8th day after Wang Xie returned from the secret realm, and there are still many legendary stories about him. Some of those legendaries are about his bravery, about his strength, about Dongfang Qinger, and about the girls in the 3 temples. I don't know if it is some kind of destiny, or there are some mysteries and coincidences. During the exploration of the secret realm, all those who tried to compete for the Dragon Yuan died. Among those who survived, except for Wang Xie who was the winner, the rest were all women. And all of them are first-class stunning beauties. Qin Hongluan is like this, Muling Xie is like this, Dongfang Qing'er is like this, Roman Qiwei is like this. With so many beauties coming out with Wang Xie alone, it is inevitable to give people a kind of fantasy, which is very suitable for the birth of rumors and scandals. Most people are dead, who knows what happened to Wang Xie and these beauties in the closed secret realm space. If it wasn't for some unknown inside story, why are all the beauties who survived? So within a few days, all kinds of ambiguous relationships between Wang Xie and the three beauties of the temple began to spread in various gossip. Soon, these news reached Roman's ears. But Roman didn't have any angry expression on his face. The moonlight this night was a bit cold, reflecting on her thin cheeks. She held her cheeks and thought, it would be great if those scandals were true. She really hoped that the scandal was true, she really hoped that she was Wang Xie's rumored girlfriend. In that case, her regrets will definitely be much less. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Regardless of the beauties around Wang Xie, she may have to queue up when it's her turn. She owns her own destiny, and she is not allowed to have that kind of freedom. The trip to the secret realm was originally her last journey. When the journey is over, she will no longer have any freedom. However, she was not lonely because of this. She just looked at the moon in the sky, and suddenly smiled again when she saw Wang Xie's handsome cheek. Before leaving the world, spend the last bit of time to complete the marriage with the Austin family. This may be my last value in the Elisa family. Roman's voice was calm. She did not see Wang Xie today. Qiwei understood her thoughts, and couldn't help but said, I saw Wang Xie during the day, and he said that he would go to the west for business in the next 2 days. He might come with us. Therefore, the trip to the secret realm will not be the last journey. Quote. Because, Roman looked at the bright moonlight with his arms behind his back, if it is possible for him to remember me, I hope that in his memory, I will always be innocent. Besides, my father gave me the deadline is approaching. But if she can meet tomorrow, she will try to persuade Wang Xie to go to the west to see. Qiwei's heart suddenly sank, and she felt a lot of resentment and anger. Why? Qiwei was puzzled. But her fate is so difficult, so unfair. Only people from supernatural power like Wang Xie can fundamentally solve the problem and change everything that is bad. She was doomed to stay in the world for a short time, and the Temple of Light wanted to squeeze her last value, deprive her of all freedom, and make her last days uneasy. She lied. At the same time, this also made her more determined in her previous thoughts. Oh, Roman's eyes lit up, obviously a little happy. Because Roman is so innocent, so kind, and is the only light in her heart. She hates God, hate the light, temple of resentment, even hate the palace master. After all, she didn't have many days in the world, and she was lucky enough to meet Wang Xie on the last trip and taste the feeling of liking someone. But after a while, her expression darkened again. She shook her head and said, but I don't want him to go to the west. She must convince Wang Xie to go west. The Temple of the West is a very complicated temple, and there are 3 departments of light, judgment, and oracle inside it, which are controlled by the 3 largest families in the West. The 3 divisions each perform their duties and have their own meanings. Light represents the kindness and holiness of the God of Light, comforting believers and controlling people's hearts. Judgments represent harsh punishments, rooting out blasphemers and heretics. The oracle is the most mysterious, and can often hear the will of the gods, and deal with light and judgment. The 3 divisions are closely connected and form the basis of the Western Temple. And the 3 major families behind the 3rd division are also extremely close, and they often enter into marriages to strengthen their relationship with each other. To some extent, this marriage has been regarded as a symbol of stability within the temple. For the stability of the temple, and for the common interests of the 3 major families. Personal freedom, of course, has been sacrificed. Since the revival of spiritual qi and the establishment of the temple for more than 200 years, the marriage of the 3 major families has continued for 8 generations without interruption. By the time of Roman's generation, it was already the 9th generation, and her marriage partner was the young master of the Austin family of the judiciary, Bill Austin. This seems to be destined, no one can change it, and no one can change it. She was born as Bill's person and died as Bill's ghost. Not only the people in the 3rd division of the temple think so, but Bill himself even more so. At the same time, on the small western island 1,300 nautical miles away from Shenlong Island, the flames of war are spreading. Bill patrolled the battlefield with a very ugly expression on his face. This is an island country belonging to the west, named Iwick, which was originally a rich land of fish and rice. But for some time to come, it will be difficult to get rich here. He got the information that King Iwick dared to abandon the light, allowed the heretics to preach in the island, and even took the lead in worshipping the outer gods. This is undoubtedly a blasphemy against the light and should be punished. But Bill's face was very ugly at this time, but it had nothing to do with this matter. It's just eradicating heretics. He has done too many things like this, and his heart has long been without any fluctuations. What really pissed him off was he had heard something about Roman. Long Yuan appeared, but the Western Temple didn't get it, got it by a guy named Wang Xie. Also, rumors Roman and Wang Xie kissed me in the secret realm, lived and died together. The relationship is very ambiguous. Bill snorted coldly, with many violent emotions in his heart. After all, Roman is his fiancée. Although he didn't have much contact with Roman, he didn't have any deep relationship with her, he just knew that woman was beautiful. But the whole West thinks Roman is his. Then, Roman can only be his. If he doesn't like it, he can lock it in the backyard. But even if he doesn't want it, Roman must be his. He is the young master of the Austin family. It is the young secretary of the judiciary. His fiancée. Before he even had time to touch her, there were rumors spreading everywhere. Where would he save his face? And according to the intelligence calculation, it should have been 8 days since Roman left the secret realm. He didn't return to the west for 8 days, and he seemed to be reluctant to Shenlong Island. This again heightened Bill's suspicions. Thinking of this, he was getting a little impatient with the battle here. The king of Iwick is quite capable of holding on for so long. He said to the old man beside him, "White uncle, you might as well do it yourself this time. I'm happy to serve you, my lord." The old man stood up, and the emperor-level energy enveloped Iwick's palace. A gigantic palm fell from the sky. The Iwick palace has fallen. A king who has reached the palace master level. The senior practitioners who resisted with all their strength all died tragically. The entire royal city was quickly swallowed by the flames of the ruling. The war against Iwick came to an end. A kingdom was destroyed only because of his casual words. But this is still just a small matter. Soon, the Temple of Light will support an obedient new king here. Young master, why are you in such a hurry this time? We didn't have enough fun to let Master White do it himself. The two burly practitioners covered in blood expressed their dissatisfaction, as if they felt that the fight was over before they were addicted, which was really disappointing. I haven't played enough to play again after arriving at Shenlong Island. Bill said. Shenlong Island, the burly practitioner was puzzled. I heard that a reincarnated dragon king appeared there. I want to see if there are real dragons in this world. Bill sneered. In addition, I want to take Roman back to Austin's house. She is already an adult, it's gone. As my woman, I can't continue to run around in public in the future. After saying that, he took people away from Iwick, boarded the battleship and went straight to Shenlong Island. In his eyes, Wang Xie on Shenlong Island is already like a dead person. The woman who met him didn't know how to hide away, and she even caused a scandal. So no matter whether the scandal he heard is true or not, Wang Xie must die. Wang Xie didn't know that some young master from the west came over. Even if he knew, I'm afraid he wouldn't care too much. Early morning, he woke up in the palace of the White Dragon clan. Nothing to do, accompanied by Ji around the White Dragon Valley, and then decided to return to Blue Star's Dragon Palace. Oh, invite me to go to the west. Wang Xie was a little happy, thinking to himself, how did she know that I happened to want to go to the west? After saying these two words, she was so blushing that she couldn't lift her head up. If not, how could the body be stained with frost? But what was different from the past was that the long black hair was covered with the frost of the night, and her expression was a bit haggard. Because I will miss Master. I don't want to leave Master. If Master also goes to the west, I will be able to see Master often. Although he was thinking this way in his heart, on the surface he remained calm, frowning and asked, why? In any case, she hopes to get Wang Xie to the west first, and then make a long-term plan. The tight black clothes highlighted her proud figure, and her long black hair hung down to her upturned buttocks. She is as attractive as ever. But no way. This seemed to be the only reasonable excuse she could think of. Wang Xie, Qi Wei was very surprised. She didn't expect Wang Xie's figure to appear from behind. I want to invite you, if you are free recently, I hope you can accompany us to go west. Wang Xie walked over and asked knowingly, what do you need from me? Therefore, she didn't have the nerve to explain the reason directly, and her expression became more and more awkward. She is not sure whether Wang Xie is willing to help Roman. Because, Qi Wei hesitated to speak. Essentially, she felt that Wang Xie was a sober and cold person. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he reached the gate of the Dragon Palace, before he could enter, he saw Qi Wei first. Wang Xie didn't owe Roman anything, so why did he go to the muddy waters of the West, and why did he care about Roman's affairs? It is not difficult to see that she should have been waiting here for a long time. To be more precise, she should have been waiting for Wang Xie to appear in front of the door since last night. Want to see me from time to time? Wang Xie smiled. Every time he wants to see Qi Wei, it seems that he has never done anything good, most of the time he wants to get into his arms and play tricks. So, what Qi Wei wants to see him means wish him to play tricks. Wang Xie looked at her shy look when she lowered her head, stepped forward and squeezed her chin, forcing her to raise her head. Qi Wei didn't resist, and obediently let him manipulate her. Her eyes were full of tenderness. This woman who used to be scheming, cunning and sinister like a poisonous scorpion is now as obedient as a tamed pet. In addition, she already has an angel-like appearance and a devil-like figure, and she is still very obedient at this moment. I am afraid that all men in the world will fall for her when they see her. Wang Xie was not fascinated by this beauty, and pinched her chin and continued, although your answer just now is very happy, and your obedient appearance is also very cute, but, if you were really smart, should have known that trying to put me off, or lying to me, was bad strategy. Qi Wei's heart trembled suddenly, and only then did she realize that she had made a serious mistake. In all fairness, she didn't have any intention of deceiving Wang Xie, let alone any malice. I just felt that it was a bit abrupt to speak to Wang Xie rashly about that matter, so I wanted to hide it for the time being. But is Wang Xie easy to deceive, and is it easy to hide? As a slave, if he dared to play tricks in front of his master, he was undoubtedly asking for trouble. After realizing this, Qi Wei was startled and frightened, her attitude became more and more respectful, and she didn't dare to hide anything. I hope the master can help Roman. Yeah, Wang Xie nodded indifferently. Speaking of which, what's the trouble with Roman? That's the curse of Elisa's Holy Light family. Qi Wei learned a lot this time, and no longer has any reservations about Wang Xie, knowing everything. The Holy Light clan has extremely powerful bloodline power, known as the descendants of angels, and the talent is amazing, but because it is too powerful, there is a curse on the bloodline. A cursed person will appear every few generations. The cursed usually don't live past 20. Can't live to be 20 years old. Wang Xie couldn't believe it. After reaching the World Lord, his perception ability is extraordinary. He can tell who has a talent and who has a curse at a glance. In his perception, Roman's soul and body were full of light, and he was so healthy that he couldn't be any healthier. There was no sign of being cursed at all, and he didn't look like a short-lived person anyway. This incident was a bit weird. Wang Xie even thought that Qi Wei was lying to him again. But Qi Wei's expression was very serious. She is going to be 19 soon. If the curse is fulfilled, she should only live for a little more than a year. Wang Xie pondered for a moment. Actually, I'm curious, the cursed person doesn't have the word, cursed, written on his face. It should be difficult to tell from the breath. Roman is also very healthy now. How did you determine that she was cursed? Quote. This matter was confirmed by the oracle. Roman explained. In the 200 years since the establishment of the temple, it is said that the oracle has confirmed a total of 3 cursed people, and the first 2 were on the day of their 20th birthday. Bizarre death, not bad for a day, very accurate. Roman is the 3rd. Oracle. Wang Xie felt that this matter was even weirder. Based on this information alone, he couldn't figure out whether the curse was true or not, or if there were some other mysteries hidden. If there is such a wicked way, I'm afraid that if I follow you to the west, it may not be able to solve the problem. Wang wrote. I don't want to solve the curse. Qi Wei said, but I hope she can at least live a freer and happier life in the last year or 2 in the world. Then, she told Wang Xie about the marriage between the Elisa family and the Austin family. I beg the master to help Roman escape from the sea of bitterness. At this point, she had already knelt down in front of Wang Xie. This is the first time she has asked for help. Although she also begged Wang Xie in the cave of Beilong Valley, but at that time she was completely forced. But this time she was more willing, and sincerely regarded Wang Xie as her master and Wang Xie as her reliance. Now as a slave, she has no choice but to rely on her own master. Wang Xie smiled. Qi Wei's attitude really became more and more satisfactory. But he was very clear that Qi Wei's surrender at this time was still because of Roman. Just like in the cave, because he was afraid that he would attack Roman, so he abandoned his dignity. Roman is the biggest weakness in Qi Wei's heart, and also the biggest weakness. Because of this, so Wang Xie's smile is even more evil. Ask me to help her, it's really interesting, I didn't hurt her, I was already giving you face. You still want me to help her, do you think I'm doing charity? It's fine to help her, but what if I want her to be a slave too? Qi Wei's face turned pale immediately, she instinctively wanted to protect Roman. But she soon realizes that her protection is unnecessary. If Wang Xie really wanted to attack Roman, she would never be able to stop her. What's more, she knows Roman likes Wang Xie. Although Wang Xie is bad and caring, but there are indeed many things that people like about him. Moreover, Wang Xie is actually extremely responsible and caring towards those around him. If not, she would not have come to beg Wang Xie. What would happen if Roman became Wang Xie's man and could also be cared by Wang Xie? Maybe Roman will be happy. Happiness is the most important thing. Roman is going to die, there are only 1.5 years left. As long as you can be happy, you can have no regrets. Everything is enough. Maybe even Roman doesn't care about those rules and regulations, why should she care so much? What's more, Wang Xie's supernatural power is so vast, far stronger than she imagined before. Maybe this is an opportunity. Maybe even Roman's curse will be improved. These thoughts flashed through Qi Wei's mind, and she replied, if Roman is willing, Qi Wei will certainly not have any objections. Even we can serve the master together in the future. Wang Xie smiled, satisfied with her answer. Serving him or not is the second priority, being able to help him with things is the most important thing. What's really interesting is that Roman is the weak point in Qi Wei's heart. This woman is now willing to dedicate her own weakness to him, letting him play in the palm of her hand. At this level, he can almost trust this woman in the future. While thinking about this, there was a roar in the sky, and a spaceship was coming. That is the spaceship of the Austin family. It's an airship belonging to the Judgment Department. Qi Wei recognized it at a glance. And she knew that the people from the Judgment Department came to Shenlong Island at this time, it must be because of Roman. She couldn't help being a little panicked. But when she saw Wang Xie beside her, she immediately settled down again. Because now she has Wang Xie, someone who can make decisions for her. As a qualified servant, she must not only learn to rely on her own master, but also learn to trust her own master unconditionally. She believes that with Wang Xie around, everything will be fine. So she quickly regained her composure, and said to Wang Xie, Master, that's the spaceship of the Austin family, they came here, most likely to pick up Roman. The Austin family come here so soon? Wang Xie looked into the distance, then go and have a look. The two walked away. At this time, the airship had already flown over the outer perimeter of the Dongfang family and landed directly above the inner courtyard of the Dongfang family, as if it was returning to its own home. The members of the Dongfang family were immediately alarmed by the spaceship. This actually is not that they are too ignorant, even seeing a mere airship makes a fuss. But under normal circumstances, no one would drive the spaceship directly into the Dongfang family's residential area. This seems too impolite. Especially when there are naval guns installed on this spaceship. Even under special circumstances, guests who are in a hurry will occasionally come over in this way, and generally greet them in advance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But until the spaceship landed, they did not receive any notification, so they would inevitably be a little wary. To be precise, if they hadn't recognized the logo of the Temple of the West painted on the spaceship, the city defense guns might have fired long before the spaceship landed. But the people who came down from the spaceship didn't realize that their impolite behavior had already caused trouble for others. Ah, the air here is really sweet. The scenery is picturesque, much better than places like Iwick. No wonder Roman stayed here for such a long time. Bill stepped off the spaceship supported by two burly warriors. He looked around, commented on the picturesque scenery, and ignored the vigilant crowd, as if in his eyes, those people did not exist. This is the Dongfang clan of Shenlong Island. May I ask who is your excellency? Why did the airship land in the Dongfang clan without any notification? Please also register your origin, so that I can report to the island owner. In terms of clothing and aura, the identity of the Dongfang family's patrol guards is not easy, so the tone of the inquiry has been as restrained and polite as possible. But, in the eyes of the honorable young Master Austin, even a very polite inquiry is already extremely disrespectful. Meaning, blame me for not notifying, Bill sneered. He just sneered. Boom. That poor patrolling guard was chopped in half. The shooter was one of the Limit brothers. The brothers, who had been with Bill for many years, were the most brutal and warlike. It's blinding your dog's eyes. Do we still need to be notified when we come here? Hurry up and get your island owner to come out to meet you. He brazenly shouted to the crowd. They have followed Bill in the Judgment Division for so many years, they are all used to being arrogant. Dragon Island. What about Shenlong Island? Just yesterday, they also wiped out an island country that was almost the same size as Shenlong Island. He actually asked why young Master Bill didn't inform him, and the people from Shenlong Island deserved it. Silence, shock. The members of the Dongfang family were obviously shocked by this group of people. I just asked about the origin, but I was about to kill someone. Even if it is a robber, it is not so cruel. The other party is like a bunch of savages. Then they became angry and wanted to avenge their dead brothers. The captain of the patrol team was obviously calmer. He stopped him and wanted to protect him. Calm down. Don't act rashly, and report to the island owner and the elder of the clan. The strength of these people is beyond our ability. People scattered and reported to the island master or elder. The peaceful Dongfang family instantly became chaotic. But the perpetrator continued to stride forward as if nothing had happened, and even actively released his powerful aura, for fear that others would not know his location. Bill even ignored such trivial matters. After sensing a bright and holy aura in the east, he walked straight to the small courtyard in the east. If his guess is correct, Roman should live in that small courtyard. Sure enough, after arriving near the small courtyard in 2 or 3 steps, he really saw Roman. Smart and graceful, lively and lively, that touch of Sacred's inviolable bright breath is even more unspeakable temptation for him. This is not the first time he has seen Roman, but he will still be attracted by her breath. He laughed and strode forward. What are you doing here? Roman's expression was cold and bored. You are my fiancé, what do you think I am here? Bill smiled. The wedding day is not far away, I will take you back. I will naturally go back when it's time to go back. When will it be your turn? Roman was even more displeased. She never liked other people meddling in her affairs, not to mention that she was very happy in Shenlong Island, but Bill was like a barbarian, wreaking havoc everywhere when he first arrived. It's not my turn, Bill sneered. If he can't even control his own fiancé, he might be made fun of by the whole world in the future. So he sneered and continued to move forward, intending to force himself. Roman sensed the other party's malice, and a faint sacred radiance permeated his body. Bill's eyes narrowed. Elisa's family is known as the descendants of angels. If they are pushed into a hurry, they will definitely not be easy to mess with. Although Roman is young, he has just grown up, but even he is afraid of his fighting power under extreme conditions. Normally, he really didn't dare to be too tough. But, today, Bill smiled confidently. While he was smiling, an unusually majestic and powerful aura enveloped Roman, forcibly suppressing the brilliance on her body surface. Half-Emperor powerhouse. That aura has already reached the apex of the respected level, and even has a trace of Emperor-level sincerity. Half a foot has stepped into the Emperor level. This kind of strength, even among the many palace masters, can only be possessed by a very small number of people with a fierce reputation. The old man named White nodded at Bill, and then said apologetically to Roman, "This old man is only following orders. If you offend me, please don't blame Miss Roman. And I believe that the young master will not hurt you." Roman was helpless. Although her strength is not weak, she can only be restrained in the face of a strong man with half a foot on the Emperor level. She didn't expect Bill to bring such a master with him, no wonder the other party was so arrogant. Bill's smile widened. With a strong half-emperor in charge, he can easily take down Iwick's royal city, so why can't he take down a Roman? Maybe he can be like a winner now, pick up Roman and throw him directly into the rest cabin of his spaceship. Moreover, as her fiancé, no one in the temple would be dissatisfied with this matter. People in the temple will have no objections. Roman is powerless to resist. The people of Shenlong Island don't like to put in one's eyes. It stands to reason that it is impossible for anyone to stop him. But at this moment, bringing a half-emperor to bully my guests, the tribunal is a bit too tasteless. A sneer sounded. Wang Xie is here. The entire Dongfang family was in chaos. There was another corpse 200 meters away from the courtyard. If there is a disagreement, they will kill the people of Shenlong Island first, and then want to take Roman away without any scruples. All kinds of actions can be said to be arrogant to the point of not being cleaned up. Wang Xie hasn't met such an arrogant guy for a long time. Your guest, Bill turned around, looked at Wang Xie carefully, and soon realized something. On Shenlong Island, he actually pretends to be the owner. I am afraid that besides the island owner, there is only the so-called reincarnation of the Dragon King left in the rumors, right? So you are Wang Xie. Bill's smile suddenly became cruel. He felt that it really didn't take much effort to come here, and he thought about it on the way here. There have been some gossips between Wang Xie and Roman. No matter what, this at least proves that Wang Xie is not far enough away from his woman. For this alone, he will make Wang Xie pay a heavy price. Moreover, there is no need for him to do it himself, or even order him. The two Rimont brothers, who were always belligerent, jumped out again. Looking for death. What do you think you are, and you dare to dictate to the adjudicator? At the same time as it slipped, the burly practitioner raised his saber and was about to strike. Maybe he wanted to chop Wang Xie off like he killed the guard just now. Of course, it is also possible that he is actually very measured and just deliberately used force to scare Wang Xie, rub Wang Xie's spirit, and embarrass Wang Xie. However, Wang Xie, with a soft ding, the saber snapped. The moment the saber shattered, the burly practitioner's head was also broken. A faint sword chi condensed on Wang Xie's fingertips, and stomped his head down. The burly practitioner stared straight at his eyes. Even though his head was flying, he was still staring at Wang Xie, and at the sword chi on Wang Xie's fingertips. He has been so arrogant all the time. In fact, it is expected that no matter whether Wang Xie is strong or weak, he will not dare to fight him. After all, he is a member of the judiciary. It has always been the adjudicator who bullies others. No one has ever dared to bully someone from the Judgment Division. Not to mention killing people from the Judgment Division. But Wang Xie killed him without even batting an eye. Not only did the burly man not expect this, Bill, Rimont and the rest of the group did not expect this. Ah, little brother. The burly practitioner's big brother Limit finally recovered from his shock. He only has this one little brother. Over the years, their brothers fought everywhere, lived and died together. But now little brother died in front of him. He can't accept it. He can't accept it anyway. Asshole. My little brother is just warlike by nature. He just wants to test your cultivation base. Are you going to be a killer? Limit roared angrily. Testing my cultivation base? I'm sorry, I'm serious. Wang Xie's tone was very light. It was like accidentally stepping on an ant. B-starred. You inhumane devil. I'm going to kill you. Rimont was furious at Wang Xie's indifferent look, and the terrifying true energy frantically condensed. Wang Xie died together. It's just that when he scolded Wang Xie angrily, he seemed to forget when his brother killed the guards on the island without blinking. He didn't call his own brother a devil, nor did he defend the island innocent, the guards complained. It can be seen this is also an old double standard. Wang Xie was too lazy to talk nonsense, let alone explain. With a raised hand, he wiped out the violent true energy on Rimont's body, shattered his body and bones with one palm, and kindly sent him and little brother to the underground to reunite. Just like that, the two guards beside Bill instantly went to the west. The people of the Dongfang family around were silent, but they were very happy. Because whether it is right or wrong, what Wang Xie is doing at this time is something they want to do but dare not do, and they can't do it. The practitioners of the Judgment Department actually killed people randomly on Shenlong Island, so they should be sent to the west. In the blink of an eye, 2 people died. At this time, even Bill, who had seen a lot of the world, was frightened by Wang Xie's actions. After all, none of the subordinates he can bring by his side is not easy. The two Limit brothers both have Emperor-grade Apex cultivation base. With the two of them working together, they can fight even against some palace masters. When he was in Iwick, the king in the royal city was a strong man at the level of the palace master, and the two brothers fought against the king with nearly 100 moves without showing any signs of failure. But Wang Xie killed the two Rimont brothers so easily. Bill was startled, frightened and angry. What made him even more incomprehensible was that Wang Xie was so rebellious that he dared to kill someone in front of him. Why didn't old Mr. White make a move just now? He looked at White suspiciously. However, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. When Bill saw White's expression, he was even more shocked. At this time, White's face was pale, and his thin palms were trembling uncontrollably. It looked as if he was afraid. White Almond, the famous powerhouse in the Western continent. Half a foot has stepped into the emperor level. Are you afraid? Mr. White, Bill didn't believe this anyway. Emperor, White stared at Wang Xie with disbelief, as if he wanted to see through Wang Xie. Unfortunately, he simply can't do it. He looked at Wang Xie as if he was looking at a towering mountain. He is too weak. He is too low in front of the mountain, so no matter how hard he tries, no matter how hard he looks, he can't see the whole picture of the mountain, and he can't see the spire hidden in the misty clouds. But even if it is only a part that can be seen, it is already amazing enough. Emperor level. White is absolutely sure of this. Even he can't see through it. Even he is stressed. Even guessing in the direction of the weak, Wang Xie is also a strong person at the initial stage of the emperor level. What emperor class? Bill was also frightened when he heard the word emperor class. As the young master of the Austen family, he has seen the world far more than others. Even if he is an emperor-level powerhouse, he has seen even more than one. How old is Wang Xie? Emperor level at such a young age. Then he realized that now was not the time to admire these things. The real question is, Wang Xie is an emperor-level powerhouse, so didn't he hit the iron plate this time? The emperor-level master is already the top in the world. No one is easy to mess with. He has already provoked this emperor. If Wang Xie raised his hand to kill him like he killed the Rimont brothers, wouldn't he be wrong? What's more terrible? At this time, Wang Xie was walking over with an unfriendly expression. Bill and White looked at each other. They were so arrogant before, but they were a little scared at the same time. At this time, Wang Xie was within 5 steps. Mr. White couldn't bear the huge pressure of the emperor-level powerhouse any longer. He quickly bowed his head and saluted, and said respectfully, "I don't know if it's the emperor-level master here, but I was really reckless with the young master before, please hide." After that, he pulled Bill and said in a low voice, "Apologize quickly." Although Bill was arrogant, he knew the importance of it at this moment, restrained all his previous pride, and bowed his head as if seeing an emperor like his father. Junior doesn't know that this is where the seniors are. He was reckless before, which is really a crime. When we return to the West someday, my Austen family will definitely prepare a generous gift to apologize. And, he suddenly looked at Roman again, and explained, "The senior may not know, Roman is my fiancé. I just planned to take my fiancé back to the West, not to bully." The first thing Wang Xie said when he arrived was, "Bringing a half-emperor to bully my guests, the tribunal is a bit too tasteless." At this moment, Bill obviously wanted to explain, and wanted Wang Xie to understand that he was just taking away his fiancé, not bullying the guests of Shenlong Island. This was actually a misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, before he finishes speaking, Roman took the initiative to get to Wang Xie's side, took his hand intimately, and said coquettishly, "Wang Xie, don't listen to him, he just wanted to bully me and teach him some lessons." Perhaps it was because of Wang Xie's sudden appearance that Roman was a little excited. Or maybe it was Bill's behavior that really made Roman a little angry, and she really hoped that Wang Xie could help her clean up Bill. But she didn't seem to notice that Owen's behavior was a little too intimate with Wang Xie because of excitement, which could easily sting. Bill froze. He watched his fiancé holding Wang Xie's hand, watching his fiancé acting like a baby in front of Wang Xie, and couldn't say another word. Seeing his fiancé holding Wang Xie's hand, Bill froze involuntarily. On the way here, he had already heard many rumors. Among those rumors, Roman and Wang Xie had an ambiguous relationship, as if they were Wang Xie's little girlfriend. He didn't believe this at first, and thought that Wang Xie and Roman walked a little closer, and it was rumored by talkative people. But looking at the current situation, how could Roman and Wang Xie get a little closer? It just came together. And, hand in front of him. How explosive and intimate would it be if he wasn't around? Embrace kiss. Thinking of the possibility of his fiancée kissing someone else in someone else's arms, Bill felt extremely angry and humiliated. This is absolutely a great shame. However, love arises from the heart. People have different minds and focus on different things. Therefore, even if different people see the same thing, they will see it in different ways and come to very different conclusions. Bill has a crush on Roman, so when he sees Roman and Wang Xie holding hands, he thinks that Roman might kiss Wang Xie. The relationship between the two is ambiguous. But Mr. White thinks all this is normal. In his eyes, Roman obviously regards Wang Xie as a backer, as a senior. Even if you behave intimately or even act coquettishly, that's just asking for love from your own backer senior, that's all. After all, Wang Xie is an emperor-level powerhouse. There are not many people in the entire Blue Star who have reached the emperor level. Facing such a strong man, Roman puts a low profile and regards himself as a junior. After being wronged, it is not normal to act like a baby to Wang Xie and ask Wang Xie for help to seek justice. So, instead of feeling anything wrong, he was a little terrified, worried that Wang Xie would really attack him and the young master after listening to Roman's words, and hurriedly argued and begged for mercy. Senior, you have to be clear. Miss Roman is the daughter of the bishop. Just for the sake of the bishop, it is impossible for us to have any malice towards her. How could it be really bad for her, want to bully her? At most it's the young master. He hasn't seen his fiancée for a long time, and he has been thinking too much, so his behavior is a bit reckless. Oh, reckless, is that really the case? Wang Xie looked at Bill. Through Bill's eyes, he saw the other party's deep resentment. And he noticed that Bill was staring at his hand from time to time, to be precise, at him and Roman holding hands. So he instantly understood where the young master's resentment came from. However, after observing these, not only did he not let go of Roman, but he even got closer to Roman. Joke. Roman was his prey. Does he care about the feelings of a bullshit young master? Since you know that you were reckless, please apologize first. Wang Xie said to Bill very kindly. As soon as these words came out, Bill almost died of anger. Make him apologize. In his face, Wang Xie and his fiancée hold hands. Kiss me and me, you want him to apologize. There has never been such a truth in the world. Wang Xie is so deceptive. Aggrieved. Humiliation. Anger. Bill has never been so aggrieved in his life. Mr. White was very puzzled why Bill was in a daze, and calmly pulled Bill's sleeve, motioning him to apologize quickly. After all, a hero does not suffer from immediate losses. Wang Xie cultivation base heaven-defying, they are definitely not Wang Xie's opponents. What's more, the Austin family has a pivotal position in the West. As long as they are willing to admit their mistakes and apologize, and not further intensify the conflict, no matter how powerful and overbearing Wang Xie is, he will not be able to kill the young master of the Austin family because of such a trivial matter, causing many incidents that cannot be resolved. In any case, it is the best strategy to turn major events into minor ones at this time. Bill naturally understands this truth. A small leak will sink a great ship. So he endured it. As the young master of the Austin family, he grew up in an environment of intrigue since he was a child. His city palace is naturally deep, and his ability to endure is quite strong. Roman, I'm sorry, it was all my fault just now. It scared you, it was my fault. And Wang Xie Sr., it's really not good enough to disturb your guests. In front of his fiancée and Wang Xie, he humbly apologized. Roman didn't even look at him. She only looked at Wang Xie, and she only had Wang Xie in her eyes. Wang Xie, I don't want to go to the West with them. She hugged his arm and started acting like a baby again. The voice was a bit whiny, but it sounded good. Wang Xie likes to listen to the girl's voice. So he laughed. It's not easy to handle, why don't you stay with me for 2 more days? Then he looked at Bill and ordered in an orderly tone, you can go now, Roman will stay with me for a few more days, and I will send her back when I am free in 2 days. I'm leaving. Bill was stunned. His fiancée, Wang Xie, stays if she wants to. His fiancée. He can't pick it up. Will Wang Xie deliver it in a few days? So what Wang Xie meant was wait a few days, after he had had enough fun, and then return his fiancée to him. This is the same as directly occupying his fiancée. What difference does it make to brazenly put a green hat on top of his head? Bill felt that he couldn't bear this matter, but he still restrained himself, suppressed his anger, and said in a calm voice as much as possible, Wang Xie, she is my fiancée, a woman from my Austin family, so. Maybe he's trying to assert his sovereignty. Perhaps he wanted to warn Wang Xie not to go too far in the name of the Austin family. But, no so. Wang Xie didn't eat this set either. As soon as Bill said that, Wang Xie covered Bill's face with a slap, and directly covered his so back into his stomach. Your fiancée a woman from the Austin family, so what? Wang Xie pointed at his nose and cursed, don't say she's just your fiancée, even if she's your wife it doesn't hinder her, it's my friend. Do I want to keep my friend for a few more days? It's your turn to take care of it. If I tell you to get out, why don't you get out quickly and give you face? Also, talk to me next time and stay away from me. The spittle star sprayed my face, damn it. Pooh. He casually spit on Bill's face. This moment, Bill is really going crazy. Make an apology that he apologized. It's time to be humble, and he is too. Wang Xie refused him to take his fiancée away. He just said that Roman was his and he was slapped and humiliated. I'm afraid that no matter how formidable people are, they will not be able to continue to forbear. Wang Xie was even more unreasonable than him. Even more deceitful than him. Even more arrogant than him. Mr. White saw that the young master's emotions were on the verge of collapse, and he was afraid that if he continued, he would make things worse. So before Bill lost control of his emotions, he quickly grabbed him, and at the same time said to Wang Xie, "Thank you, senior, for not killing me this time. I'll get out of here." After finishing speaking, he didn't care about face, and rolled away with the young master in disgrace. With the last bit of will remaining, Bill suppressed his own anger. This time, he admits it. He's gone. But this account, he will definitely remember it firmly. Sooner or later, I will settle with Wang Xie. Wang Xie saw Bill's hatred in his eyes, but a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. The young master of the Austin family, is it amazing? Really think he dare not kill? If you really annoy him, you will kill him if you kill him. Of course, it will cause some trouble afterwards, but Wang Xie is not afraid. He didn't to put this young master in one's eyes at all, and the reason why he didn't kill the other party, but deliberately provoked the other party, there is a reason for it. Because when Wang Xie met Bill, the system gave him a reminder. The system said that there was a faint scent of heavenly Tao fragments on Bill's body, but the heavenly Tao fragments were not on Bill's body. According to the system's speculation, Bill should have been exposed to heavenly Tao fragments. That heavenly Tao shard was probably owned by someone Bill knew, probably hidden somewhere in the West. In short, the fragments of heavenly Tao Byron have some relationship with Bill, and Bill is a clue. There are only two best ways to get close to the clues. One is to break into the opponent's interior, become friends with Bill, and then look for clues. This is obviously not suitable for Wang Xie. Wang Xie is too lazy to deal with this bullshit young master. So he chose the second option and became the opponent's enemy. The more Bill hates him, the more he wants to deal with him, the more cards he has to expose. After a while, the clues will naturally emerge. Moreover, if Bill wants to deal with him, he has a reason and can fight back in a fair manner, directly holding Bill's life in his hands, and forcing the adjudicator to negotiate with him. If the heavenly Tao fragments are really known to Bill in the hands of someone in the tribunal, or in the tribunal, he could threaten Bill's life with ease. This is simply a feat, so why not do it? However, since there are clues about the fragments of heavenly Tao, from this point of view it is really necessary for me to go to the West. Wang Xie thought secretly. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the spaceship quickly lifted off. The people from the Judgment Division came very quickly and left even faster. He didn't dare to stay any longer, he simply ran away. So when Dongfang Longyi, the owner of Shenlong Island, finally came to see who was causing trouble for the family, the spaceship of the Judgment Department had disappeared. After listening to his subordinate's report, he learned that it was Wang Xie who had driven out the adjudication department. Dongfang Longyi was naturally very satisfied with this. Especially when he learned all the details of the incident, and knew that the half-emperor powerhouse of the Judgment Division was also scared to death, he couldn't help feeling proud from the bottom of his heart. After all, this world is dominated by the three great temples. What are the three major temples that can dominate the world? By faith, by culture, rely on years of accumulation and operation. Of course all of the above are important. But the most important thing is to rely on strength. There are emperor-level powerhouses in the three major temples, and there must be more than one. This is the biggest reliance for them to be able to run rampant in the world. And now, Shenlong Island also has such an expert. Although it is not to say that they will be on an equal footing with the three major temples in the future, no matter what the Austin family or the ancient Bolton family is, if they want to come to Shenlong Island to play wild, I am afraid that they will not have the courage. It is indeed the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor. Some time ago, my nephew's cultivation base was only at the level of the common mansion master. I just went to the secret realm for a while, and I have improved so much. Having such a powerful Dragon Emperor and son-in-law, I want to send it. Dongfang Longyi was naturally very happy. After seeing Wang Xie, he greeted Wang Xie warmly. After expressing that what Wang Xie meant in the future was the meaning of Shenlong Island, he left. After this incident, he admired and looked up to Wang Xie even more. He only felt that with the help of Wang Xie, he raised his eyebrows for a while, and even his back was much straighter than before. After the island owner left, Qin Hongluan and Mu Lingxie, who were also alarmed, rushed over. They were not surprised to learn that Bill and the Bondi of the Judgment Department retreated in disgrace. After all, when he was in the secret realm, Yi Fan refined half a dragon yuan, and his strength was by no means inferior to that of the half-emperor, but he was wiped out by Wang Xie with a wave of his hand, which shows how strong Wang Xie is. Bill came to provoke Wang Xie, but he was just asking for trouble. It was another matter that Wang Xie mentioned that made them even more concerned. Master Venerable, what do you mean you're going to the west to do something recently? Mu Lingxie felt a little regretful. After the trip to the secret realm ended, she was in no hurry to return to the northern temple. In fact, she was waiting for Wang Xie. If Wang Xie is free, she also wants Wang Xie to enjoy the northern scenery. But Wang Xie happened to be going to the west on business, so she couldn't help it. She can't stop Wang Xie from doing her own business, can she? Qin Hongluan also has a similar meaning. There are many people in this world, but few talents. And for a monster like Wang Xie, who is astonishingly talented and beautiful, it is difficult to find a second one in the world. Wang Xie's talent are enough to make the temple put down its face and pride, and make a low profile to intersect. She said to Wang Xie, "It's good to go to the west. No matter what time it is, the East will welcome you home. After all, you belong to this continent. In addition, I also want to say that no matter when, I will remember the Jiri in the secret realm." In the first half of the sentence, she was obviously speaking for the Heavenly Tao Temple. For a talent like Wang Xie, the Heavenly Tao Temple must of course try to win them over. As for the second half of the sentence, she said it in her own name. At the same time, this sentence also expressed the feelings of Mu Lingxie, Luo Man and others. They come from three different temples, with their own positions and missions. But in the secret realm, they fought side by side with Wang Xie. This is a unique memory worth remembering. There is no external interest entanglement, no intrigue, and everyone trusts each other. Then I wish our friendship will last forever. Roman said suddenly. If we meet again next time, we will still be friends, which is naturally good. Mu Lingxie said. I don't guarantee that I will show mercy to your subordinates when I am an enemy. Qin Hongluan was a little sunere, but still shook hands with the two of them. Excellent people are always easy to sympathize with each other. But in the face of the huge influence of the three great temples, they are destined to be involuntary. Looking at this scene, Wang Xie didn't know what to think, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. I think you will definitely become good sisters in the future. Good sister. Why? The three chicks looked at Wang Xie suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. Wang Xie didn't explain, just smiled. That smile is getting more and more evil. Because right now he's thinking, if one day the three great temples fall into his hands, if these three chicks obey him, and even become his slaves naturally, they will be good sisters. Naturally, they will no longer be enemies of each other. If so, shouldn't they thank him? Wang Xie thinks he is really a kind person. However, this great thing has to be done later. He intends to get the West first, and follow Bill's clue to get the Heavenly Tao fragments and raise the level of the owner of the own world. Only in this way can he walk sideways more unscrupulously. Wang Xie has decided to go west. How could she not be grateful? So, when night fell, Wang Xie, Roman, and Qi Wei took a small airship and flew directly to the west. Originally, the trip to the secret realm was already her last trip to freedom, but now Wang Xie sent her an extra journey. Qi was secretly grateful to Wang Xie, thankful that the master really agreed to her request, and actually went to the west in person. Qin Hongluan and Mu Lingxie also returned to the Own temple. This actually is not that he doesn't care about them, but that there is absolutely no need to say goodbye. This shows how much Wang Xie loves her. Roman is undoubtedly the happiest one. Both Roman and Qi were willing to listen to Wang Xie, and after making some preparations, they decided to accompany Wang Xie to set off. After all, he and the minor world are like one body. He can open the channel of the minor world anywhere in the blue star, and he can easily see them. The three parties talked for a while, then formally bid farewell, and each embarked on their journey. But she did it. Imposing emperor. If you want to invite such a person to do things, it is difficult for the temple to do so. She will cherish the scenery on the road. By the way, when shall we go? At this moment, Roman asked Wang Xie. If they have something to ask Wang Xie, or Wang Xie needs them to do something, they can meet in minor world immediately. In this case, there is really no need to say goodbye hypocritically. It's fine at home, let's go tonight. You can go and get ready. Wang Xie has always done things vigorously and resolutely. Wang Xie himself didn't even bother to prepare things, and left without saying goodbye to Lin Ruochu and Bai Ji. In the evening, the airship flew westward against the afterglow of the setting sun, as if chasing the sun. There are only one man and two women. Perhaps this will be a happy journey. But on another spaceship thousands of miles away, Bill couldn't be happy anyway. 2 hours, even at a slower speed, is enough for the spaceship to cross the Western Ocean to the west, but his thinking still stays on the small island in the east. Wang Xie's humiliation to him is still vivid, and even the slap marks on his face haven't subsided yet. Occupied his fiancée, kissed me with his fiancée in front of him, and then slapped him. This is what he takes. Do you think he is a soft persimmon that can be manipulated casually in those small families? I respect him as an emperor, which is enough to bear. But he treats me like an ant. Really thinks my Austin family is easy to bully. It's not like my Austin family doesn't have emperors. My father, even my uncle, they are all emperor level. How dare he treat me like this? The more Bill thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wang Xie's behavior was really arrogant, and it was too disrespectful to put the Austin family in one's eyes. Moreover, he has always had some doubts about Wang Xie's emperor-level strength. Wang Xie is too young. He had never seen such a young emperor-level master before. Are you sure he's really emperor? Bill asked White. White hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, it is difficult for a weaker person to judge what level a stronger person is at. I can only be sure that he is stronger than me, and he is not even a little bit stronger, so even if he is not at the emperor level, he can be ranked classified as suspected emperor. That is to say, in fact, he may not have reached the emperor level, but he is just stronger than you, Bill speculated. White said, it can also be understood in this way. But at that time, as long as he is better than me, it is enough. No matter whether he has reached the emperor level or not, we have to bow our heads. Bill nodded, understanding. My mind has started to think about something else. It's fine if he's really at the emperor level, but if he dares to be so arrogant when he's not at the emperor level, then he's looking for death. A sinister light flashed in Bill's narrowed eyes. Maybe he can find someone to test Wang Xie. After all, now that he is safe, even if Wang Xie is secretly tampered with, Wang Xie can't do anything to him. At this moment, intelligence personnel sent information. Reporting to the young master, the satellite positioning monitoring has detected that Roman's spaceship has set off. Oh, she's going back to the west so soon. Bill was a little surprised. He thought Wang Xie would keep Roman for a few more days. Going back to the west should be going back to the west, but the intelligence officer scratched his head, as if he had encountered great confusion, and became hesitant. But what? Bill frowned. But, the intelligence officer said in confusion, they just started flying in the direction of the holy city in the west. After passing through the city of Mobin, they suddenly turned to the southeast. Now they have reached the city of Odyssey, but they are flying again. Turning around and heading west again, I went to Kherson. If Miss Roman wants to return to the holy city, this route seems a bit too much. To the southeast the route is very winding from Mobin city to Odyssey city. Bill was stunned for a moment, and soon he seemed to understand something. He grabbed the coordinate map in the hands of the intelligence crowd and looked carefully. Looking at those city coordinates, his angry face turned green. From Melbourne City, then to Odyssey, and then to Kherson, this route is very uncommon. If you look down from the perspective of a satellite map, these three places are connected together, like a half-heart. Perhaps the airship that Luo Man and Wang Xie are riding on may eventually draw an incomparably huge heart shape in the air, and finally land in the heart-shaped central holy city of light. This is actually a honeymoon itinerary. Many wealthy children like to plan this route when they go on their honeymoon after marriage. In this way, not only can the track of love be left in the air, but also you can stop at the passing tourist attractions and see more of the scenery along the way. But what does it mean for Wang Xie to take his fiancée this way? That's his fiancée. He is not married yet. Wang Xie took her on honeymoon first. And also leave a trail of love in the air. Where is the trajectory of love? Those two people are literally above the western continent. Draw a green hat as big as the mainland for him. Too much deception. This is simply deceptive. Bill couldn't stand it anyway. Originally, he was relatively restrained, hesitating whether to continue attacking Wang Xie. Now he can have no hesitation. Honeymoon trip, isn't it? Come here, listen to my instructions, go to the wilderness outside the city of Odyssey, and tell the local people of the Evil Eye Alliance that the daughter of the Bishop of the Temple of Light will pass by soon. I'm sure you'll be interested in this. Bill sneered. He would turn Wang Xie and Roman's honeymoon trip into a death trip. Bill already hated Wang Xie, thinking that Wang Xie took his fiancée and deliberately left a trail of love in the air. But he didn't know that Wang Xie really wasn't responsible for what happened this time. Wang Xie was wrong. This spaceship is not his, but Roman's. The trajectory of love was naturally created by Roman. Wang Xie basically didn't know anything except that he was heading west. However, starting in the evening, it was getting late at this time, and after flying for so long, but did not reach the expected location, Wang Xie could vaguely guess that the route Roman chose was a bit devious. What can this explain? What bad thoughts can Roman have? The starlight outside the window was shining, and the chick opposite was dressed up, elegant and charming, and even helped him to open the red wine with her own hands, inviting him to have a drink together under the moon. The road to the west is not far at first, and if you drive quickly, it will definitely take less than an hour. But this chick deliberately let the spaceship go around, and let the spaceship fly slower than usual, and wanted to accompany him to watch the stars, chase the moon, overlook the night view of the city, drink red wine. The atmosphere was romantic and warm. Wang Xie is not a piece of wood. Although he doesn't know what route the spaceship is taking, he can still guess this chick did this on purpose, obviously hoping that this journey will be longer and that I can spend more time with him some. At this time, Roman didn't know that Owen's mind had been seen through. This journey may be her last journey of freedom. But halfway through the execution, Roman began to panic a little. Roman's face turned red as red wine. He shook the red wine in his hand and took a sip lightly. There is a little flower waiting for him to pick. There are stars, moonlight, fine wine, and the kindness of a beautiful woman. Even if there is something urgent, you can put it aside first. She wasn't sure if Owen's intentions had already been known by Wang Xie. Wang Xie smiled, and immediately understood what she meant, secretly said, "She obviously wants to pursue a little romance, but she still wants to take care of my feelings first. This chick is really sensible. I knew at a glance that it was the kind suitable for being bullied by me. I'm so stupid. I'm so selfish. I completely ignored this when I made the plan." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blame herself. If you can carry the person you like, and use the flight path of the geese to pass without a trace, you will leave a shape of love in the sky over the entire western continent. If there is a fragrance of flowers in the slightly astringent taste, it is like the taste of love. After all, Wang Xie went to the west for business. But it's a good idea. In this way, even if Wang Xie is not around, when you are bored, lonely, or have nothing to rely on, you only need to look up at the sky, and you will be able to think of all kinds of today. This is also very romantic, and it is not in vain. And have you ever liked him once in the world? She made a detour and slowed down again, which delayed Wang Xie's business. Then, he helped Wang Xie fill up the red wine, looked at her face and asked cautiously, "Well, for some special reasons, I took a detour." "Brother Wang Xie, are you in a hurry to go to the west?" Because she found that she was too selfish. What romance, the shape of a heart, something memorable. All she thought about was herself, and she didn't take care of Wang Xie's feelings at all. Of course she wanted to go slower. Roman's face was a little red, very shy. She felt that Wang Xie must have known her intentions. As early as in the treasure building in the secret realm, when she was affected by the crime of greed, she boldly confessed to Wang Xie. At this time, she deliberately took a detour, trying to spend more time with Wang Xie in a different way. Wang Xie is so smart, how can he not understand her mind? What is even more gratifying is that Wang Xie was praising her and admiring her just now. He knew what she wanted, but he didn't refuse. Of course, he should be delighted. Roman felt a little bit of happiness, and even felt a little less regretful about his life without return to origin. But when she remembered something, her heart, which was about to be ecstatic, sank suddenly. After all, she is Bill's fiancé, and more importantly, she has very few days left in the world. She only has a year and a half to live. She can't stay with Wang Xie forever, and she doesn't deserve to have love. For a short-lived person like me, it's better not to delay others, she silently reminded herself. Wang Xie watched her bright eyes quickly dim, and her cheeks that were originally as red as flowers turned pale, and quickly understood her deepest thoughts, and said lightly, "Qiwei has already told you about your body, me." Roman froze for a moment before realizing what Wang Xie was referring to. Her face became even paler, and her expression was a little unnatural, as if the biggest flaw in her body had been revealed in person. "Qiwei is really why do you even talk about this kind of thing?" She blamed Qiwei secretly, and glanced in the direction of the cockpit. Then she secretly looked at Wang Xie, worried that Wang Xie would look at her with disgust. After all, whether it is a person with a strange disease or a cursed unfortunate person, it is easy to be disgusted. At the same time, she was worried that Wang Xie would look at her with sympathy. Because she doesn't need other people's sympathy and pity, that would be to underestimate her. However, Wang Xie's gaze was very light, no different from before. "Can I take a closer look?" Wang Xie was curious. Because with his eyesight, he couldn't see the mystery of Roman's body from the surface. "Well, okay." She pondered for a while, and walked to Wang Xie's side. "What do you want to see?" Wang Xie grabbed her bright wrist, and a ray of true qi entered her body through her veins. Well, Wang Xie's true qi has the attributes of pure yang, a bit hot. She thought, this is the first time Wang Xie's breath entered her body. It's like she and Wang Xie have merged into one. Roman actually felt a little strangely comfortable, so he narrowed his eyes heartlessly and enjoyed it. Wang Xie frowned tightly. Things turned out to be more troublesome than he imagined. "Did you find anything wrong?" Roman asked. "There is no problem," Wang Xie shook his head, "but this is precisely the biggest problem." Yes, he has already reached the world master level. Even he couldn't easily find out the problem, which shows how serious Roman's problem is. "Maybe I need to check more carefully." Wang Xie's tone was very serious. Roman was absolutely sure he wouldn't live long. The entire temple is also convinced that there is a curse on Roman's body. Didn't live long. The entire temple is also convinced that there is a curse on Roman's body. Even in the past 200 years, 2 people in Roman's immediate family have died so bizarrely.